Welcome to the Perfect World Challenger Series number 1. I'm Tatum, and I'm joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy as always. Welcome back to Asian Counter-Strike, where it feels like we have become the cultivating ground for basically anything Tier 2 happening in the world. LAN is on the menu though today as we continue on to see exactly who's going to be invited in. But before I look at that, Michael, you've been invited too. How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I mean, often where you go, I seem to follow. So yeah, I mean, feeling pretty good. It's a nice early start to the day, and actually kind of excited to see how the games get on when we dive into them, because we're not just talking about Asian Counter-Strike today. We're talking about some international teams that are also making the venture over in an effort to try and boost their VRS standings, as well as try and maintain some of their standings as well, and also an opportunity for these Chinese teams to get more of that exposure to that international market. I think it's going to be it'll be an interesting development as we get further and further into the tournament, especially those qualifier teams that are also participating in the tournament.
And look, these teams are fighting for about $50,000 just underneath that in prize money, as well as obviously a lot of VRS points at stake. This is a real LAN. This isn't one of these bring your own computer places that everyone is signing up to. What Perfect World has been doing over here is going to be very exciting, because we also get to see matchups that normally wouldn't be the case. For those of you guys who've been fans of Asian Counter-Strike for a while, it's only been recently that we had, teams like Tyloo and obviously teams like the Mongols having success like this. But now we get something a little bit different. You have to remember though, the two teams that qualified through, they are not equals, and we are not treating them as such either. Rare Adam and Kaleido will be starting off in the lower bracket. They will not have their matches until tomorrow. Today we're starting things off on the upper bracket. First of all, it'll be 3D Max versus Linvision. We'll follow that up with Tyloo versus Bait Esports as well. So, you know what? You guys have got the lay of the land. Format is pretty straightforward. One team to win out, that's the championship, and one team to, collect most of the money, collect most of the VRS points. And that is seemingly what all of the narrative is about for most of these lands these days, isn't it, Michael? It's all about the VRS.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially when you're talking about, potentially falling out of range or getting within range of major invite territory. Obviously, that's a lot where a lot of teams will aspire to be and have greater security when it comes to the majors and the stickers and the chance that these tournaments of grandeur, you have to be able to maintain and keep up that VRS ranking. So these events are going to be critical moving forward as the circuit continues to develop. I mean, there's actually been kind of a divide, and it's something I've talked about on podcasts. It's just the idea that it has actually been kind of almost an absence of the technical tier 2. We used to think of tier 2 as level up events, chances for tier 2 teams. When they get to tier 1 events, you want them to have enough experience in that tier 2 to then make that jump up pretty seamlessly. Now it feels like there's a greater distance. A lot of the games you're playing before you get into tier 1 events is actually just frequently online, and so when you get to LAN, that exposure to a different environment is so radically different that you're actually not expecting tons from those teams from the get-go.
It's a chasm to cross for sure, and I think teams like Bait especially have really been suffering because of it. You look out towards these teams that have grinded up in online matches, maybe made it to the major, getting a few wins under their belt and feeling like, hey, we're actually getting invited to everything, and suddenly you get hit with a gut punch to the solar plexus, and you've got all the wind taken out of you. Before that, though, let's go into the matchup. We've obviously got 3D Max versus Linvision. Veto between these two teams is always interesting, Michael, because Linvision bans out Inferno. That's one of the great maps for 3D Max. It's a map they almost always opt into. They normally like to go into an Ancient, but last time these two teams played up against each other, they went for an Anubis instead, which is an option that isn't available to them. I think 3D Max are going to be pretty crippled by the fact that, most of their big maps are going to be taken away from them, and Ancient probably going to be a decider.
Yeah, it's weird because both these teams are, I think, in a bit of a holding period where they're both very hesitant to approach maps like Overpass, for example. They're a little bit hesitant to approach maps like Train even. So, yeah, a Dust 2 definitely makes sense. The Nuke for 3D Max is, I guess, a little bit of a surprise for me, but it is also a weakness that Linvision have had definitely in their Veto so far. And then we have Ancient as a decider. So I don't think there's any surprises that Overpass and Train are just, again, floated, but nobody really wants to touch that damn thing. It's odd because I think there's a real divide. There are some teams that are embracing the newer maps into the pool, and others that are simply waiting until it's all figured out so that they can steal everything.
I'm surprised that Lin hasn't been one of the early embracers of Overpass. Their
Me
core,
too.
when you look out towards Westmelon, Starry, and Zachar, have always been really, really good on it. And I think that it is in their repertoire, but the problem is they've always been such a heavy Dust 2 leaning team. When you look at what Zachar can do in this on this map, when you look at what Amelia can do over on that B bomb side as well, it's some really impressive work. As far as purely the Veto is concerned, I think this is really the best case scenario for Lin Vision. And 3D Max, if they're going to win over here, it has to be by just being the better team on paper. And that's something we have to address. This French side is very, very good when it comes to removing that top 8 teams in the world. And suddenly this is practically an incontestable team. They're one of the favorites coming into this tournament, and it does feel like a lot of what the conversation was around them has kind of ended. It's one of the issues of not having a superstar player. It's one of the issues of having, players like a Body who maybe to people who've been watching the scene for a long time have a fondness for him, but it's not quite as sexy, and that's what maybe some of these Challenger series can help them reassert in how dominant they can actually be in this, VRS level 9 to 25 mark.
Yeah, it's also interesting because 3D Max are a team that have recently undergone a bit of a role transition, from the days where Mako was calling to then a Body that came off of Team Fnatic, where he was also in-game leading that team, and then he joins this team and he's no longer given that responsibility. They've not shifted the in-game leadership to Body. They've shifted it to Gravity, who's the youngest player on this team. And it's so rare that you have a young player that's willing to take that responsibility. It may just be an early idea and just something that they're trialing, but so far it's seemed pretty good. And maybe the one holdback has been in the late stages of games. I think the calls have maybe broken down a little bit more frequently recently with 3D Max, but you can tell that, the majority of the plays they like to go for, that sort of more gimmicky, targeted style, they love throwing out cheeky boosts, nice, nade sets to try and target one particular fight. They still have that in a lot of their typical rounds, but when the pressure builds, that's where I'm expecting Gravity to develop the most, because he's maintaining the same calling style very typically, but maybe sometimes losing that finesse in the crucial moments.
I think on paper for 3D Max, this should be a team that benefits from the changes to the economy recently, right? Everyone's been talking about how the game is finally, after about 6 years or so, become more CT side, and it really does feel that way. 3D Max on paper should be the best team in the tier 2 scene to be able to benefit from the idea of, hey, we've got a good IGL and calling structure. They've been getting praise for their T sides consistently. I think they're in stark contrast with the team like Bait, where maybe firepower has been lacking for them more than structure has been. And I think they should be beneficiaries of this, but it's also about proving it now that you are at this place, right? As much as we might be praising their T side calling on paper, it doesn't matter if you can't easily put away teams like Lin Vision. And Lin Vision themselves, I will say, might be slightly caught off guard by these changes as well, right? When you look out towards how they've played, very often their CT side very heavily reliant on Zachar having a good game and Amelia having very good holds, but their T side, that's where you're looking out towards Westmelon, waiting for late round contacts very often, trying to go for commitments through that as well. And that doesn't feel like it's a style that has transitioned through into this new metagame with as much ease as maybe some of these other ones.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Dust 2, when we talk about that map being the first in the pool, is their most successful map in terms of being able to translate that and scale that up even to higher opposition. I mean, at the recent Fisher tournament, 3D Max did play Lin Vision on that map, and it ran quite close. It was a 13-10 scoreline, but you could tell that there was a real fire, and you could very visibly witness the punch that Lin kind of offer up on that map. But I think what ends up becoming a problem for Lin Vision is that their lack of a diversity in the map pool makes this veto fairly predictable in terms of what Lin would be prioritizing. I think there was even justifications for 3D Max to ban Dust 2 if they really wanted to, because there have been some real struggles in that translation and that transition for Lin Vision across the other few maps they play in the pool.
I mean, I'm with you on that one, Michael, but for me, the only problem is that I just think the predictability of the Veto does kind of go both ways. Yes, I'm with you. Nuke was a slightly surprising pick for me. I was really hoping 3D Max would lean into something new, but obviously they themselves have been having map pool troubles. Both of these teams likely came into this matchup knowing what the probable Veto is going to be, right? At least Dust to an Ancient. Look, if I knew it, they knew it. Let's be frank about it, right? So this is really going to be one of the highest preparation level games we're actually going to get all tournament long as well. And I'm excited about that. It does feel like that's the kind of matchup where we will get to see both of these teams being able to lean very heavily on their coaching structure. Obviously, 3D Max recently, I think they underwent coaching changes as well. I think Ozstriker was coaching them before, now coming through.
Yeah, the assistant coach now being promoted to the 3D Max main coach as they've departed from Wasink.
And Lin, obviously, with Gum, who's been behind them all of this time throughout so many of these, major runs that they've gone for as well. Maybe a little bit more of a veteran coach in that regards from the Lin side. And when it comes to all the preparation that you have been able to do, you don't have to worry about the qualifier team just quite yet. Obviously, those matches aren't until tomorrow. I think this is very much a coach versus coach battle as well.
I think that's fair, especially if it's going to be an assistant coach that is typically given a lot of the offloaded work of, hey, prepare for teams, come up with anti-strats. We'll see what has in store for us in this game. Of course, the first map in our series, 3D Max versus Lin Vision, our debut matchup. It will be a nice start to this pistol, at least Starry taking an opener. Exorcist, though, locking things down over it long. 3 instant kills on that USP and still standing and fighting, but he's done his job. Man deficit now for Lin Vision.
They do have a smoke to be able to cross over, but look at how active 3D Max are being in the map, even when down a man. It's immediately going to be a circle and wrap around from the back. You've got Gravity playing with utility, so he's got himself the grenade to pop open the smoke if he wants to. It won't be a free cross, but Call Me Sue's looking for a fight instead. Gravity trying to give it to him. Knows that the headshot angle means it should be done or bust, but HEU's body comes in from behind. 2 beautiful shots, and you can't ask for more. Body might not be the in-game leader, but leader of men he certainly is.
Yeah, I mean, nice smooth shooting, not only from Body at the end there, but Exorcist to start it all off. The first fight was the hardest of them, and then afterwards it just felt like everybody fell in line to his crosshairs. So a very nice way to kick off what could have been some potential LAN jitters. Of course, 3D Max are going to be familiar with the environment, but they are in, I would say, maybe not hostile territory is the wrong way to frame it, but Lin Vision will definitely have more support, given that the LAN is in China.
Maybe a little bit hostile.
Yeah,
I'd be hostile to them if they were playing against my team. I won't lie to you, Michael.
Yeah, but we've been to China. We know people are very chill,
Definitely,
very nice.
incredibly welcoming. It's one of the best crowds we've had. I mean, even look back to the Shanghai Major. This is one of my favorite things about China and Counter-Strike. Obviously, a lot of it comes down to the massive population that they have as well. But even if Counter-Strike is relative to maybe other games like League and whatnot, a smaller game, you can fill out venues for 2 different matches at the same time. These guys really love the game. It's so much fun to watch.
It's also, and this is true with a lot of tournaments that happen around the world. When we go to smaller regions that have been depraved of events, everyone's just happy to be there. Like, genuinely happy to enjoy the Counter-Strike and just support the teams that they've been watching from afar or have had to travel distances for in a home environment. It's always nice that we get a bit of diversity in our event locations.
That's true. Gravity.
The lower tunnel's a little dark. Am I crazy?
You might be, Michael. They're very dark. Gravity comes out. Emilia's taking his head up. This is a very different texture set to what I'm used to. I'll give you that.
Yep.
Body, quick peek out. Zacher's gone, looking for a little bit more. Wants to make sure that Lucky isn't going to be taking any isolated duels out in middle. That smoke could easily have been penetrated, but Body is keeping them at bay, temporarily so. Westmelon barely lives. Knife out, put it back away. Exorcist will force him to do so nonetheless. Now, Sue's got a window where he can get back up to window and get himself into a position to be able to defend this bomb making its way over. The bomb plant is guaranteed. 3D Max are gambling on A. They are very worried about being picked off and brought back to a 2 versus 2. The one big benefit they have right now is guns cannot be recovered. This will be 2 deagles versus 3 rifles. But the bomb will go down.
You say it's guaranteed, but the fact that they're taking this long does start to limit some of their possibilities. Like, Starry's just smoked the doors. He's waiting for that smoke to bloom. And now the bomb should go down. Everybody congregated on short now for 3D Max, so you're right. This bomb should go down, but there's still a lot of hesitation here from Lin Vision. There's no urgency. They're expecting somebody close to the doors, and by the time they start to plant that bomb, they'd be right.
Don't look a gift horse in its mouth. But the bomb will go down. They have another set of smokes as well. Su will be able to smoke off doors. It's a very deep one. I'll be tempted to go through this with a flashbang. Instead, it's going to be a double push through the window. Call me Su getting ready. He needs to get the shot. Not flashed at all, but Exorcist immediate elimination. Execution on the bomb site twice over. Exorcist with 3. And 3D Max with their second round.
So far, Exorcist and Body have absorbed every single kill in the past couple of rounds. I mean, another 3K and 2K, but this it's the same distribution as well between these two players. Everyone else is set to be on 0 kills. But Lin Vision are now moving in with some, at least an upgrade into this following round. Of course, getting that bomb plant down after the force buy does put their money in a decent position. So Westmelon will dive into that AK and see if he might open up the round. Give his teammates an opportunity, perhaps.
Obviously, still one of the classic fragging IGLs that Asia has really proven to offer. You look at Tyloo, you look at the Mongols, you're looking at Lin Vision. One of their big strengths is that they're never really left behind in any of these matchups on the individuals. Sure, they might have a bad game, but you're not expecting anyone to lose a duel.
I would say Tyloo more recently with the transition. I wouldn't put Mercury in a fragging IGL position. He's not the worst.
Let me believe. Let me have
hope. He's not the worst, but it has definitely changed his fragging output.
I'm gonna have Big Man Merc back one day.
Maybe. Just like Inns, I suppose.
Trade is good, but the AK recovered. Amelia now called into question. Exorcist is calling that Molotov into question. I would
bounce off a weird part of the wall, and so it just bounced right back at him. But still, no fear rather. Taking these fights down to mid.
Shot from Maka. Alright, so the chance here. Oh, doesn't quite land. The headshot still will collect with another miss from Maka. Call Me Su has a chance to be able to enable Amelia. That's exactly what he's done. Amelia even gets across. Lucky can do nothing about this. Envision looking to get an absolute robbery of a round. Lucky will be smoked off. I believe they have... Didn't they have a smoke? No, apparently not. So it'll just have to be a mean shot from Starry. Maka's miss turns to be critical, and Amelia with that recovered AK gives them the 1 kill they need.
Yeah, that's a really sad way to lose a round. And there's been a decent amount of killing from 3D Max on 2 of their players, but no one able to contribute against those pistols. The one AK that Westmelon brought forward wasn't even him that had the impact. But it was just these deagles, and yeah, I mean, Maka inside of pit with an AWP is a questionable position to be in when you know you're largely against pistols. But they thought they could be up short into sight, I suppose. That one hurts. And so it'll set their money back quite considerably. They come in with 2 rifles, an SMG, and they'll hope that they can find some production on those pistols as well.
Zach here in the meanwhile is going to be having a chance to maybe pick up a few kills down towards short. This cross is basically guaranteed, right? The smoke's gonna go down. You don't have an HE. Actually, you do have an HE for Maka. Maybe you can chuck that one forward and give Body a chance. If there's flashes over here, that'll make it difficult. Body leans in, tucks himself away behind the side. Some of his footsteps would have been heard. There's a Molotov behind him. He's being burnt. Still, Westmelon and Starry are able to get the kills easily. Thought Body might be forced into a duel he can win, but turns out Lin Vision are winning them all. 4 versus 2 now. Lucky and Gravity, the 2 least desirable weapons, might as well throw their life away as well. Flash is dodged. Gravity's doing what he can, just staying on this side. But Lin have got plenty of time, and Gravity's jumping shenanigans will give him the one. Lucky. An opportunity to get a quick headshot with the 5-7, but things have gotten hairy now because of the time. The bomb cannot be picked up without Starry putting himself at risk, and he's happy to take that risk. Now goes for a safe plant. Zacher with the Tech 9. Westmelon, though, with the actual kill. 3 for him, and Lin Vision equalize.
Yeah, it gets a little hairy, and you know you're talking about the idea of them just kind of throwing themselves into the fire, but yeah, that was the only real concern for Lin Vision is the smokes that were down for the cross to allow them into the site actually proved to give decent cover to Gravity, and Lin Vision didn't have the manpower to clear out Elevator and all these close angles so that the plant couldn't get cancelled. But it's all well and good. 3 survivors for Lin Vision, and now 3D Max on an eco. Very aggressive line from Westmelon, trying to instigate versus these pistols. But 3D Max are not a team that like to sit around on their hands, especially when they know they've got little to lose. Challenge in the tunnels, but it's met with quite a bit of resistance.
And there's more where that came from. Op tossed away. Zacher's just making sure he can cycle out some weapons, and there you go, easy peasy.
He's keeping the AWP, he's just throwing away the AK.
I was kind of hoping he'd go hunting with the AK. But guys, but initial TV rating 3.0 now, okay? We know this doesn't count that much.
So just making sure it doesn't compound into a greater issue.
Yeah. Round swing, boys. Come on. A-side finish is going to be the right call, though. 3D Max can't recover that AK, as we mentioned before, and you're going to have things easy breezy. Buddy's got a deagle, though. And they have recovered the AK, actually, on Maka. Buddy's deagle reveals itself, worried about the cross, and he knows that it will be coming inevitably, but with this, it's not a terrible round for 3D Max if they can even just save this AK.
Yeah. They must have grabbed it through the fence. It must have not gone far enough.
Right call, though. 3D Max can't recover that AK, as we mentioned before, and you're going to have things easy breezy. Buddy's got a deagle, though. And they have recovered the AK, actually, on Maka. Buddy's deagle reveals itself, worried about the cross, and he knows that it will be coming inevitably, but with this, it's not a terrible round for 3D Max if they can even just save this AK.
Yeah. They must have grabbed it through the fence. It must have not gone far enough.
That's the thing about fences. You can sometimes get your hands through them.
Yeah, at least underneath them. Yeah, I mean, this ends up being an overall positive. I mean, a kill is an extra 50.
There you go. Maybe
and the
more
300 that came with it. This a more reasonable position to be with the AWP when you're helping secure your teammates' exit.
Well,
Lucky might run at them.
Lucky should run at them.
Terrorists win.
Oh, decides against it.
He shan't.
Well, money's not going to be good for the CTs in the next round regardless, but with the AK, they will have a full buy guaranteed. Body can have that drop to him. I would expect him or XRCs to be given that privilege.
I'm just
Mako.
keen to see how long it takes for the rest of 3D Max to really show up, because it's kind of been a two-man show.
Now would be a good time. And then Tomisu out of the open, and he's been taken out immediately. XSCs continues to be the only one putting on a show. Bodies elsewhere on the map, he's not got a chance. The fireworks not quite lit up for him yet.
I mean, to be honest, this is kind of it's still a great way to start here if you're Lin Vision. You get an opener, you get a little bit of extra space on the map just as a result of there being less CT presence. And you have wounded XRCs as well in the exchange. So they've got quite a lot to digest in this mid-round, but I'd be surprised if 3D Max are actually content with the amount of space that's been given away to Lin Vision.
The problem is, where do they re-aggress from? Maka can't be the one to do it. You're definitely not sending Gravity forward, and then your A-side players are just too split up to be able to make a combined play. So you might just see them try and rely on multi-kills, and that's not necessarily something that you know the French side for. And incendiary timing is good from Body. He's got a smoke as well, so he will be able to really delay them for quite a while. If he can get behind that smoke, you might be seeing that multi-kill coming through. 1, 2, Body's got 3! Maybe it's time to start giving him that multi-kill crown after all.
It's another two-man game. it's a full flush between Body and Exorcist in every round that 3D Max have won so far.
It's all you need.
That's absurd.
Look, I'm more than happy to live in a world where 3D Max end up having, you know, a couple of players who can just completely outfrag anyone in this tournament. I don't think we will live in it, but for now, I let the illusion stay.
But, I mean, if you're Lin Vision and you're looking at the scoreboard and you're looking at the nameplates of what's happening, you just don't go A. Right, you're getting destroyed on multi-kills by Exorcist and Body every round, and they're both A players.
Mike, if we kill them, then they can't retake either.
That is true, but are they going to retake?
Well, the golden question. Good position for the CTs to be in this time over. 3D Max with this early exchange will maintain most of their utility, have a deep player out into long. Exorcist, nice and committed. He won't really have any contest. Emilia is unlikely to go back and go in for that one. Starry is the man you look at to activate, or Zacher potentially. As he peeks forward, he'll find Maka. Maka still yet to put a blemish on his enemies or the scoreboard. He's got a nice perfect 0. Yeah. No timing is good, as has been the case very often. Lucky gets his chance to do his best Body impression. Do they have flashbangs? Yes, they do. Flash has been dodged, but not quite completely. Lucky's got one back for the tree. These will be able to dodge it out, so they take a fair duel, and they've been winning every one of those at least versus Lucky. 25 seconds on the clock, plenty of time to get a bomb plant. And somehow, even though they go A, they do still avoid the dangerous duo.
Yeah, they avoid long, and Body doesn't get into position in that A bomb site enough, or in time rather, to support Lucky in any capacity, so yeah, it breaks down, and there will be no retake attempt. Yikes. Gravity also struggling. She's getting taken down the hunt, and Zacher, some nice quick shooting to make sure there's no saves for 3D Max. A nice round from Lin Vision. Everyone survives, and they slowly dissected the 3D Max defense.
I mean, it's Zacher's skill that really just forces Body to drop down over there and everything as well. Right after that, Lucky just needed to get the frag. It's a fair fight, 1 versus 1. You're in position, swinging out. Some advantage to you, perhaps, but so hard when Rex runs on the other side with an AK.
Wonder if anything will change. Or will this just be the two-man game?
Listen, I'm game to just have Exorcist do some simple shenanigans. Just be like, I'm actually playing mid now because you guys aren't doing it.
I just simply, I would, you know, I opened this up with, oh, they're shaking off the land jitters, and it is only those 2 players that have shook off the land jitters in the pistol that have done anything so far. It just simply can't be true. It can't be the case. And yet it still may be.
Our team that has gone through the crucible of putting themselves into a position where they are now invited to basically every single LAN event. S tiers on S tiers, tier 1 VRSs litter their Liquipedia. But this was supposed to be their attempt at a trophy. With the way things are going, it might be a nightmare. 3 players pushing out through middle. Bodies playing up front, and Lucky's got a good kill behind him as well. It's an AK to recover. Body, players turned away, 2 kills found, and Starry and Zach are the only ones left alive. 2 players coming in from behind. It's going to be Zaka to cover off. The op's not great for it, but maybe Zaka can be. Still drops down, doesn't want to fight, understandably so. Gravity goes back for the AK, 15 seconds. They don't plant the bomb, they go for the fight instead, and Linvision come out on top after a hairy set of exchanges.
Yeah, they just were not expecting there to be this presence and this push, especially with the numbers that ended up flooding over Komisu's screen as he fell into middle. They weren't expecting presence inside of the site. So those 2 kills for Body are great. He actually kind of dies, and it looks a little silly, like he doesn't shoot, he doesn't do anything, and that's because his crouching stamina ran out. Can't crouch spam too heavily. Gravity getting tagged through the doors, not once, but twice. Oh, that's... He's having a mare of a game, but he's not the only one.
Oh, flashbang through.
No, they don't. They call it off.
What? Marcus got himself the first kill over there. I'm so surprised they go through the smoke like that. Marcus going to have a chance for 2. Linvision, this is a critical error. And it might be one that goes punished. Emilia still out and about hunting, but there's too many players to deal with. The bait and switch works out for them, and Zacker's left alone. If there's any man to pull off the ace, this would be it. But when the first shot is missed, there will never be a second. Not when Body is on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, great punishment on that up-tempo play that Linvision tried to operate around, but also very curious. They get that free kill in mid. They have a player all the way down middle from Suicide. They have this open opportunity, this runway to take inside of middle, and you can see Zaka kind of primes a flash if they want to try and take that space, and they just call it off. And yeah, it does prove to be a critical error.
Oh, Zacker's not making too many mistakes top middle, though, I will say that. Another round, another kill. Up to 8 now, by the way. And he had a slow start to things in the first 4 rounds or so. It's a much more up-tempo play this time, and 3D Max might not be ready for it. A flashbang to quickly flood into short, and it's going to be a smoke from Westmell, and over and out he goes. It's through to Gravity. He has to hold down the fort. Exorcist will be late at the party. There will be no flashes to help out either. Gravity continues forward. Head spotted, but nothing he can do about it. Starry's taking the elevated position, and Exorcist takes him right back off of it, only to be traded away. His life now forfeit. Body frags in from behind. Zacker's still committed to the cause of ramp. That cause now disabled. They can get the bomb down. 2 players to retake in through CT when there's still a player out on long. I think not.
On the side, it's going to cause some interference, but the timing is perfect there from Kolmisu. Even catches this player progressing out from spawn, and lucky he might get one, but more than that, too much of a challenge. Linvision closing out another round, and I'm just confused. I'm perplexed. I'm looking at the POVs, and I'm watching 3D Max taking these fights, taking peaks. This is not them. It feels very uncharacteristic the way I'm seeing players engage in fights. The movement is all off. Their crosshair placement is all off, and that's just not the case for Linvision. They've been sharp. They're committed to duels. They're clearing methodically, and more importantly, they're ripping heads when they're getting the chance to. You know, outside of a couple of rounds from 3D Max where these multi kills have happened, you know, the trading from Linvision has maybe not been their strong suit, but when they're taking raw sort of 1v1 fights, they just look the cleaner team, and you wouldn't expect this much of a gap in individual prowess.
Also getting to see some cute calls coming out from Lin. That's going to be Exorcist in position with a boost. Good for 2, and he feels like he almost always is. 14-8 right now, dominating the scoreboard. No one to compare himself to except for his own teammate.
Yeah, it's another one of those moments where the trading kind of breaks down. They were not expecting that position from Exorcist, but they may not expect this play as well from Body. Trying to get aggressive off of short, especially with them losing long control. They want this as a retake avenue, but Gravity doesn't go out clearing the angle. Emilia, though, haphazard clear. And so it will just be 2 remaining Linvision members as they slowly crawl up long.
Feels like a game of damage more than anything else at this point, but remember, Linvision themselves, their economy is not in a good place. 3D Max could set themselves up for a 6-6 with this one. Body, though, taken down. A rare moment where he falters, and Su's got a chance to finish things off with that Molotov. Maka will have to back off. Gravity closes the distance to try and take the fight, and he will not be expected. Call me Su tries and clears it, but Gravity with 3 will now be another contributing factor, one that 3D Max sorely needed.
Yeah, absolutely. It cannot be just this two-man game all the way through. That triple kill from Gravity is lovely. You know, he almost probably should have died on his venture to short. They didn't clear deep enough to guarantee that there wasn't a lurking Amelia around the corner. But a nice quick adjustment catches Amelia on some maybe lazy crosshair placement is a little harsh, but just did not anticipate them to be aggressive in that nature.
Yeah. Just caught off guard for sure.
Yeah. And you
Double up that pulled out from 3D Max, by the way.
But you can see that 3D Max, they maybe even started to realize that they have been playing quite separate in a number of these rounds. The most collected and, you know, these counter pushes that we see on the CT side that has become... It's effectively a hallmark of 3D Max's style on their defense. It just hasn't been present outside of low economy rounds. So that was a good demonstration of them pulling it off in a full buy.
Saw a cute call earlier on from Inferno. Smoking on their own Molotov to be able to break onto the A side faster. If there is ever a time for a little bit of kawaii, this would be it. Straight up B-pop. Or fake it out, perhaps.
Only in Counter-Strike can we call a strategy using grenades kawaii.
Strats. Indeed.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
hate
they
that.
say.
Never do that again, actually.
3D Max, though, with the double up, this should be prime weaponry to be able to deal with what is coming their way. At least that's what they think. A single flashbang could throw Lucky off very heavily, but the grenade is where he's supposed to be setting up for Gravity. Otherwise, he's turning away. He's not pulled out the grenade. Gravity not cleared for. Will not be taken down. 3 kills once again, and Gravity in the fray. P2K ready, and it could be an ace coming his way. Only the one left, and why not finish it? Lin Vision are put down in style as we welcome another member of 3D Max to the double digits club.
Yeah, I mean, real magic there from Gravity. The fact that he's been able to recover this half so substantially. Just, I mean, he was there with Maka. He was there with Lucky, and just the struggles. Every duel they took, it felt like their crosshair was in the wrong place, or their movement was a little off. But once the ball got rolling there for Gravity, it just this flood of kills come his way, and no better example of that than holding things down on B when he kind of has to lock things down where Lucky is trapped, dodging flashes with an AWP. You're not expecting to do a whole lot against a full rush with that AWP. Yeah, nice clean shooting from Gravity, which is kind of what we hope to see out of him, even though he is taking over some extra responsibilities for in-game leader duties. On that CT side, you don't want to be a liability.
Yeah. I think one of the players who obviously...
It's mainly on T.
We've also looked at Maka, obviously, to be able to step things up a little bit more now that he's not the IGL. And gotta say, so far, he's not been able to show up. Maybe he can give us some of that Zacher impact. That Zacher, I mean, displayed so many good kills over here on the T side, be it the mid-round, be it even the early round in some of these cases. You're hoping that he can really start to measure up. It's a difficult position to be in where you have to perform on this T side, but 3D Max, they still have a ways to go. And Lin Vision, well, they'll be taking the first knee. Body, HE down.
It kind of stops them in their tracks as well. The counter aggression from Zacher, though, catches 3D Max at an awkward time. They were just pulling away from long, in fact, and so it was more than Zacher bargained for. Maka, a nice kill in for middle as well. So 3 separate players from 3D Max entering that kill feed. Starry the only one that answers back for Lin Vision, but that B bomb site is being ran right into.
Flashbang's a little bit early, so Westmelon can't make his way over either, unfortunately. That's going to be a chance to fight back through the middle of the doors, and a few kills he will find. Maybe even an opportunity to finish things off. Worried about the lurker, rightfully so, but unfortunately for him, there isn't actually anyone there.
Yeah, great fearlessness there from Exorcist. Got close to those doors, heard the reload, and immediately pounced on the opportunity. They were taking a lot of hesitant sort of jiggle duels versus Westmelon past those doors to be. And that was the one way that things kind of break down, is maybe if they give him too much respect.
Yeah. Another pistol round goes away with 3D Max, and Invision will be fighting back with a force spy of their own. A couple of snouts. Doctor still. Oh my god, that's a clean shot. Exorcist has not missed a beat. Coming into this T-side half. Oh, well, Amelia's not missing much either, actually.
Oh,
It's a matter of many skills and of many kills, and not all of those skills nor kills are good for you.
That's not his fault, I will say. That's not his fault.
Well, why play the blame game?
I mean, not a lot you can do when you've got Exorcist hard entering out long like that. He took a tag, and even through the tag and through the aim punch, you know, people, when they see a player get hit by a scout, they may not realize that there is actually, you know, a fair amount of aim punch that affects your crosshair and even just where your bullets go, because it penetrates through the armor. It's quite substantial. He still hit the insta, which is, you know, crazy to think.
Gravity thought it's time to farm, but little does he know the seeds he's been given have been poisoned. His fields are gone and he's dead. Michael, that's the problem with agriculture.
It was the best equipped weapon to deal with this as well, so the rifle, the empty pistols, things can get very scary, especially if they're pulling out nades. Maka could get run down, but gets his kill with a nade, and Body covers him, even able to turn around and deal with Zacher from the flank. Alright, just a quick glimpse, a little scare, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
I've seen a starry eagle, Michael. So have they. Oh no, they see it really clearly, actually.
They ain't worried about it.
This is the round where Invision has to fight back. You cannot let 3D Max get to 10 and have an economic advantage on your own map pick.
Not to mention, when we really look at that T side, I'm surprised it even was a 6-6 half.
Yeah.
Pure absence of trading, and really their spacing was kind of off, but they were also just winning a lot of fights even in spite of that. They may look back at that absence of trade fragging, allowing these multi-kills to happen, and rue the day.
Last time overhead is good. Zacher will peek back over. Of course he will. Donkaway still to pick up a few kills. Zacher's in prime position, but all of those misses are coming back to haunt him. Invision are going to be quickly persuaded to save over here, but that opportunity will not be opened to them easily. Exorcist still covering off the long exit. Body's tagged up. Starry feels pressure to take a fight because of Exorcist's position, but Lucky's the linchpin of this round. If he goes down over here, it might very well still be on. Kits are available, utility as well. Westmelon turning around, and it's a backstab from Lucky that's going to put an end to affairs for the CT side. Starry can put up some numbers. It's nice, it's consolation, but oh my god, back to a 2 versus 2. If only they were closer to the bomb. If only is not enough, though.
I mean, the damage is not insignificant, and an extra $150 across the board for the squad is nice on top of the round loss bonus. Those will benefit them, but not in this round. And 3D Max are approaching closer and closer to the finish line here on Dust 2. So the potential for having that interest compound is running out. Attack pause here for Invision. Gun will see if he can try and get the troops back on track. But what a recovery this has been from 3D Max. From once upon a time, everybody sitting at 1 kill or less, and Body and Exorcist approaching double digits. to now looking like a more holistic outcome for this French roster. And it's not all about kills, but with kills comes confidence. It's clear that 3D Max have regained some of that as this game has continued.
Invision, unfortunately, might be running dry on that confidence. They've not been able to do as much in these past 6 rounds or so. And it is Westballon hopes to instigate with a UMP. Closing the distance quickly, it will be a double peak that goes the way of 3D Max. Both peaks were cleared out for, and this half-buy is going to find absolutely nothing.
Unless... unless... That's an AK now for Amelia. Well,
all ye of little faith. Okay. Well, I was the one with little faith. Last chance over here. We need to see some heroics, and what better man to have them come out from than Zacher. Closed out the first half, I believe 12 and 7, I would like to say. I'm not really good at counting backwards.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, about
12 kills,
times.
that's what I know. Now is his chance. Sue's been taking a little bit too much damage, though he might be asking for it all from Zacher, especially when he's been smoked off initially. I won't give it to him. Peek back out. Emilio's good for only the one, and that might not be enough. You need to see a move from these CTs. If it won't be through middle, it has to be back out from CT into the site itself.
This can always be the scary thing about what 3D Max is doing. They take long control, they immediately try and back themselves away and reacquire the B tunnels, but during the interim, if there was a confirmation on numbers for Linvision, the tunnels could have been occupied, there could have been forward pushes, could have cleared things out completely, but Linvision have actually vacated that B bomb site entirely, and that's without securing the upper and lower tunnels. That's without extra presence really being thrown by Linvision outside of maybe one smoke, one flash. So 3D Max are, you know, fully going into an empty, vacant bomb site, and it's all off of just minimal utility and that initial pressure over towards long. Linvision out of position, and now 3D Max with a very strong after plant.
Maka's in an excellent spot to be able to punish these CTs, trying to go for the cross as well. This is the perfect place to be putting an AWP in a post-plant like this one. Maka, ready and waiting, misses the shot, critical, takes the headshot, and now he's down. Now it's a full 4 versus 3, brought back to the help of a grenade, but Lucky getting aggressive might not be the move for him. There's 2 players coming where that came from, and meanwhile, Zacher circling in from behind, and he's got the kill on body as well. Lucky taking the duel back to a 1 versus 1, flashes himself forward, and Zacher will be blind, but that won't stop him from looking for the duel.
No
what
kit.
does stop him, though, is the lack of a kit. Invision do everything they can and do actually put down Maka in a spot where it felt like it should have been impossible for them to, but it just doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they expected Maka as well, because there was still a player throwing presence and throwing utility when there's a bomb plant on B. You're expecting that long player to try and link up with the squad somehow in a meaningful way, and he could have done that from long, but he would have taken a lot, well, longer to get there. And given that they were so heavy inside of those tunnels, they wanted to make sure that there was no presence thrown by that lurking, lingering AWP. So while Maka did miss a shot, you know, the movement from Linvision was very aware. They were jiggling the angle. They wanted to try and double swing it, guarantee a trade onto the AWP if they could. Even with that, 3D Max are able to close just by throwing a little bit of extra pizzazz that Linvision weren't prepared for.
Lucky stepping up in a critical moment, that's for sure. Maka playing it safer this time. He knows their early objective is clear. Just don't feed out any kills. They should have terrible money on Linvision. Body's playing it faster though. Full control out towards short will be forfeited with only a flashbang. No Molotovs needed, nothing of the sort. They are saving them for the execute. They've got 4 bodies left. Whichever bomb site they go into, likely A, is going to be brought down fast. And Maka getting a kill into Westmelon certainly helps.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a impossible position to play when there's enough utility there from 3D Max, and there's no pressure being thrown out from short. 3D Max make that play because they have that short presence as well. Just very good awareness, flushing out a key position, and Lin are... I mean, they were already wounded coming into this half. They've yet to win a round so far on the CT side, and I doubt it will start here. Scout for Zachar on long. There's a lot of presence coming his way.
Needs a headshot. Won't be able to find it. Exorcist is the one to deliver it instead. Amelia, opportunity over here for a double for sure. And he peeks up before the flashbang can pop. Delivers, but Komisu is in the worst possible spot you can be with on the MP9. 6 and 16, and this is hardly the best chance to step things up, but it's his only one. He does find the first, and with that, the bomb is down. 20 seconds. Opportunity given up by Lucky's Peak, but he won't be able to capitalize. It is 3D Max to take away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, a great showing from 3D Max. Even if they got off to a little bit of a slow start for most of the squad, everybody seemed to recover by the end of the game. We had first the impact from Maka on the double kill when they punished Lin Vision going through a smoke, to then Gravity getting a triple kill and then into an ace. It felt like everybody started to pick up steam, while maybe you start to look at Exorcist and Body with slightly less importance. But then on that T side, some of the entries Exorcist was hitting, it didn't matter whether he was on CT or T. That guy loves going for long walks or long runs, and every time he goes there, he just seems to body everybody he passes.
There you go. I mean, look, first half was pretty shaky from 3D Max overall. I think they only won 2 gun rounds when it actually came to it. 3 of the rounds they got off of the pistol, and then afterwards the last one that they won was versus an anti-half-buy as well. So it really isn't reassuring when your CT side starts off that way. You're just expecting, hey, Lin Vision is just going to out-firepower you later on, because it didn't feel like any of them were really missing a beat. But Body and Exorcist are able to keep things alive long enough for this overall roster to come into play, and maybe we still could have seen more from Maka if we're being realistic, but that's fine. It's okay to have an off map or two, especially when Nuke is coming up next. Lin Vision, that's probably their worst map.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's not going to fill them with a ton of confidence that they got off to this hot start. They've sort of capitalized on 3D Max playing perhaps a little weaker individually, and they only get 6 rounds from it for the entire game. You know, they're not able to salvage anything into that second half. They just simply didn't look competitive in the rounds that they lost, and that's largely due to the fact that 3D Max got away with these outrageous multi-kills. Some of them were quite egregious, and it just the lack of spacing for Lin Vision, some of the challenges they went through from around smokes were ill-advised, especially when they had advantages. But they tried to play this up-tempo Counter-Strike and catch 3D Max off guard, which only worked about half of the time.
Absolutely, and I mean, you can see the scoreboard just... Exorcist was a monster, absolutely dominating. If not for him, then there would have been a lot of rounds where Lin Vision would have felt a lot more comfortable. I've got to say, though, Lin Vision themselves, as much as we might have been talking about a couple of key players being missing on the 3D Max side, when you actually look at the scoreboard in the end, where we weren't seeing the best from them either.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely true. I mean, the thing is, individually on their entries and the way that they were trying to outposition 3D Max in that first half did seem, quite astute, and they were, catching the typical tendencies of 3D Max. They start to play more separated, more divided, and actually almost worked in greater favor of Lin Vision, if not for the fact they couldn't trade these players on the A-bomb side. If you think about I think there was 3 gun rounds they won in total, 1 pistol, 2 anti-force buys, but in those 3 gun rounds, what they lost, it's strange to think that there's so much that went wrong in terms of taking that first contact, and then that first contact piece on the defense coming away with 2-3 kills. It just shouldn't happen on a map like Dust 2 when you are playing a more spread defense.
I mean, even where you're talking about the trade kills, the reason why they even end up in a place where their economy is distraught by the end of the first half was because of, the body multi-kill with the Deagle on the side and whatnot as well. There were a lot of multi-kills actually propping up the CT half for 3D Max, and that's not something I normally associate with this team in that way either. But that being said, it's not like the series is over. There's still a chance of AFL Invasion to come back, even if that chance might be slim. It's Nuke coming up next, and we're going to be going to that one after a quick break.
New breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The new breakthrough.
3D Max robbing the Chinese side of their own map pick. Now Vision look to fight back on Nuke. It's not a map where they found success. In fact, some people would say they found failure, even if that might sound harsh. It's true. Welcome back to the Perfect World Challenger Series number 1. It's match number 1, and Vision are down.
Yeah, and they're down pretty bad because their map pool is not the strongest right now. Every series they've been sort of collectively picking into Dust 2 every single time, and when it's not been that, it's been Nuke, and Nuke has not had anywhere near the same success rate. They need the CT side to go well. Emilia, nice opener on the ramp hold, and Zacher right behind him. Even with the support of Westmelon, there were 3 ready to greet this 3D Max initial ramp hit, and Emilia will move in for a multi-kill. Vision, a very, very convincing start to this pistol.
It's their first pistol round of the series so far, and you love to see it. Vision, of course, are going to need a lot more where that came from, coming out on their enemy's map pick. I am also curious to see if we get to see the same form coming out from Exorcise. Of course, if you guys missed out map number 1, we did have some fantastic stuff over there. And we are going to actually have the chance to potentially have him show up for 2 maps in a row. 3D Max, of course, pulling out only Glocks.
Oh, well, does anybody even care about these kills anymore? Still matter, but doesn't have quite the same weighting on the big green numbers that everybody's really striving for. Well,
wait,
I denied
are
there
the green
for
numbers
Maka.
is money? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, also positive rating.
Ah, fair enough. All right, makes sense. Because I was just thinking about the Counter-Strike 1.6 when the cash bonus used to be green. Good days. 3D Max will be pulling it out their bio by now, though. Ooh, very drawn flashbangs. That's interesting.
Don't even have a lot of HEs as well, so being tricky around door smokes or trying to catch players spamming from main or for garage. There will be some limitations here for 3D Max in terms of options.
Vision, however, have no such limitations put onto them. Emilia going back early on, trying to take the secret position, see if he can find anyone to harass him outside. 3D Max are trying to play it close to the door, though, so HE grenades or not, this is going to be a matter of timing. When the Molotov runs out, Emilia will start to take the peek, and he actually gets a couple of shots in onto Maka before that Molly finishes up. Maka, of course, had a rough game in the previous one. Even towards the tail end of things, just wasn't able to come alive. He is hoping that Nuke will be a chance to better feature his talents.
Yeah, this will be one of the problems with 3D Max and the util that they brought into this round. It's just simply, you know, they've got this deep position on body, but they're going to have to try and rely on it as a timing. And now they've sussed out that body is inside of this position, it's going to be more and more difficult for him to get much production. Dodges the flash, though, and gets his kill outside, but Westmelon has started to stifle the initial attack on A.
Sees Molotov at his feet, but he's still out in the open. Good for 1 kill. Zacher at the back of the bomb site, really the only defender against Mr. X. Mr. X is gone. That 2v2 pans out very quickly in the favor of Vision.
Yeah, I mean, Exorcise, a great opening kill, and you could see he was trying to change his tempo on the swing just to catch Zacher off guard, but the adjustment there from Zacher was on the money. Made his fast rotate into that A bomb site, and, you know, that's largely courtesy to that opening kill that Westmelon gets. Is, you know, he kind of revealed the plan before the hit actually happened there for 3D Max. So Lin were able to get into position in all the right ways. So
Did
money
it feel
is
like
now
one of those rounds where a couple of flashes would have helped a lot, though?
for sure.
Maybe a Mac-10 instead of the Galil or one of the AKs, something like it.
Well, they got body into this forward position to Big Garage, and they just couldn't do anything with it. They were hesitant to look deeper into spawn just simply because they didn't have flashes or any util that could actually support it.
Starry, oh my god, that's a big kill. I give you an AK to be able to recover and go on with as well. Oh, backing into it. Gravity is taken down in the meanwhile. This is going to be Invision fighting to regain control. Westwell and down on the lower bomb side has got himself a crossfire between himself and Amelia. Bullets are low, that might be a problem. Look out for that one later on, but there's no way for the D side to go back up. But watch out for Lucky. He's got plenty of time to work with, and as he comes in from behind, Zacker's been taken down. Maka's done the same as he pursues onto Sue, and 3D Max cannot be given a round, not in this fashion. This was where Zaka committed into the AWP as well. The CT is reinvested in. This wasn't a light MP9 bonus buy that they're trying to go for. It's a full-scale, all-out investment, and Westmoreland's the only one left. Maybe he can save the AWP at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all is fair in love and war. This is a round that happened to 3D Max, actually, on their defense on Dust 2, and it didn't end up compounding into any greater issue. Even hunting down Westmoreland at the end, everybody coming away with a rifle. In fact, the AWP as well, they scavenged their own weapons back from CT hands.
Awkward place to buy for Invision over here. I would really like to see a save, even if their loss bonus is absolutely atrocious. But they will be committing into the force fight.
Oh, a very wide peak from Star on a wall of smokes.
Maybe expecting
Like
a lurker at most. Or maybe hunting for eagles.
Yeah, it's not ambitious. As is this.
Starry's ambitions know no end, but his life unfortunately does. Tends to be the case for a lot of people.
I threw a lot of flashes to help him, and it didn't matter.
Well, Amelia, those flashes don't matter against him either, Michael, so turns out what goes around comes around in more than one way. Zacher having Maka just get the better of him this time over. Not a matchup that was going the way of the French side too many times in Dust 2. It is at least slightly more favorable in the initial stages of Nuke.
It's also something we have to consider coming into this map as well. You know, Lin understands this is a weakness in their map pool, but also the position they held on Dust 2, where they felt like the better team for the opening segment, only for it to end up in a net 0 for the rest of the game. That can also weigh on you quite heavily. You know, that absence of confidence moving into your least confident map, yet still a map that you kind of are forced to play because your map pool is shrinking. It's a weird place to be. It's still fairly active though. Lingering, lurking kills. Amelia does find a kill back. The problem will always be that these rotates have been siphoned. Exorcist is in a great position inside of Heaven. Komisu taken down. Exorcist will have no problem with his frag as well. 3D Max just had so much room around the map, and they leverage it well.
Three to 3 basically guaranteed. Can Linvision do some damage at least to the T side and keep it a bit more honest? 3D Max have done a good job of building up some stacks, but this is where the cash can really roll in. This kill from Body is so critical. And you're right. A lot of resources were put into that beacon outside.
Yeah, they got what they wanted, but just not the result. Great spam there from Maka.
Feeling good. That's not the shot he was looking for, but Body will collect regardless. He's still having a field day. I think Lucky might have just spotted out Westmoreland on his descent to the lower bomb side as well.
I don't think it's unreasonable, and it's a take I've had, and I've definitely had it. It's been echoed and shared by other analysts. The idea that Body as an in-game leader on Fnatic didn't do a great job. I think it's fair to say that the results didn't exactly speak well to him, but as an individual, I think in terms of his capabilities, very strong player. Even now, very several years into his career.
To be fair, Michael, I do think Fnatic is, and their ideal is, sort of a defense against the Dark Arts professor situation, because no one manages to do well there.
Yeah, I think there's an element of that, but even when things did look like they could take a turn for the better for Fnatic, it just ended up ending up pear-shaped. But when Body entered this team, I think there was a good argument to be made that he would be a star player, and he's definitely put up those types of numbers so far in this game against Linvision.
I'm really happy to see it as well. Did feel like a player whose career maybe didn't go quite as well as it could have. I will always remember body on Overpass on G2. Invision, though, are hoping for slightly better times to come back to their way. This 1-for-1 trade does not favor them at all, and it really just gives over map control out towards a dangerous body outside. Sakura's hoping to regain some of it, but with the missed shot, will have to recede. Starry takes his place.
Yeah, just hoping to stick around and catch Lucky, maybe slightly less aware on the second time over. More frequently than not will hang around after being revealed, especially in a close range angle. But you can see 3D Max pumping the brakes. They've got some outside control. They're waiting to see if Linvision reaggress somewhere, and typically that would be lobby, but they know that this lurker is hanging around the backside of it, so it's adding some extra hesitation here for Linvision. I mean, so good for Lucky.
Fantastic. Komisu, really a chance over here to make an individual play, but none of these are working out for Linvision. 3D Max are just coming out on top again and again.
Bomb has been planted.
Lucky's another one of those players who might have been tossed aside a little bit in the time when we started leaving national scenes behind. Obviously, Lucky and Jax initially making their Tier 1 debut out of this very organization into G2 back in, what, 2017 maybe? Maybe 16? I don't remember the exact year. But never quite hit the same heights.
I knew I had it in my notes somewhere. 2018.
Okay, there you go.
End of 2018.
Off by a couple of seasons.
But also, it's funny because for a lot of the ascension, the rise of this 3D Max core, it was actually largely fueled by Lucky.
Absolutely.
He was the be-all, end-all star player. But as they started to play tougher and tougher opponents, that burden essentially became too great for him to shoulder alone. Maybe he had the support of Maka from game to game, but it wouldn't be consistent. Then you've got, the emergence of Body and Exorcist is also these fraggers that can.
Linvision, they are putting their hopes in this round on the old faithful. I spent on with the solitary M4, but I have to say, Lin have been a little bit dry since their first 3 rounds. You're looking at Su, unfortunately, yet to frag. You're looking at a lot of these duels that 3D Max are taking. It just feels like they are running over the Chinese side.
Yeah, it's also, I imagine, fairly standard. They're trying to instigate, they're trying to make things awkward for 3D Max, but they are failing to do so. Timing for immediately doesn't work. Trying to get ahead of that Molotov. While he sits behind the door, they are very aware of that possibility. Shouldn't be too much to get here. Zacher, a kill to Lucky, who I'm not sure had head armor. But here's that Starry Deeg and a chance to actually get his hands on a weapon. Can close those doors, yeah, and just escape with it. So they come in with one, they escape with another. Linvision will just have to make do with that.
Small wins.
I think it's sometimes harsh when we look at teams and you see terrible map win rates, and you look at the games and they're almost always like 13-10s, 13-9s, maybe overtime losses. Because that can happen. There can be teams that are genuinely quite good at the map, but they play against teams that are also quite adept at it, quite late in series. That's not the case here for Linvision.
Yeah.
They've been playing this map a lot, and they've been losing 13-4, Furia. They beat the Falcons once upon a time at the Austin Major, but then 13-4, to Pain, or sorry, 4 and 13 versus Pain, 7 and 13 versus Mongols, 5 and 13 versus Legacy.
I feel like you've not said the worst so far, have you?
2 and 13 versus Astralis.
Oh, that's pain.
But at least if you're losing to the Mongols, or I think Astralis are also a good team right now. If you're losing, even if you lost to the Falcons,
Right.
Those are the types of teams that I'd excuse it. But then losing to like Pain and Legacy in their Legacy,
you keep
maybe
my
have their
major
good days.
semi-finalist name out of your mouth, Michael.
Listen, Legacy definitely have great days. And
But
they definitely had a
didn't
great
make it
major.
into semis.
They had a great major.
Yeah.
The Pain have been going through some troubles. So
Yeah, Lin will really... they're fighting an uphill battle, to put it nicely.
just to illustrate some of the problems that they have been having and some of the reasons why maybe an idea of a comeback actually could be quite far out of reach.
Would make it all the more glorious if it actually transpires, and maybe all the more mentally damning for 3D Max. But over here, this fight into lobby is going to be critical. You're waiting for the util to finish up, and as Acker starts off strong, Lucky is even stronger. Body coming in from behind feels like Star is a dead man who doesn't know it just quite yet. He's managed to circumnavigate around. Westmelon takes a knee in the meanwhile, and Maka's ready for it. I think Whitey might have got a hip. But call me soon. He's got the bomb, or at least he's close to getting the bomb. A kill that's guaranteed. Please do collect on it.
No, he has to. Yeah.
Aye.
I actually, it seems silly and it's tough because he loses the duel in the end, but there is a lot of value to be gained by hesitating there and trying to get more than one. If he has to play 4 1v1s where 3 Ts can run at him simultaneously to collect that bomb, it becomes almost an impossible scenario. So listen, it's foolish that he dies in this manner, but it's not the most outrageous thing in the world. He probably could have used it given that he's 0 and 7, but he made the right play.
Acker. Oh god, that shot is disgusting!
It is actually so gross.
Filthy.
He got one tap just in the air trying to jump over the rail.
And Exorcist isn't even the one who's been feeling it on Nuke the same way. That's been all down to Body and Lucky. A reminder of what this guy is capable of. Invision have lost 6 rounds in a row, and with the way things are going, I'd be amiss to not say it looks like it's going to be 7.
Okay, Mark, I have that same problem with that same pipe, but he has no problem shooting like I do.
Thank God.
Yeah, back-to-back multi-kills here for Maka.
The mid-round guarantor.
I mean, just look at the money on 3D Max.
I'd rather not.
It's actually quite tragic.
When you consider that Counter-Strike has a $16,000 cap, they shouldn't be able to beat my bank balance so easily.
That's what people will say about generational wealth.
That's true. And 3D Max do feel like they've guaranteed their future generations, at least in this half. It was never going to be an easy way out of this one, Michael, but all the more so with the way things are going. I don't know who you look out towards. I don't know who you say, hey, this is your activation point. Sorry's not going to feel comfortable going for a peek on outside. We've seen him getting punished and just dominated outside. Let's be realistic. Zacher has made his attempts going into lobby, but the Lucky's had his hot hand. He's been practically got a guitar solo going on in the background as he just mows them all down.
Mm-hmm. I think what's really worrying is that this... I mean, it feels like a weakness, and it's obviously easy to say that in hindsight where they have lost 7 rounds in a row, but when you see these, constant... The constant fishing for aggression. Yeah, that kill from Exorcist is lovely. We see this constant fishing for aggression on that CT side where they're clearly just trying to disrupt, and it's not working. You have to be able to fall back into a decent defensive game plan, but nope. When they try aggression, they'll try it again, and this time Starry, oh my, they don't even expect him. Body tries to bypass him completely, and now he's dancing around smokes. He's killed Westmelon behind him. That's outrageous that he got away with one, but Starry at least gets the trade, and so it's still into a 4-on-4.
Not the way you wanted it to go, but Inferno, frankly, this is one of the better positions they've been in at this part of the map. T's have zero map control. Body was their one player they were relying on, and their utility isn't the best either, so you're not going to see another wall of smoke going on an outside. This is likely going to be a 3-man outside play. Just look for duels more than anything else. Lucky place to distract.
Might even try to weasel his way down the vents, or just the idea that he can do that to divide the attention of Komisu. Just a dink. Instant headshot there from Gravity in exchange, and now Starry's trapped at the back of the bomb site. Incendiary doesn't quite go far enough, but it still forces Starry to the duel. And Amelia on the flank just gets his head ripped straight off all the same. It has been brutal here for Inferno. Another moment where it looks possible. And just like that, stripped away.
Sharp shooting.
The shots are nice, but he's got to run to spawn if he wants to survive here.
I don't think he's got to spawn at this point. He's guaranteed to be dead, isn't he?
He won't make it because Gravity will just simply kill him as he runs to spawn.
There you go.
Ran to the wrong spawn.
Inferno, even in a position where you feel like they can get some wins over here, Starry, sure, let's forget about that first 30 seconds of the round. Goes 1 for 1, and then it's fine for them, right? Sue's not able to pick up the kills, and sure, he gets a headshot. You can hardly blame him, but he is 0-8 at this point. Then you see Starry missing out on the peak versus Lucky, even when he's not Molotov. He is out in the open. He just misses his aim over there as well. Even the opportunities they have to try and put up a front of respectability, they're not able to put them to good use.
So prior to that round, in the past 7, or that 7 in a row run from 3D Max, there have been 10 kills for Inferno throughout. We looked at the money earlier, but just to put into context, 35 available frags, only getting 10.
Yikes.
And it's now the last round of the half, so, I mean, all that compounding money doesn't necessarily matter, but it just displays the comforts 3D Max have had so far in this T side. Could be 9 in a row.
And Zachar is hoping that it won't be. Zachar going to be able to start off very strong, and this entry pathway into A is going to give 3D Max nothing. They wanted to throw up a change-up into the fray. Going into the last round of the half, and they have certainly done so, Michael. Things have been very different. They're actually going to lose.
Yeah, they've set this whole round a chunder.
A chunder?
Yeah, you said throw up.
Maka and Body. 2 versus 5. Stranger things have happened. But with Westmelon's position as it is, it would be hard to make much of a case for this. Komisu doubling up behind him as well. Body's looking for that second man. He knows there should be one. Top in his hand. Body peeks through. Body will force the Frenchman back. Some dodge and bullet situations going on. 30 seconds, 3D Max will lose their former IGL with that. Body's left alone with barely any HP. And he knows he's going to have to take the knee eventually. Might as well see if he can get some kills with it.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, he won't succeed. In fact, the best looking round from Inferno in a gun round happens at the very end of the half. 8-4 on that attack from 3D Max, they'll be quite pleased. I mean, they didn't seem to have really many issues starting, working, or closing rounds. But another time that they go ramp and they get punished. Hadn't really gone for those hyper fast aggressions since the pistol, but decided they'd sandwich the whole half with it. So maybe Linvision, a minor light at the end of the tunnel.
The worst part about this is this could have very well been a 7-5 even now if Linvision had just been able to close that versus 3D Max's like a half by / light eco round.
Sure.
And they would have only won one gun round. Still going into the T side, their problems will only multiply.
You could have said that same thing for 3D Max on their CT side of Dust too.
And I did, to be fair.
Yeah, it's just, but it's also, will it ultimately matter now that we're into a second half where Lin are in at such a deficit? The past is the past. Lin can only look at the future.
They'll also have to try and squint their eyes so they don't see the top of the screen, just the scoreboard. Just don't look at that, guys, for a while. Well, faster play into A. Gravity's hoping to interrupt with the HE, but they've already scaled to the bomb side. Maka down and out. Zacher picks up another one. Confidence to be gained, but maybe exercise to rub it right back. 2 kills found. Turning around, looking for 3 and 4, but it's lucky to be the one to collect as he has been so often across this entire map. Body and Lucky. Absolutely deadly between the two of them.
Wait, they've split up. Westmel is planning B, and Sue is still on A, so he's going to try and linger, late lurk, maybe down those vents, and could catch the timing, but Body clears him out and no problems. Now Westmel in a 1v2.
Always a good man in the clutch, but he really has to take advantage of the fact that the CTs are split up. It's information that he should have at the back of his mind. Lucky was last seen in heaven, never dropped down. Westmelon takes the first duel. He's worried about a potential group up with the amount of time it's taken, but Lucky's
Lucky
the
has
one
a
with the
kit.
kit at the very least, so never forget about that in this defuse attempt. Westmelon peeks out, making noise, knows the bomb no longer being defused. Lucky trying to take the duel, time's running out, and now it has run out. The pistol round will be secured. Linvision, fight back.
Yeah, damn. I mean, you saw the crazy play out of Exorcist just jumping through that smoke and tearing heads straight off as they tried to get into that A play. It really stopped Linvision in their tracks, and it gave 3D Max a real strong chance to open up the round. And I thought that dive down the vents from Westmelon could have been a mistake. I'd still wager it is when, you know, Sue cannot reasonably join him, but he wanted to mitigate risk, didn't have smokes for main, didn't have any lobby control, and decided to dive in with the devil they didn't know. And 3D Max, funnily enough, couldn't quite dance with that devil. 1v2 for Westmelon is critical for Linvision to come back into this game.
Now listen, I will always have hope when it comes to Inferno and Nuke. And maybe that's my problem. But anyway, winning out both pistols at the very least gives them a chance that, you know, it can't be discounted. The second round, though, is incredibly important. You need to be able to shut down Lucky's M4.
Hey, what's that phrase? Hope dies last?
But it does die.
Sometimes.
Westmelon. Pop flash through. Out into A with a Mac 10. Plan seems straightforward. But Exorcist will be able to close the distance. He has been holding that flash like a lover far too long. And far too hard to beat that horse from it. Call Me Sue is going to be up next. And Exorcist isn't done. An AK recovered and Lucky's M4 strikes true. Zacher's left alone. The 1v2 and Lucky will put him down. Linvision have no one to blame in that round but themselves.
In what world, as the first player to to lead the pack, do you ever pull a nade and sit there for 10 seconds, close to? Most players, if they're going to get into that spot, they're holding their gun out for the entire time, and then when they need to call a flash, they pull it out and they throw it to minimize the amount of time that their gun is not drawn. You're right. They have no one to blame but themselves. It's just silly. A silly mistake that could just result in them getting blown out again on Nuke. Getting timing is one thing. Giving your opponent a massive window is definitely a you problem.
Damn right, it's still Counter-Strike. Voided in gravity. Oh, a chance, perhaps. Fast rotation with the CTs will make it hard, but Invasion have access to the entire map. That's what Zacher is guaranteeing. Comes back over from heaven, and now he's blocked off the vent rotate. If Lucky tries to go up, he's dead, and Zacher's got just enough bullets to put him down into the grave. Exorcist and gravity will be without Molotovs or smokes to try and break into this bomb site. It has to be with guns in this fuse kit. Guns are going to pay off. Initially, at the very least. But they decide against contending for too long. 3D Max will recede.
Yeah, I mean, they know the post-plant positions are really strong, and they have nothing to really make their job any easier on this retake. They're coming in double from main, and there's a player inside of the site itself and one in heaven. Now, they want an incendiary or a smoke, something that can force the site player to swing and make the heaven player uncomfortable, or vice versa. But they simply lack the resources, and they lack the health. So it will be a good old-fashioned force-buy war at the start of this second half. 3D Max answering with theirs, and Invision in response. But 3D Max at least retain a couple of those rifles. So there's a greater threat. They could answer back, and it's not that unreasonable. Yeah, 2 M4s, 2 FAMASs.
Pretty good buy.
Yeah.
Even Util's actually solid.
And if there was going to be a team that was good with the FAMAS, it would always be 3D Max. Ziclario.
It's going to be a very slow crawl. The fight into door for Lenvision. Now should be the pop coming through. Molotov is well placed, and the pop goes into Maka. Maka's dead. Gravity trades, and there's more where that came from. Gravity doubles up, but the A side has still been breached. One lone defender, that's Exorcist with an M4. Can Zacher come through from the side and find the duel? It has to be a double swing, and Emila's trying to play distraction in the meanwhile. The Exorcist decides not to take the fight at all. Zacher already up close and personal, but in the 2 versus 3, Lenvision recovering the bomb is going to be the real contest, and the CTs know it as well. 2 players spotted out. Body switches out for the Galil, peeks back out over. Exorcist will be the one to collect. Body is reminded why he should have kept his own country's weapon. Zacher still fighting forward. He always is good for a clutch in a series, and this will be a big one to win. Still, the man on the other side is one who is the representative of danger, but Zacher is making noise as he makes his way over, has got an idea for where Exorcist is, and he's trying to circumnavigate around and behind it. Dropping down, but nice miss out. He goes back over to see if he can find the duel. Worried about Exorcist being back in the ramp room, perhaps, but regardless of whatever his internal thoughts are, it is still 10 for 3D Max.
Yeah, he must have anticipated or thought that he was inside of the bomb site in some way. There's no way he makes that play. You know, he tries to sound bait the drop into the lower site, and he's just hoping that Exorcist is back site or top hut, somewhere inside of the A site proper, where those sound cues actually are a little bit more difficult to read out in terms of elevation. Just a total misread, but a real chance there for Zacher that is squandered. .3D Max, 3 more rounds to finish the series off. Invision got contained at 6 on their own map pick in Dust 2.
You've got to be kidding me. You can't let Gravity get away with that one. 2 kills, not like that. And Lucky's gone and added another. Double to the fray.
And double trouble. Where there was 1, there was 2. They line up for Gravity. But they just hope that they can cross scot-free. Not even really anything Amelie can do to stop this. I mean, a 1-on-3 here would be absurd, but extremely unlikely. There's too much time and too much space around the map that could be occupied. Lucky even anticipating the right side of the box to look at. And so Emilio will drop just like his teammates did. The outside cross. And to be honest, this whole map for Linvision just gets destroyed.
It's been tough to watch in a lot of places, and I have to say, the worst part is, you know, in the first half, I'll be frank, 3D Max was just rolling Linvision. But second half, we've seen so many places where, hey, there's a real opportunity over here. Unfortunately, never put to use. And the roll keeps on rolling.
This is a little awkward looking. I'm not sure what's going on in the Lucky POV. Maybe he's not supposed to be the one that's safeguarding outside, but yet he finds himself there.
It looked like it should have had some juice to be squeezed, but it's the incendiary and flashbang that gives Lucky a chance, and he's not one to let those go. Starry fights back with his deagle. Lucky will just be nestling himself away. He's red HP, doesn't want to take the fight, will let the teammates start, but instead he will actually initiate.
Yeah, he's kind of trapped himself here, so he actually has to fight. He took 2 dinks with that Glock, and he knows he's within an inch of his life. Komisu actually finishes the frag with the Glock. But there's more where that came from. Westmelon's deagle, though, does answer. It's back to 2-on-2. And if Westmelon gets 1 more kill on the deag, things could get real interesting. But it's just an awkward dance. And Body just went further and further out into the open. Real chance now for Westmelon. 40 seconds, but that bomb is dropped out in the open. It's just a raw duel. He has to try and find Exorcist on a timing. And the clock's against him. Exorcist can play so trickily around the cover that he has, a multitude of angles. Smokes the bomb. And finds the timing perfectly. A close call, but not enough.
At the very least, Invision do have a full buy to be able to try and salvage this game, but the way things are going, it might just be 2 sets of 13-6 for 3D Max to close things out. To say that Lin has struggled would be an understatement, but their struggles are not over, and maybe hope hasn't died. Gravity peeks out, and this could be the Hope Killer himself. Gravity, another double, finally put away, but it's not without opportunities for Lucky to swing from behind that smoke. Westmelon takes that opportunity away, and all in the meanwhile, Zacher found another kill. So Linvision are in a man advantage, 3 versus 2. But a smoke and a Molotov are their only friends in this case. Deep nade softens up Westmelon as well. Exorcist is hesitant to rotate away. He is convinced, as is Body, that the commitment will be to A.
Timing looks bad for Body. I mean, yeah, just jumping around and has his nades pulled. Zacher will spring in for the double kill. 3D Max have a misread. They're worried about outside. You know, the opening 30 seconds, it's a blitz on that top side. But once Linvision pumped the brakes, 3D Max don't actually have confirmation on numbers and how many more players were sat around back lobby. They spot 1, they spot Westmelon, but that's it. And so, yeah, ultimately had to be worried about more than just their front. Had to be worried about their backs as well. And Lin strike at the perfect time. Well, it's something. Don't know if that'll be enough.
It has reset the CT economy as well, to be fair, right? So if there's ever a chance to start coming back into the game, this really would be it.
Yeah. All those extra kills on the force buy definitely help.
Emilia, I feel sympathetic. But now Westman, oh my god, he might be deserving some sympathy over here as well. Marcus in from behind. If he had a deagle, I could have really believed in him, but right now, feels like Faith is running dry, and okay. It's okay. Hard target to hit. 5-7
Oh my god. Please stop taking this fight.
Because you've got a grenade, just pop it down.
Lin they just don't need to take this fight. Yeah. That's better. Like, that's fine. Maka knows that going up the vent is almost, it's impossible basically to win the duel when he's on the vent. Or on the ladder, sorry.
Yeah.
The fact that they were peeking down the ladder is stupid. And, you know, you only do that in gun rounds where players are having to, like, slow crawl through ramp or through lockers. That's where the angle has its advantage. When you both know about each other, it's not good. Well, they stray close to trying to lose the round, but they don't. They definitely don't. Those pistols from 3D Max were a little threatening for a moment, but Linvision are closing that gap slowly but surely. And now this gun round from 3D Max could just be the final nail in the coffin. See if they decide to change things up as well, because they've been playing a fairly standard approach to this ET side. They've yet to be as aggressive as Linvision were on their defense. And any one of these gun rounds could be a moment for 3D Max to change the pace.
That's a freebie on the story. You'll take that any day of the week. A little bit more. Call me Sue. Around the corner. Westman has actually done the Frenchman a favor. He takes away Emilia's life, and with that, it feels like Linvision will be saying goodbye. They get themselves one gun round win. Rather two gun round wins across this entire game. Up to 8 they find themselves, but unfortunately, 3D Max still will be able to get the better of them. 3D Max looking incredibly convincing over here, Michael.
Yeah, and it's a little worrying, I think, there for Linvision, the fact that they had these small little peaks and then these massive troughs. But 3D Max, I mean, were pretty lights out on a couple of their players in particular. I mean, Body from start to finish looked very solid. Exorcist had great moments and wasn't necessarily important in this map particularly, but where he wasn't as high a fragger, Lucky was definitely having his influence. I did really enjoy that 3D Max are... And I still enjoy them as a team, just the fact that they are effectively a team that are greater than the sum of their parts. They do seem to scale up and fight better against higher level teams, and they pull off these cheeky little gimmicks. But this game didn't have many of those gimmicks. I think it was a lot of just raw duels, mid-round rotations, and 3D Max were the better at closing those out typically.
And if anything, I really appreciate that, because that shows a team that really is very self-aware about their firepower and where they can put it to use, rather than, you know, maybe relying on the structure and the gimmicks like you mentioned. Obviously, going into the series, I was painting this as being a structural battle, very much coach versus coach as well, and all of these things. But frankly, 3D Max kind of just outclassed Linvision in this series. First half of here on Nuke, you see they're just winning every single duel. Linvision are caught in panic. Starion outside was a non-factor basically throughout the entirety of CT. And when you've disabled outside, it does feel like you're playing the game on easy mode. It's even more so when you're winning every duel on Lucky.
Yeah. I think it's also important that, you know, you're saying that there maybe wasn't as much of the anti-striding. There were still things, and there were still notable, I think, awareness shifts from 3D Max throughout this game. I think the most important one that I can think of is Lucky when he was sat back lobby, when 3D Max had pumped the brakes on their T side. He actually punished them on a timing where they were aggressing into lobby, and they were super slow and super hesitant to do it. But Lucky understood that at like that 30 to 25 second mark, that's almost like a forced play that Linvision have to do when they lose outside control. So that's a tendency that they seem to have brought in and understood, that if they were in that type of win condition, that was how they capitalized and punished Linvision further within that game. So I think there were small details, but yeah, nothing massive in terms of complete rotational oversights.
Yeah.
I think that were capitalized on just the small things in the micro.
Zachary sits on top of the scoreboard over there, but to be frank, I think a couple of those kills did feel slightly empty calories in comparison to what, obviously players like Lucky, players like Ecstasies are bringing to the table. A lot of that just ends up being damage, and that damage is important, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately, not so much when you're not able to capitalize on enough gun rounds either. Lucky, we obviously talked about him. Once upon a time, the star player of 3D Max right now on this map, especially shining ever so bright one more time. Michael, I've got to say, 3D Max looking like a massive threat going forward into the tournament. Lin Vision, of course, for those of you guys who are fans out there, they are not eliminated from the event, not quite yet. They'll be going into the lower bracket to face up against Kaleido, one of the open qualifier teams as well. 3D Max will be facing, however, up against the winner between Tai Lu and Bait, Michael.
Yeah, for those that are a little bit uninitiated or thinking Kaleido, who in the hell are those? If our people are more astutely observing the Asian scene, they would recognize the names as being players from that old Ninjas roster that have then made a couple of roster moves and picked up some extra players here and there as well. So another team that's a little bit more firepower driven and definitely far from structurally sound, but a team that does seem to always kind of punch into events like this, that we're always hoping to see that improvement from them, and maybe this event actually could be that for them, because you can only have so many swings at this before you're forced to make improvements. Well,
listen, right now it's not time to talk too much about Kaleido. It's going to be time to talk very soon about Bait versus Tai Lu. That's going to be coming up after a slightly longer break. I'd love to say it's short, but I'd be lying to you. We've got about an hour and 5 minutes or so before we're back with the next match. Stay tuned, guys. Coming up next, it'll be Tai Lu versus Bait, who will be 3D Max's opponent in the upper bracket.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Challenger Series number 1. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy as we head forward. 3D Max already waiting in the wings as they defeat Lin Vision to be the first team to make it into the upper bracket finals. Now we've got to find out who will be joining them. It's between Tyloo and Bait. Michael, quickly, who's it going to be?
Quickly, wait, Tyloo, I think.
I'm glad you went that way because I want this dragon to roar. But I've got to say, Bait so far in this current year has been a confusing team for me, right, Michael? Because we're looking out towards a team that comes through out of 2024. Everyone's like, oh my god, this team is rising. They bring in Kensizor. They're supposed to be having more firepower over here as well. This is supposed to be a team on the come up and really a team that should have been where 3D Max is right now, you know, in that top 15 or so of the world. And although they've gotten out of the online grind, it doesn't feel like we've necessarily seen them flourish, have we?
Yeah, I think the problem that they've had especially is that, you know, they've attended quite a few of these events, and maybe I'll dive into this later because the Veto is actually coming up. So no surprises. I think Bait never play a Nuke. Tyloo don't like Dust 2. I expect the Mirage will be played. I'm actually expecting that to be the decider instead of it being picked by Bait directly into the series, because that's kind of the common ground between these two teams. But Tyloo should probably go in with an Inferno, and then I'm imagining an Ancient will be remaining. But Tyloo are going with the Overpass, which is quite curious, because I was not expecting Tyloo to lead in this direction, but it's a map that the core of this Tyloo team have actually been, I mean, they used to play it quite a lot.
I really thought this would be a train pick actually coming out from Tyloo over here. I didn't think that they'd want to lean into the Inferno themselves, but, you know, we are going to have train as a decider instead. So I'm kind of surprised, if I'm being honest, that Bait want to opt into the train as well. They've hardly had a great time on it recently. But yeah, this Veto's thrown me in for a bit of a loop. Mirage still a bit more expected, but Tyloo going for the Overpass over here. I'm always fond of seeing Jamyang and Jion Overpass, if I'm being very frank with you, Michael, but also at the same time, it isn't necessarily a map which, with a new style, I would necessarily attribute them to be able to continue having success on, even if they did Once Upon a Time. You know, Once Upon a Time is back when you had Advent at the helm.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, sorry, getting back into that conversation we were having about Bait and this team, is that they've been able to go to quite a lot of these sort of tier 2 marquee events over the years, and they've come in as favorites to quite a few of those events because of how good they've been online and the graph to get up the rankings, only for them to capitulate. And, you know, I would actually maybe even harshly put it as, you know, choked quite a few of those games when it came to the big stages. And I think it's actually set them back quite considerably. And that's where, you know, the change in the roster and bringing Kensizor was supposed to reinvigorate them. But they've kind of been in a weird stalling pattern where, you know, they see them rise a little bit and then we see them take some pretty bad losses. But the good news for them is that they are in that invite range to be attending a lot of these events, and, you know, they get more and more of these opportunities, these experiences to continue to grow in a way that maybe it's still a little painful seeing them lose so much, but they are slowly, I think, redesigning the way that they approach the game to try and scale up against harder opponents.
Michael, I'm glad that you brought up the good news, but I'm going to bring up the bad news as well. Where you're talking about invites, it does feel like Bait dropped into invite territory at a very awkward time for themselves, because now you see that in contrast to something like a Iberian Soul, Once Upon a Time, now Gentlemates, Bait, according to, you know, Udnut or Jesper Larson, who is my go-to for VRS related things and, you know, just nerding out on the statistics, Bait's kind of on the lower end of the teams that are still in contention to be able to qualify. For them to qualify to the major, they need to perform really well over here at the Perfect World Challenger Series. In fact, I might even go as far as saying they probably need to make the finals or so as well. They've obviously got another tournament at the Star Series coming on later on in September and whatnot as well, which will be incredibly important to that qualification process. But this is critical for them, and as they've been caught on the downswing as a result of losing those S-tier lands and not attending these online tournaments because they feel like they haven't needed to, and that's always a big risk for them as well, this is going to be a very critical tournament for Bait.
Yeah, there's a lot that can swing in the next month, essentially, to the major cutoff range. So I'm with you. I think, you know, these events are going to be important for them just in terms of retaining their ranking. They can't afford big losses. They can't afford to drop out of any of these tournaments, because that could push them out of contention, because there's quite a few from sort of the rank 40 to rank 20 to 22 where bait sit, where almost all of them could see movement up or down, and bait are, I think, yeah, you are right, they're kind of on that precipice. If you were, say, in Virtus Pro's position at rank 18 with 1,450 Valve points compared to Bait's 1,300, you would feel more comfortable, but the drop off from 18th to 19th is like a 100 point shift.
Yeah.
And from there on out, it becomes, centimeters in comparison to meters of distance.
It's also important to remember that, as far as Europe is concerned, Europe has some of the fewest slots it's ever had in proportion to the overall major, right? Only 50% of the teams at the major this year are going to be European, with 16 slots going their way, and that's also another thing working out against Bait. Partially, if we're being frank, it might be due to some of that performance that even teams like them had in the Austin major. So, yeah, there's a lot riding on this tournament for this Ukrainian side, and for Tyloo, on the other hand, they're basically guaranteed an invite. The way the invites obviously work is that, the VRS regionally is what matters for the invitations, and sure, there's then some movement between what stage you might end up on, but that's only really relevant for a team like a 3D Max, which is guaranteed to make the major and just wants to make stage 2 or stage 1 of it instead. So for Tyloo, the pressure for them is very different. The pressure for them is, hey, this is a domestic LAN. Sure, it might not be the biggest LAN of the year that we're having. Obviously, we're going to have CAC later on as well by Perfect World and things like that as well, where they want to perform very well. But Tyloo have now won a pretty decently sized tournament. Not S tier, sure, within the Fissure events, but I'd say A+ is a comfortable way to put it. They came out champions over there, and over here, the expectations for them is to do the same.
Yeah, and the big thing will always just be about consistency for Tyloo, because we've seen in many different iterations from Asian Counter-Strike teams especially that you can have these big peaks and you can have these massive troughs that come afterwards, but sometimes they struggle to re-engage with that. I mean, even if you look at someone like the Mongols, they win a Thunderpick event, and then they're kind of hovering around just outside of playoffs for a little bit. Now they became a playoff team, and now they're winning big events. Tyloo want to kind of create a system for themselves where they can actually have that same sort of emergence into the proper contenders category. Tyloo starting though on this pistol, very aggressive, and a flash play that just ultimately doesn't pan out. That'll prompt Bait to move straight into this A play.
He's trying to peek up from behind the smoke. Is good for the 1 kill. Head trick trades, but Jam Young's the one to make a difference, as he all so very often is. Jam Young's sort of like with my HP, so keep an eye out for Mercury. And while Mercury's kept an eye out for them, both him and Musea strike into the round, and Tyloo will recover that lost bomb site almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, the initial flash play peak did feel a little early. They try and catch Bait just as they're priming for the assault, and even with that opener, Bait just get into that bomb site that sure they get the bomb plant down, but Tyloo gets some very key kills right at the start. So Bait can never sort of plant their feet, take root in great after plants, instead of just kind of left in limbo. So I mean, nice shooting for Tyloo. They don't get into that situation if not for that. But
one of the players that I always
capitalize on the right timing.
Absolutely. And one of the players that I always think it's important to keep in mind for Tyloo is obviously their sort of hidden man. Attacker, in my head, I'm going to get a little bit annoyingly nerdy over here, but, you've obviously seen Kuroko no Basuke, Michael, and in that, for anyone who's uninitiated to the anime world, there's a character the main character of the show even, who's basically just this invisible sixth man who's incredibly impactful, but is very rarely actually talked about or addressed. Attacker does sometimes feel that way for Tyloo, in the sense that he is most of the time the one doing a lot of the dirty entry work, being the one to initiate, very often being a consistent rock on a side as well if need be. He has been one of the most surprising re-entrants to the top end of Asian Counter-Strike for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I don't know if you could really call him invisible, considering he's so aggressive and, he comes away with multi-kills. He's an instigator. I get where you're going for, but the metaphor does break down a little bit. But I do agree, he's someone that actually just can be a difference maker, and, he goes from anchoring positions to very frequently being a space taker, especially on CT sides. He's someone that likes to make the counter action.
Bait right now with a force buy, a couple of Galils, and Mosea has to be careful not to be caught off guard. I think his barrel was showing, and Kentisor is never slow to punish. NPL comes in from the side as well, and now you have to watch out for that very same invisible man. He's trying to put on his cloak. Will he be going unchecked? Alex 6-6 is going to be able to take him down, and with this, it's the cleanest round from Bait that I didn't expect to see.
Yeah, they get absolutely trounced. I mean, some good initial mid focus, and then this quick collapse out to that A site where they'll just get run over by essentially Tech 9s. So, not a good start, not a good look. Man, I don't think Attacker's going to be. Hopefully, he's not going to be actually invisible in this game. But I think there is something to be said about Tyloo and where they currently sit. Sure, they win that Fisher tournament. You know, you talk about the range of opposition maybe not being, you know, S tier. You know, you say A plus. I'd maybe say A. And even that could be a little generous to some of the teams that were in attendance. But for them, they need to be able to beat teams of Bait's caliber and slightly above it if they want to, one, justify their own position in the VRS, but also grow as a team. You know, this is a fairly young team, and it has been for many of the different iterations. The addition of G also kind of brought their averages down to then also have Attacker, like you said, kind of re-enter the Asian Counter-Strike after being inactive and then being brought back. He's like the Olaf, essentially, of Tyloo, from benched to playing fairly consistently, and then, you know, players leaving potentially to other games as well. You know, this Tyloo team has had so many different reasons for things to either, you know, collapse, or maybe they don't think they're progressing in their career as fast as they should, but they've had a glimpse and a taste of victory, and for them, being able to run with that and have some kind of momentum in this year would be a lot for them to, you know, continue that pursuit. And effectively, they just need consistency to show for it.
And right now, with 3 players here on this B-bomb side, a couple of consistent shots would be good. G with 2 big ones make it 3!
What?
It's BG, and that's why we can't show it on stream. G, maybe a replay is what we'll get. NPL, good for a return, but Mosea's Molotov is enough to finish off what G'd already started. Feels like even that kill basically belongs to him. The smiling Opper of Tyloo has gifted them an impossible round.
I hope. Do we get replays? Is that...
Hit me, baby.
Oh my god, we've actually got it. Oh my god.
Woo. Ugh. Okay, that third one is just unreasonable.
They almost got collided as well from the second shot, which is mental.
A reminder of firepower. Not that really you need too much of one.
God bless production. Well, that's another force buy that's been won. Back and forth, this pendulum seems to go. One on Tex, one off a Deeg. But this is now full rifles that come out in the round to follow.
It's a faster execute from Bait, and they will be able to scale onto the bomb side. And with the kill onto G as he's trying to peek in through the smoke, his shenanigans have been sussed out. NPL didn't want to use the Molotov to try and stop anyone from pushing from the smoke. Now they've got 2 for the post spot. Position getting over for Attacker. Jam Young will be the second man in. Attacker good for the first kill, and as he's trying to just play distraction, make some noise out of Sentu, will be trying to play safeguard for the late round. Low on HP, so might want to take the peek initially. Molotov comes through, but not before he's gotten the kill. Attacker to trade. It's still really running out of time. Mercury is the one with a kit, and he doesn't feel nearby enough. Mosea with a quick kill. Attacker another. Alex 666 taken down, and it's not the bomb that's found in time. Mercury can't get it done.
Yeah, they stall. They wait so long to get back into this retake. Even though they find kills, they're late to get util out of their hands. And Beta just, they're waiting. they're not giving anything over too soon. They're forced out of positions based on the grenades that are thrown their way. Yeah, and Tyloo just losing track of the clock. I think it also was very lately communicated between them that Mercury was the only one that had a kit. You know, had those players coming out from CT had that piece of equipment, it could have made a world of a difference. Well, that's a pretty anticlimactic start to the round for Mercury. Very aggressive from the window, got that deep nade, but his presence in Underpass was expected. Just because of the way that both these teams won force buys, the fact they're able to lose rounds and then immediately get these strong buys sounds convincing they won those force buys, but this may be the most convincing round yet. Bait 2 entries, but G's answered back, and attackers nearby, they don't clear for him, so back to 3-on-3.
Action has to now be initiated by G. Attacker has changed my mind. Attacker keeps it going. Michael, this is the space taker. All from CT, and Kenzizor has been left alone. There's smokes, there's grenades, and an incendiary. What more do you need? A kit, that's what you need. And you won't have one. Kenzizor, that's his only real hope over here. It's another battle for time, but he's making a battle for blood. And blood is being spilled. Attacker, the last one to do so. Barely just getting on the bomb. And he's got it. 4 kills to his name on the retake. He starts and ends this round for Tyloo.
That's so absurd. What is happening in this game so far? I mean, so far we're having back and forth swing rounds off of force buys and some of the retained capital of winning that force buy, getting all guns out. It started off as a 2-entry round for Bait, and they're not meticulous. They don't clear for everything. And Attacker just has a field day. He hits some fantastic shots. But then this, Kenzie 1-on-3, like Mosea is past the smoke, I think confused about where that bomb is planted, but he knew Kenzie was inside of connector. I think, to be honest, I like that there's a match pause. I assume this is a technical timeout, but I think everybody just needs to take a moment to communicate with each other, because it does seem like things are kind of breaking on both sides. Neither has looked particularly clean of issues at the start of this game, and that's all the more evident just based on the fact that it has been one round won, one round loss pretty consistently.
We also get the rarity of swing rounds going the way of the CTs and resetting T-side economy as well, which is always nice to see some change.
Yeah, but they have the bomb plant as well, so do T's ever really get properly reset when they get bomb plants?
It's $3,000 for the most, for the maximum for them, so maybe.
Yeah.
Look,
they got 4 kills and a bomb plant. Nothing's ever really truly reset.
If there is one thing to take note of, it's that Bait have been getting onto bomb sites or into whatever area of the map that they outline as a key focus, right? Even in the round that they're shot down by G, it's not like they don't have access to short. In their own force buy initially, It's not like they aren't ready to fight back versus Mosea's push through as well. Bait are doing a good job of their first 30 to 40 seconds of setup. It's just a follow-up where Tyloo are fighting back.
Yeah. I mean, they're winning map control, but I think I will say Tyloo have not been challenging a lot of the map control. It has actually come down to a lot of these just late to mid-round site hits. So it's not like Tyloo are throwing spanners into the works. Beta are getting a lot of open space, and to be honest, that actually might be working against them. I think what makes Bait quite exciting, especially on maps like Ancient, I was kind of hoping that would be played in this series. But what makes them quite exciting is that they have pretty headstrong entry players. NPL is one that likes to barrel head first sometimes into fights, but when they get that kill, they immediately recognize open space elsewhere on the map that can be taken as a result of that entry. They read the next rotate, but if those kills aren't coming in the early stages of rounds, yeah, Bait sometimes do look a little skittish.
Solid word. Feels very accurate. Bait right now are going back to a Potential execute onto the B-bomb side. They're going to find Jamyoung incredibly lonely, but Jamyoung is often happy to be a solitary man. A D-flash with the T's already past it. He realizes what's coming his way. The smoke is now down. Reinforcements called over. Jamyoung needs the kills. Hides away behind the bench, and right now flashes are what he's dodging. Recovers just barely, and it's enough. Unfortunately, Mosea's delivery is insufficient, and Mercury is the same. Kailu locked out a dodge, and they might need to dodge the rest of this round. It is 2 to save, and Bait with a comfortable round win on a force spy. Michael, you were right. The T side never really does get reset.
Yeah, and CT sides can't win 2 rounds in a row. T sides can't win 2 rounds in a row. So far, the pattern has been Tyloo won the pistol, and no one has won won 2 rounds straight so far. It's staggering as well, because a lot of these rounds have actually just come down to sight holds. But I mean, in the modern day era, so much of the game is actually, aggression and, mid-control fights, trying to take timings on mid-takes, maybe extremities, double pushes. That's kind of modern Mirage, and, you're very infrequently going into like 5 versus 5 sight executes. But I think we've seen 4 so far this game. Or, 5-on-4 side executes. So frequently, Mirage halves can, come down and boil down to like 4-on-3s, 3-on-3s. Not this game, not so far. It's been very exec heavy. And so, Tyloo have been kind of ceding a lot of space to the Bait default, but they may have to be more proactive if they're going to be challenged on sites itself and they can't kind of provably stop it. They'll have to look for advantages elsewhere.
Tyloo might be feeling a little bit jittery themselves as well after that previous round, and whether they want to collect space into the B-bomb side. Now, that would be the right call. Attacker aggressively forward into aim in, or rather right outside of it. Would like to get information initially, though, but Beta not without options. They can always re-navigate back. Mosea, careful now. Peeks in, not expecting a player to be there, but G's here on the backstab. A savior before on a force spy. He hopes to do so again. Jamyoung's missed the timing of NPL. Doesn't quite give the call to G, and G's overrun NPL soon to get the double. As a result, Tyloo are going to be back into saving territory unless Attacker still has some fight left in him.
Nah, they're a little too far away from the action. Can't get into a reasonable position in time, and sure, they do have a kid on Attacker, but yeah, this is a lost cause. They had a good setup on short, actually. That sort of 1-2 punch between Mosea and G could have stopped Bait right in their tracks, but Mosea kind of jiggle peeks, not expecting there to be anyone there, but surely if you're jiggling the angle and you've got a player on short, that's the whole point, is that you're clearing as if there's going to be a fight. Mosea just didn't do that. I mean, he kind of gets caught quick switching, has to go on a secondary swing, and sure, G kind of alleviates that pressure, but he can't stop Head Trick from running him down. So a little bit of a misstep there from Tyloo. The setup was good. Bait were actually kind of falling into a trap, it felt like.
It does feel like this B-bomb side for Tyloo so far hasn't really seen the most production coming out from Mosea. I know he's sitting on 4 kills, which isn't bad for where the rest of the field ranks right now, but we've seen him falter at a couple of critical moments, even going as far back as Bait's first force spy win. And you do wonder if it's going to become a tendency. You'd hope not, but Bait are certainly exploiting it so far. Mercury out in the open. First fight taken, won, and retreated.
That's the in-game leader, by the way. Mercury just had the spawn and took the fight. I said they might have to challenge elsewhere if they want advantages, and with the one weapon, or one of their weapons rather, find a nice clean opener.
You would hope he gives that weapon to someone else. G's coming over to take it from him, so our hope would be at least quickly met.
The thing is now for Bait, I'm talking about some of these preconditions, some of the problems they have. Ugh, they just missed
Yikes.
a window smoke.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about some of these preconditions, and if you're going to see success, losing an opening duel like this, especially when you know that they retained a couple of weapons, these are the types of rounds that Bait can unfortunately shrivel up in.
They need to use a Molotov for CT, but the problem is they've used so many smokes early on, and that one wasted smoke could actually come back to haunt them. They won't have a top connector smoke, so they're going to be worried about that consistently. But Mosea, he's given up the jig.
Missed the timing on the jump spot too.
Yeah. But the call should be here soon for Tyloo to start rotating back over. They will have themselves a Molotov as well. And there's 20 seconds left on the clock, Michael. Mercury's got a flashbang if they want to take a peek. Mosea but needs to really win this duel. Won't be able to find it, but damage on the Sentinel isn't bad. A flash overhead will keep Attacker at bay, but Attacker is the one with Kit and Kevlar, so he's still going to be comfortable charging forward and taking some fights. It really does need to be Jamyang to activate sooner rather than later, though. NPL with 2, Sentinel with the same, and now Jamyang. Well, this is the problem with activating later. That USP is going to find absolutely nothing.
Could come away with a free kill, and will. Alex dead, but Hedrick will trade, and so there will be no saved weapon for Tyloo to carry forward. Bait winning consecutive rounds, and so a little bit of distance now being created. There was a real chance, and you're saying Mosea kind of gave away his position. He went for a jump spot. He didn't see them, but they also didn't see him. Palace player should have heard the jump spot from Ticket, but they didn't seem aware. They had Molotovs lined up for CT. They opted to throw them to jungle instead. Players weren't actually dialed in to Ticket. So his angle was actually completely unknown. And he had a real chance, I think, a real opportunity to kill the player on balcony. But once that kill kind of doesn't happen, Bait gather themselves in that moment and kind of create a hierarchy of who's going to fight first and who has to swing off that contact. And that was NPL to Essential. Both did a fantastic job of locking down the bomb site in the end. But see, those are the types of moments where, Bait actually do think that they've kind of soft stacked a bomb site after, considering they have 2 weapons and they found an opener. They think Tyloo have soft stacked a bomb site and they've made the wrong gamble. Only for Tyloo to play a little more spread than Bait were maybe anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, Tyloo ended up with 4 players on the B-bomb side, and then even then they stagger just a little bit when they see the Molotovs coming in onto A, just in case it's a fake or anything like it. And for Bait, this is a real opportunity to push the CTs down into the ground. Tyloo, should they not come out on top of this gun round, you're looking at a very convincing lead that can start to be built up for the Ukrainian side. He's all out and about, right in the open, and Attacker's doing much of the same, but the flashbang timings could not be better. NPL with a cell flash keeps Attacker blinded. Mercury is caught on an island, but man, he knows how to swim. And Jamyang's been left the oars to try and canoe his way back to shore. Peeks out, first kill was critical, and Essential comes out on top. He's had a few good moments, but it really has been an NPL show, as it often is with his Bait side.
Yeah, it can sometimes be NPL or bust, but yeah, I mean, just again, just a bit of a pace change this time from Bait, but they get a lot of the map control they're after. You can see Tyloo are trying something different, and I was kind of talking about the idea of them having to look for advantages. They have to try and take a fight, and they attempt to force that issue with Attacker, but the flashes were honestly not great from Tyloo, but also Bait were throwing a whole flurry at him.
Terrorists win.
So if that first prong is not going to be successful, then yeah, the rest of it seemed to break down quite quickly, and now G can't save his AWP, so they're in a bit of a pickle.
Jamyang has also consistently been forced off of his angles where he can try and have, multiple fallback patterns and be able to fight, or even just fight comfortably from one position, right? That's sort of what you know Jamyang for, and it's visible on the scoreboard and very clearly on the server. He's just not been able to produce so far whenever his bomb site's been hit.
Yeah, so much of Jamyoung's career, I think, actually has been more notably judged on his CT sides. You know, his M4A4 work is great. He's kind of given up on that. Boo. But he takes, like, good timings. He plays off angles. He's, you know, very reliable on those CT sides. It's actually been an uptick in his T-side output that's really been the difference maker for Tyloo as of late, and largely that's due to him being a more aggressive piece of this Tyloo roster, you know, serving as an entry and space taker on some maps, and, you know, Inferno is the most notable one where he's, you know, challenging the banana fight fairly consistently, where, you know, previously that was kind of a Mercury job.
Obviously, you look back towards that Fisher event that we always referred to earlier on as well. Jamyoung was a superhuman. There's
for sure
nothing else to say about it. He was unstoppable. There was no one in the entire tournament who felt like they could even hold a candle to him. But right now, Bait, they're dealing with a man who they have found Kryptonite for. But they need to make sure they don't trip over the henchman of the Force by Mercury. Gets himself a quick kill. There won't be a double, not with the follow-up flashes. Mosaic can add in a bit of spice to the mix, but this is not a particularly spicy dish being served from Tyloo. It should be Bait walking away with round number 7.
Well, spam from G is not too far off the mark, but even with all that harassment... Oh my, wait, Hedrick actually did offer up ahead. I didn't think he'd give them an inch, but now it gives them an opportunity to try and make this retake happen. Hedrick should have been a contingency in some capacity, but now with Jamyoung down G, a great shot, but didn't know about NPL's position. And so it will be a 7th round here for Bates. It does come damn close considering it's against those pistols.
G's been fierce.
I think Tyloo are in trouble.
And that's just going to get worse if they don't start winning here and now.
Yeah, they're not getting stalling utility out on executes. They're not, you know, there's essentially no disruptions to these execs that Bait are running aside from Tyloo getting kills. And that can obviously be a big difference maker, but you want the protocols to serve first, then kills come after.
Attacker responds, but he's got so much more where that came from. It's a swarm onto A, and this time he's not a multi-kill fiend. A deep Molotov keeps Mercury locked in, and not in the way the Zoomers talk about. It's a little bit more with bombardment on the side, and the only gun flashes in the smoke. NPL finds Mercury. That Molotov sails deep. And now comes a chance for Jamyoung. Can he take advantage of that Molotov? Can he take advantage of this timing? Sentinel is locked in completely, ready for a play to be made, but Mosaic is the one to play distraction in many ways. The Sentinel still close and personal will be spotted out. Jamyoung trades. It's a 1 versus 2. No smokes, no Molotovs. Nothing to lock out these players inside main. And when there's a molly on the bomb, he knows his time is over. A kill is nice, but that's not enough. Alex.
He picked up a smoke.
It's too late.
Yeah, still time. Alex will go down with the ship. Yeah, but that's about all that they could ask for. I mean, extra kills, sure, but they just need rounds. And it's so damn close. Yeah, I mean, they were in trouble from the start when they were struggling against these execs, when they couldn't at any point really stop them from entering a bomb site. You kind of highlight it in the opening 3 or 4 rounds, just the idea that Bait have got broken into sites and they've been winning a lot of map control. Tyloo are doing nothing to stop that. So I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up as a 9-3 half, but Mosaic may have other plans. A nice opener courtesy of a flash from attacker.
Double swing. Oh, Mercury's picked up yet another kill. 4 is enough to make a fight of things in the next, but it's not like Bait aren't happy with 8. It's in their name. G. Be traded just quite yet. In fact, it's his teammate that goes down, and with the bomb on the ground, G has found the critical kill. Make sure Bait don't even have a snowball's chance in hell of taking this round away. To the north side of NPL. does pick up the 1. It won't be enough. Tyloo find 4. The Bait will still be very comfortable going into the next half, especially considering they didn't win the pistol round, even if they did take home the force buy.
Yeah, that was one of the few rounds where Bait had like major mechanical failings, kind of across the board, where they had kind of kills lined up. They knew where players were. They were expecting swings, and they just didn't hit the shot. And Tyloo were able to capitalize on it. But I have to say the approach from Bait, the game planning so far has been very successful. I mean, the calls that they've been making on that T side, the fact that they were constantly breaking into bomb sites. There was a real weakness in Tyloo to effectively deal with just the anti-exec util. They didn't have HEs, they didn't have incendiaries, they didn't have flashes, they weren't flying through smokes. There was very little for Tyloo in terms of counter reactions in that CT side, which is a little worrying, but Bait picked this map understanding what potential flaws could be, I imagine, in that Tyloo game, and that seems to be one of them.
You need another pistol win. If you're Tyloo, Bait want to shut it down here and now, though. Alice 666 with the smoke and a kit. NPL with the brazen peak. Out goes utility. A-side execute. It's been Tyloo's bane, and they're hoping that they can deliver the same to Bait, but tax through the smoke will slow down Mosea. Scaling into CT spawn will not be easy. NPL, though, has to be careful. Could always be spammed right back, and he's the only second part of the spin circuit. And Cizor playing out for the early peak that they're expecting Tyloo to go for, but G's flash is held and primed, yes, but it will not be delivered just quite yet. It's going to be an overhead flash for the late round swing. Mosea with 1, Mercury makes number 2, and Jamyoung's finding recovery in form, giving the advantage to Tyloo. 3 versus 2, that entry from initial point has continued to be maintained, and NPL, who's been the only one to get a kill alongside a Sentinel, is still going to be put down. Tyloo find 5.
Yeah, they crack into the bomb site with some good util, and they have some left over as well to fight for spawn on a timing as soon as they hear some steps inside of CT, ready to triple swing out from ROPS and backside triple and just keep on fighting. And, Bait were heavily reliant on running in with numbers, but we looked at who was last alive. Nipple, that sort of one last player in from connector. Only one that didn't join them in spawn. So it kind of writes itself how successful that was. Good first piece of the puzzle, though, for Tyloo. Pacey aggression on that pistol. Let's see if this second half is as turbulent at the start as the first one was. A lot of force buys being won from both teams. So understandable investment choice here from Bait.
Do you still think the force buys for the CTs, if they don't get too many kills and whatnot, are worth it in the current space for where the game is?
I think because of the economy, you are going to be able to squeak out like 2 extra gun rounds if you don't force buy.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
But also the reward for winning a force buy is significant enough that you should, if you have 2 opportunities to force or not to force, you should take one of them. I think the upside is also, the upside is, 2x what the downside is, I think.
Okay.
But that's a whole philosophy thing. Every in-game leader and team will have different reasoning, I'm sure.
And different success rates as well, let's not forget.
Yeah.
Not everyone's got their hands settled on an MP9. Nah, I'm joking. Everyone's got their hands settled on an MP9. Who am I saying?
Yeah. Everyone's got their hands still on the weapons they brought into that round, though, for Bait. So they went for a force buy. They didn't succeed, but this is essentially another force buy.
This one,
which I know we are quite fond of.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in the wrong position, try again.
You believe in it once, believe in it twice.
Definitely not having to pay for it twice.
It's going to be a commitment to A this time from Bait. If B doesn't work, let's go A. That makes sense to me. Let's see whether Tyloo are going to be quite as amenable.
If they actually go B, that's crazy work.
That was really good. And Headtrick on Kenzizor has done more than just that. It's a 5 versus 3, bringing it down to 2. That's the problem with dealing with A-side stacks. They can still fight back if you're going in through short. There's only one road to safety, and that has been eliminated for all but Mosea. Mosea, assisted by Mercury initially, a quick pop through to try and go back over, recover the bomb, but it's his back that's been stabbed, and Alex 666 will finish off Mercury in much the same fashion. Bait, remind us why. Try again. Sometimes we try one more time and make it work.
Brother, that was not good. I mean, I hear what you're saying. You know, going up through shorts when con is something you have to worry about when there's A-side presence is always a concern, but they got chewed out, and they knew a player was inside of ladder. They were fighting above and around that smoke. They didn't try and bypass and break into the bomb site. They get stuck kind of in limbo, half between fights that they just know aren't great. Yeah, and Bait fully capitalized. So yeah, that retained force buy does finally break through, and Tyloo are now in a precarious situation economically. Should they bring in rifles, but Bait can now reset their money should they win here. It's been fairly cordial. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but there's kind of been like a handshake in early map control for both these teams. That when they've been on this T side, they've been getting a lot of kind of space for free. And
yeah. I'd like to think of people wearing top hats and monocles saying, "Oh, after you, sir."
Yeah, yes, you want some mid control? No problem. Not next time.
Humbug. They're coming B. And the problem is that Tyloo might be committing at the right time. NPL's rotation is going to be stalled, but Tyloo need to go now or never. Unfortunately, seems like never might be on the cards when a Sentinel is getting kills like this. Double kill quickly found gives space for NPL as well, but that space is now between his eyes as he's been shot right through his forehead. Headtrick makes his way back over, but him and Alex 666 are the ones with the weaker weapons. The Scout and a Mac will not be enough to retake the site comfortably. It has to be with the help of utility, and Headtrick is there to deliver. The HE finishes off G, and Jamyang and Mercury are left on the bomb site. It's Mercury to double up and finish up. Tyloo, despite being shot down at the initial phases, are still able to breach into the B bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, that double kill from Essential is massive, and it should have been the round kind of done from there. The initial prong of the assault gets completely stuffed. You have one player coming out of apps, another from short. This should have been the way that the round kind of breaks down, but NPL, I don't know why he swings out like that. You know, his teammate has done a fantastic job of stopping Tyloo in their tracks. NPL takes the most open sight line possible, and I think actually kind of gives them a fighting chance right back into the round. So, Tyloo run with that. If there was going to be someone to continue taking fights, it probably should have been Essential first. Anyway, maybe that's too micro.
No,
maybe
I think that's fair. Essential, obviously, man already have information on him, whatnot.
Yeah, discovered, and
you're just waiting for them to come
low on
through.
Ammo.
That's definitely could have been the swing kill. Maybe not everything that decides around for NPL, but yeah. He's had a fantastic map so far. 15 and 8 right now. But all will be for naught if they're not able to close, and Tyloo have a chance of a head to really try and pummel down in that CTA economy. That chance does not come for free. It comes after beating up Headtrick's AWP and a full buy around it. 45 seconds on the clock, Incendiary's down to interrupt. The interruptions cannot be made for A main. There's already a double set swinging out. Headtrick cannot peek forward. He knows that sandwich is going to be a little bit difficult to pierce through, and his shot being missed doesn't help. G and Mercury already finding kills, and you still have Insurance and Jamyang to be able to stop Essential's rotation. So this is Kenzizor and Headtrick's game to try and reclaim. Kenzizor able to find 1 and 2. Massive kills being found, but that player in the back of triple, he needs to take the peak soon. G's been locked away though. He's low HP and attackers taking up his trouble for him. Descends now from Palace into triple, and that's where he dies. Essentials not expecting a second man. Attacker plays it perfectly, and G is here to dunk down that alley-oop.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this round took so many different swings. From Alex trying to jiggle and take timings, hope for his teammates' reinforcement, got caught by a team flash at the start of the exec, to G burning Mosea with his Molotov. There were a couple of these swing moments, but, you know, fantastic work from Attacker, bringing this back into a salvageable situation and creating enough room, even if he just gets laid out by Essential, that G can kind of close the round. One stray bullet there from Essential, even if his aim wasn't completely on, and G is a dead man. That couldn't have been a closer moment. G needed that instant headshot.
Very tough.
Well, there's that invisible man. There's that invisible man Attacker doing what he does best.
It's just these multi-kill rounds that he just delivers out of the blue.
Yeah, I know.
This was a man confined away from Asian CS, basically. Never thought I'd see him back on a Tyloo or a top team. He only comes off the back of a failed super team and a lack of options. Little did they know the real super team was inside Tyloo all along, which isn't too surprising considering the size of their bench.
Damn.
That's not to say that they're not out of deep water. Eight have stacked the right area of the map. And it's all on the back of Alex's push forward head trick, and he gets some shots in. Yes, he can. Might not be the G performance yet, but it's not been asked for. Tyloo have slowed down and stopped in their tracks. They need to find a way to get back. It feels like getting onto the side is going to be nearly impossible. Sentinel still with an AK. Sentinel's found yet another one. And you're running out of options. Tyloo are running out of chances. They, as well, are going to be on the receiving end of an economic reset.
Are they going to lose every gun and give every single one of them over to bait? It could well end up that way. We got what? 4?
2 AKs and an off.
Yeah, 4 weapons ain't bad. Coming out around like that.
Yeah.
What has happened this game? Why can no one win versus a 4-spy? Tyloo are definitely the worst for it so far. I think they've lost, what, 3? 4? I think Bait are at 2.
Yeah. Tyloo also lost 2. Too many, that is.
That's what I'm saying. I think Tyloo have lost 4.
Yeah.
And Bait have lost... Yeah, Bait have lost 2.
I was just making a bad joke, Michael.
Yeah, but you're right. It's too many.
Attacker comes in. It could be time to fight back. He's got the AK. He's scaling up onto the side. There's no one here but Essential. He's not going to be enough. The Tech 9 to the head. Mosea with the drive-by.
Good nade. I don't know if it'll be enough to justify them coming back into the site for the retake, though. I mean, they've got good utility. NPL knows he's kind of stuck in a weird spot, and Hedrick is distancing himself. NPL's got to win this independently if he's going to win it at all. Because escaping will be incredibly difficult. And so he doesn't. Well, that's the 3rd one for Bait.
You know what?
I cannot tell you how much this is physically hurting me.
I will tell you this, Michael. Say whatever you want about Bait, but this is a very respectful team, Michael. They go to a new country, they go to a new region, and they respect their culture. They try and embrace their traditions. When in Asia, do as the Asians do and lose to 4-spies.
I just can't believe it's happened so much. And it's another one of these issues where it feels like communication is kind of broken down. Like, as a short player, you should be clued into your timings from either your window player or your connector player as to what can or cannot happen to you on short. And Kenzie has just completely turned the wrong direction. And maybe the comms were there, but he didn't listen. I don't know. I'm trying to justify it from their point of view, but things are not looking good here for either team here on Mirage.
All force buy losses are not created equal though, and Bait will be able to afford up another buy as a result of them keeping 5 alive and saving so many weapons in one of the earlier rounds.
Yeah. Actually kept value in that AWP for Hedrick, so an extra retained capital is going to prove valuable. Tyloo look like they're setting up for an execution, some sort of convergence from Palace and Connector, which feels unconventional, but it's the right move. I mean, Bait don't have the best presence to actually keep eyes on Palace. They've got this double ramp set up, but Tyloo need to be aware of that too.
It's a slow call forward, NPL. He's the only one to try and cover it, and now Hedrick feels like he's being cornered in. He's been spotted out, misses his shot, and there's no reason to peek back over, none whatsoever. They've got flashes to try and delay, but they instead use them to aggress forward. They've got an idea that it might be 2 players, and it's 2 on either side. One of them finding a kill. Kenzie Zor has been a critical member of the past few rounds, and a double kill over here is going to make him much the same. Jamyoung fights back, still on the bomb site. Mercury to cover the cross. HE will not be finding anyone. Mercury spots the player out, looking the other way. Sentinel gets given a fair duel, but Jamyoung around the corner is where he's making his mark. There's no smoke ready. Kenzie Zor gets another one. The bomb wasn't planted for Mercury. He had to take the peek.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, he knew he was in trouble. He just hoped that that bait and switch between him and Jamyoung worked out. But Kenzie Zor put it together, expected that player to wrap him round triple, and recognized where that bomb was planted for and where it wasn't. Mercury forced to make that decision, but that double spray down from Jamyoung almost salvaging this round. Bait had great positions. They were dividing the post plant. But those shots from Kenzie could not have been more valuable. Where there's one double, there's another. Well, 11-9. 2 more rounds here for Bait to close out on their pick in the series. But they will have to also be extra cautious. None of these rounds has been easily dismissed. When there's techs and deagles, especially when there's rifles involved, things get ugly.
It is Bait's own map pick. They would like to finish it off in whatever style is allowed of them, even if it is ugly. Tyler, we're treating this much like a gun round. It is a default spread across the map. They are ignoring their 2 Tech 9s, which might be the best call.
Yeah, I think we also, painted this picture of 3D Max maybe being the favorite coming into this tournament against Linvision, and it definitely gave us a good look earlier on. But people will look at, European teams that come over to lands in Asia and think, oh, they must all be the favorites. But I'd actually argue that Tyloo are the favorites over Bait, given the amount that Bait have kind of capitulated and sometimes struggled to scale up.
I don't even know if there's much of an argument about this one. Tyloo should, on paper, be massive favorites coming into this one. Right now, those massive favorites are trying to break onto the A-bomb set with little to no success. Mosea and G still fight back, though. And with a shot miss from Hedrick, attacker can scale. The invisible man molotoving back over to the AWP, and Hedrick, well, he's just going to lose his head. Tyloo fully take advantage of a CT AWPer who's really just not hitting shots.
Through hook or by crook, I don't know how every one of these rounds just breaks.
Forcing?
Yep, they're forcing. And I'll be honest, I can't even blame them. The way this whole game has been, I can't blame either of these teams for justifying continuous force buys. Even if it could lose Bait the game.
It's going to be a crunch called out from Bait and Tyloo. I like what they're doing. This time they're playing it much more slowly, and even if there's information about one given over, I don't think the bomb was completely spotted.
No, it won't be. They're contacting it.
Yeah.
You see, Bait are completely unaware. They're still going for this crunch timing.
And Jamyoung is here to deal with it. Now that he's revealed position, they need to fight into him. They do at least fight back, but even going over for the AK will just be more time for Tyloo. That's time they're not taking good use of, though. It's a slow scale onto the bomb site. Mosea, with a smoke down and top con, will be able to find one more. Kenzizor hidden behind that smoke, and Mosea is just sailing like boss and making no secrets of his intentions. Beta going to move back and save. At the very least, they come out of this round with more than what they went into it with.
Yeah, this will put them in a really tricky position, though. You know, do they invest around these weapons and try and strengthen what little they bring into that following round? Again, I actually cannot blame teams for continuously buying into this game. Or do they hold their cash and maintain a follow-up investment, maybe almost resigning the idea that Tyloo could take the lead? I think there's good arguments for both. And ultimately, the decision tree, this is where the branches split, and Bait are going to have to make that tough decision, because one of them will be the right call, but you'll only find out after you do it. I think Tyloo are also maybe discussing what Bait's options are, but also maybe hammering in that they just need to get past 3 rifles and a couple of pistols. Bait are going to take the more conservative approach. They save 3 weapons. They don't invest much further.
Am I wrong to be even more scared by this?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel.
I've got a couple of flashers, and they're really going to have to put them to good use. It's a 4-man stack on the A bomb site, with Kenzizor still providing threat out from connector. Inside the smoke of B is NPL.
Nice fight inside of the B apartments that I'm very concerned about. The rest of the squad is fairly divided, but noise has been made, and Mosea has won his fight over at B, so that will distract a little further. Headtrick does retake back into the window room. They were hoping that Jamyoung could siphon rotate, but now Tyloo are going to feel fairly divided. 1-for-1 exchange again, and it's Alex on that USP that finds the trade. They're not busted up enough to capitalize on this chance, but now Mercury dealing with Alex. There's a bit of runway towards the safe site.
Deep Molotov is good. It'll be putting Headtrick out of position. Also shows them where exactly he is, and a grenade is going to continue to keep him honest. There's a bit of chance and time given over to Kenzizor to start making his way through, but with Headtrick down, G's been covering off CT as well, and he's not one to miss. Bait will have one more buy, but Tyloo find map point first.
This will be the danger. You know, Bait have held the lead. I mean, an 8-4 half coming into the CT side. I wasn't sure Tyloo were going to actually have what it took. They weren't necessarily shooting better than in that first half. They weren't exactly being proactive. They're making good counter reactions, but Tyloo on their own executes and some of their own space taking has been very successful, and it's just really been about these force buys on both sides. Have been the major hiccups. Tyloo going to go for another exec, and this time it's a B-side split. NPL full flashed, and he actually cannot recover his vision in time to help with this sight hold. It's just Essential that sits at the back of the bomb site trying to dance for his life, but he just can't. His feet can't move quite quick enough. Bait just having to rely on NPL and Headtrick. And now just NPL to try and bring this round back, but Mercury's in prime position. It will be a closeout by Tyloo on Bait's map pick, a 13-11 scoreline, but this was far from a convincing game from either side.
Gotta say though, so many good multi-kill moments coming out for Tyloo, and obviously, you know, Bait had a few of their own as well. But Mercury, we call him the question earlier on today, Michael, that hey, maybe he's not quite the same fragging IGL, but at least on Mirage he's able to deliver. Whether he can for the rest of the series, separate question. But he steps up when Tyloo need him the most, right? Jamyoung's not having a good time at the start of the game. It really felt like it was G with this one Deagle round attacker with his multi-kill as well that really spurred Tyloo CT side forward to any realm of possibility. But even though Tyloo were the ones maybe losing more force buys than not, it felt like Bait dropped the ball here.
Yeah, no, I would wholeheartedly agree with that. I mean, listen, Tyloo had to worry about, especially towards the end of this game, losing to some of these force buys. But Bait had to worry about that themselves. You know, they were not innocent of that same outrageous claim. They fell victim to the same types of buys, and it was really the one towards the tail end where it was like, what, 2 rifles, 3 Tech 9s, where they start off, I think, in a 5 versus 3, and then it immediately becomes like a 3-on-2.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think how quickly some of these rounds fell apart for Bait, even when they found some advantages against those force buys, because that's usually how teams close out those types of rounds, is by finding those, you know, significant man advantages and just using the numbers and equipment you have to outmuscle your opponent.
And just a reminder, this was, of course, their map pick, right, Michael? And this is where I do start to wonder, hey, Bait, now that they're given all of this time to be able to prep and practice more because they're not having to grind online CS all the time and whatnot, maybe it's time where you put some question marks towards, you know, what the leadership positions and coaching staff, you know, be it NPL, be it their coach, be it whoever you want to maybe ask a question of, comes down to saying, hey, it's rounds like these where you generally do look out towards team structure to bail you out of these anti-force buys. And yes, a couple of them you will lose, right? That's just a fact of the matter. But maybe not as many as it ends up being in as many advantaged positions as well as it ends up being.
I think what could be tough about Mirage is that, you know, not unlike Ancient or Dust 2, there's just a lot of map to cover, and you can't always be shoulder to shoulder. You have to sometimes take individual fights, and that's where I think both teams did get kind of exposed, but they also didn't try and take timings to constantly play in you know, forward positions. They couldn't cover all the map, but they could reinforce certain areas to make the rest of the map slightly easier to hold. And there were a couple of rounds like that from Bait. The one where they were double ramp on the AWP and the rifle, that still became a 1 versus 1 towards the end. And I think, you know, ultimately a lot of these rounds did end up coming down to clutches, and it's a shame because it's so early in the tournament that I almost want to be excited for how many clutches and close situations there were, but there were so many errors in the lead up to those rounds that it became very, very much a conversation about who would make less errors in the long term.
I think over here, one of the good things to take away, though, is that, you know what, both IGLs topping out their respective scoreboards. Mercury able to have some really good step-up moments in there as well, be it some random aggression points that we weren't able to see from the rest of the team when it came to contesting map control early on. Tyloo still have a lot of work to do, and Bait could swim to shore yet. Coming up next is going to be Overpass, a map that we haven't seen really anything from Bait on. Can they debut with a big win? Let's find out after a break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. We're going to be heading into map number 2 between Tyloo and Bait in the Perfect World Challenges series. Map number 1 going the way of Tyloo, surprisingly-ish, kind of. I don't know. It was a weird map, Michael. It was Mirage, and I'd like to put it behind us as we go into Overpass. Bait's never played it before, which is not reassuring, but also maybe is reassuring. There isn't prep. There is, isn't much research to do. What are we thinking about Overpass?
I think if I'm trying to contextualize it with the types of players that Bait have, I think this should be a good map for them. If I'm thinking about the way that Headtrick likes to AWP, if I'm thinking about the way that NPL likes to play, it kind of favors those types of players. And even Essential and the way that he plays is sort of like in anchor positions. This is a map where a lot of those skills are going to be translatable quite well. So for me, I think this should be a good map for Bait. I'm a little apprehensive, obviously, because of the fact that there is no demo to look at. But it's also kind of a leap of faith that Tyloo are taking in doing that as well, because I mentioned this for the 3D Max game and Linvision, but there are a lot of teams that are just kind of avoiding picking Overpass and Train, and just also kind of hoping that their opponents don't pick it, because everyone's flying a little blind with the low sample size, and everyone's putting in work behind the scenes to make sure that map is not a total liability in their map pool, but nobody actually knows if it'll work in officials properly.
Which, to be fair, it does feel like is the ideal kind of map to try and make your home map if you're, one of these secondary region non-European teams that are still trying to be able to fight their way into the top 10 of the world Counter-Strike, right? You look out towards, and this is obviously a very different example, but you think back to complexity of last year and how they were in Vertigo. definitely a map that helped them prop up in a lot of victories as well. If Tyloo can make Overpass that kind of map, then yeah, I would like to see it, but that's still a very big if. And when I do revisit Mirage and I do look over the issues they were having in Mirage, namely on the CT side, where, you know, they were being swarmed by executes and not being able to get stopping utility out, like you pointed out, but generally not really ceding, rather not really contesting map control in any major way. Overpass can really screw you if that's what you're going for.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But it's also a map where you don't... I think the options are just so open that you don't actually need to contest map control. Like, T-sides have to expend so much utility just to clear things, to get into a default round state, that CT sides actually don't need to properly contest, because there's a lot of precursors and a lot of notifiers as to what your opponent is doing. Like, you're running with information essentially quite often, even if you don't challenge for it. So I think Overpass is one of the few maps where, because of the design of it and how many options there are for CT sides to be aggressive, there is constant, there's almost constant feedback as a CT side as to what your opponent is doing. It's, especially in the early stages of a round, you know, often late, you know, contact plays and, you know, maybe cheeky plays around smokes. Those types of things are going to happen, and they're going to make the rounds far more difficult to anticipate. But the opening segment does feel a little bit more like an information exchange.
This man on your screen over here, though, Michael, that is for sure, needs to step up. Headtrick did not have a good Mirage at all. And it's not just the stats, because those are pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but even just looking at the positions he was put in, there are positions to succeed. Playing from CT, watching out for people peeking from A main with the AWP at the ready. He was given resources, he was given positions and opportunities, and unfortunately wasn't really a difference maker in map number 1. Coming into Overpass, he needs to perform.
Yeah, and they'll hope that he can step up to that plate. First map of Overpass for this bait roster, and they'll start their guns red hot immediately. NPL, an opening kill inside of the connector, and he has Headtrick to try and cover his flank, but NPL will escape from connector while Headtrick will stay. That A bomb site is right for the picking.
Kenzie's already easily gooshed up, and he was really the first line of defense. That line of defense has been crossed over. Headtrick coming back over, and Attacker wants to try and get him on the swing. The double peek, and Attacker is the one to get the kill. Suddenly the CT retake feeling a little bit more dry. NPL's double dualies. Leading in the back line with Sentinel alongside NPL, good for one more, but that's all he gets. Jamyoung somehow has put up a mighty defense. I need a replay.
Yeah, well, you can only hope that we get it as well, because, you know, Jamyoung with 4 kills in that pistol round, he's someone that we will continuously look to on this Tyloo roster, and especially after the Fisher event where, you know, you mentioned it earlier, he kind of went superhuman. People are looking at him, and have been for quite some time. I mean, that's disgusting. As a star player. They've looked at him as a star player, more frequently on, you know, kind of a lurking star player.
Yeah.
But a star player nonetheless. The Fisher event was evidence of just how high he could go. And I think most fans of him and Tyloo are hoping that they see that a little more often. Flash primed for a monster contact play.
Fantastic. That's a good trade. Let's not forget the plague of 4 spies that was spreading across both teams on Mirage. That's a
Surely that
place.
was just a Mirage thing, though,
Surely,
right? Surely that's...
right? We're never going to
yeah.
see that again.
Yeah.
They're not going to walk into 3 players over here on the CT side who are still stacked up with the gun stolen back as well. With 40 seconds, Michael.
No, who would?
3 players are coming through Monster. You couldn't tell that was sarcasm in our voices, and it might be warranted. Jamyoung making his way over. Headtrick has an opportunity to shine, and he is ever so bright. NPL plays containment. Jamyoung! You can't be doing this back-to-back quads. Put this man in a gym, because he be carrying.
Oh my god. I mean, the first couple of kills are nothing to write home about, but it's these following where they hunt down the trade, they know where he is, and Headtrick gets his head rocked. Jamyoung with back-to-back 4Ks. An 8-0 start. That's how you stop a force buy.
Yeah. I agree with you, Michael. God. Very often when we're commentating online, we don't get a replay function. I'm really glad we do now.
Yeah, no, I get that. Good procedures here for Tai Lu. Take some contact over at long, but they don't miss throwing the utility as well to make their fights a little easier. They've every reason to be afraid of buys like this, and there's another quick reminder. Nipple from behind catches Mosaic, and that's a gun that could be recovered later on. They're even taking a lot of damage just on their progress towards this top side, and with all they lose their Space Taker and the SMG, Jamyoung will be there to trade. So we'll get into an after plan. It's still 3-on-3, however.
Resmoke is going to be very helpful.
And they're going to be constantly worried about that flank because NPL got that kill on the flank. There's no way he didn't pick up that weapon, but he diverted his route, and he's looked to join the rest of the squad.
Border kills for Mercury as well, just being able to farm up. Let's not forget, as pretty as Jamyoung might have made that round seem, there was still a lot of damage being dealt. So anything extra that Mercury can get for Tai Lu and take home for the next round is going to be very important.
Yeah, they're just expecting that NPL went to save that AK, but he sticks around for a kill, and while he won't succeed, Mercury won't survive to see the next round. 3-0 start here for Tai Lu. It does get a little bit precarious, but they don't falter. And now the buy for bait. A chance for Headtrick on that AWP to start ringing out here on Overpass. I wanted to forecast and predict how I thought these players would do, and so that is how I expect Headtrick to perform. Mainly on that CT side. T side, who knows?
She had a pretty good game in the previous one for the CT side. A few critical moments with the Eagles and a couple of good kills with the AWP as well.
An airstrike that just landed right above Kenzie, and he didn't seem like he flinched at all. He took 70 damage for 3 nades sailing over to him.
Jump spot. Tai Lu are slowly but steadily making their way back over towards the A-bomb site. Fighting in for Divider might be the call, but to do so means you also have to trespass into Headtrick's territory, and they will divert away. Smoke is really good. It forces Headtrick into a position where he can't cover Divider without overcommitting into toilets. And with a Molotov there as well, NPL can't aggress forward. Jamyoung has called this for himself, likely. It's going to be a beautiful setup and a beautiful first kill. Does he expect there to be more? NPL, I think he might have made noise on the swing, and even if he didn't, Jamyoung's eyes and hands are a little bit too sharp for him now. 2 kills on A, go to B, and that's where Alex and Essential are. Jamyoung is being given a challenge. Be everywhere, all at once.
He has to carve out a path. He has to create an opportunity for them elsewhere on the map. I mean, he got these 2 kills inside of A, and right now there's just been constant resistance from the rest of the bait roster. Jamyoung, timing's not quite hit, but he catches Kenzie on a jump, and he heard that player rotating spawn, but he can't adjust his spray in time. It's G to find the trade, and just barely, a second too late to punch in those digits. Essential runs, and G did not have time. It was so damn close. And Jamyoung giving them a fighting chance, regardless of how terrible the B assault ended. He almost created another opportunity out of nothing.
Listen, I don't know if maybe I'm, minimizing things or whatever, but it feels like kill Jamyoung, win round is kind of a viable strategy with the way things are going.
Yeah. I mean, I was having problems earlier on with, Body and Exorcise being the only ones that seem to be fragging for 3D Max at a certain point in time. Surely it can't just be Jamyoung. He will require some assistance.
Flashback's good. Alex is trying to peek out. Mercury gets the kill, though. That's a really cute play attempted from Tai Lu, by the way. They were trying to stop the initial monstrous spawn smoke with the Molotov.
Yeah.
But I think it was just missed.
Yeah, that it has become very meta. People are using a spawn Molotov to stop the spawn smoke because it typically bounces off the edge of the railroad tracks or sometimes on top of them. But it has to land on that second set. If it lands on the first, then you've missed it.
I think the smoke is also missed, though. NPL gets himself another one, make it 2, but it's not going to be enough. At least it gives them a good amount of information at the right time. 45 seconds left on the clock. They of course, did not spot the bomb, but with the Sentinel closing in from behind, that should be enough.
Yeah, scared to give the game away, though. If Essential makes his move too quick and gets taken down, then life gets difficult.
They'll declare this. No, they won't. 45 seconds. Only one place to go, and it is forward attacker able to find another critical kill. Kensizor trying to play in to safeguard, but there's enough time to try and clear around. He takes the fight to Tai Lu instead, leaving attacker alone. One-on-one, but that's only temporary. It'll be converted to 2 very soon. He's able to get the conversion himself first. 5 seconds on the clock. Needs to get the bomb planted. It's too late.
Still
no,
too
barely.
late.
Just in time, perhaps? Yes, it is. Essential around the corner. It was barely a millisecond left, but Essential doesn't care. He can win the round the normal way.
Okay, that's... it barely takes you... It takes you 4 seconds, right? And the timer has been a little... Yeah, just under. But the timer has been a little hard to forecast. We'll adjust. But it does come damn close. A chance there for attacker, but nice sharp shooting from Essential. I mean, didn't overplay his hand from the flank. Never overswung. Understood that his teammates had safety in the bomb site and that them rerouting through connector essentially would have heard everything, especially with the time running low. So he was in prime position to lock down that round and finish the job with it. Yeah, well, the Molotov has missed again. Tai Lu.
And this time the smoke hasn't been missed, so...
Yeah, this is the thing with the opening of the skyboxes. Overpass was never really an issue for this map, but there are spawn smokes from every spawn on CP side for Monster. It's a hard timing to beat.
Position to head, straight spots out the shadow. It's a difficult deal to win when it's Jamyoung on the other side. The aggression will give them the trade, but 6 bullets for G is all he'll have to try and take the next fight. NPL on the other side. A flash would help, but I don't think there's one coming over. He's just going to be able to get the deals. No! A team flash, in fact, is what ends up catching him blind. Attacker takes him down with some difficulty, but not nearly as much as warranted. Kensizor still fighting back with the MP9 above the smoke. There was a reset of that smoke, but it goes too deep. The CTs will be able to sail right past. Mosea is caught in 2 minds about where to go. And as he tries to recede, Kensizor again with the MP9 is the one to find fruit. Smoking off with a flashbang out for long would be good, but they prioritize one for the bomb instead. This could play the attacker's favor, but he needs to get the kills on the second player. He can't find either one of them, and the bomb defuse comes out yet again. Bait, it's another round where it felt like they had let it slip through their fingers, but they'll win on a 1v1.
Yeah, that's... First off, it's insane that they break into a bomb site like that when they're on a low buy. Again, these force buys just become so close. But in the 3-on-3, when there are smokes down, what is Mosea doing? He's not looking at smokes. He's not positioned himself. He's looking on the floor. He's doing 360s inside of that bomb site, and his teammates are in good post plans. I think he came to the realization that he just wasn't, but he did so far too late, and he did probably the worst thing he could have done. He kind of put himself between those two ideas and just got caught in no man's land. It's absurd, unusual. They should have never been in that position to begin with, but they should also close out when they get into that spot.
Yeah, I mean, the only way you can even find a rationale for it is maybe his teammates are just giving him the wrong call of where a gun is or something, right? But yeah.
Even still, even if you know that there are guns around and there are smokes down, you've got time to stall on the bomb site, and you just stick to what gun you have. If you can't find it, you can't find it.
Right now, Tyloo, they have been pushed backward with a very well-timed smoke on the short. Kenzizor is going to be able to put himself inside that smoke, and as the flashes go forward, their defense will have to come in through short. But when Jamyang and Attacker are taking control of the site through Monster, what can you do about that?
Yeah, damn. That's a hell of a crunch. And Bait had solid positions to try and combat that. But they don't fight for just one avenue. They try and fight both, and they get destroyed. If those initial fights don't go their way on two different fronts, then where are you supposed to try and bunker down and find a trade?
I do appreciate
great
that
little execute.
Tyloo have stopped putting Jamyang on lurking positions because he's just getting multiple kills and then they lose a round, right? Just come with us, Jamyang.
It is what he has been doing kind of across their map pool. So I'm kind of surprised at the start of this game, and in one of the rounds they tried to do like that fake B hit, that he kind of went back to lurking, but that might also just be a little bit of muscle memory for Tyloo.
I think that was a real B hit. Just ended up coming to A because Jamyang got all those kills and they died on B then.
Well, yeah, no, true. It was a real B hit, but you know, the fact that Jamyang is alone in the bathrooms, that's very old. That's very old Jamyang.
That's gotta show off that he can still do it. 4-3 though for Tyloo, and they'll always be in a good position to push back the CT economy when every single one of the Bait rounds has been with one player alive, if I'm not wrong.
Wait, every round the Bait have won.
Yes. It's been one player alive.
Ooh. That's tough. It's a weird quiz for me.
Don't worry, I'm checking. I got this one.
I don't think that's right.
Nope, that's right. Every round they have won has been with only one player alive. So your economy is going to be whammed down immediately. No amount of updates are going to help you over there. Some things are just meant to be. Util damage exchanged in connector. But Attacker is single-minded. NPL has to be dealt with, but it's essential who's found a kill elsewhere. Mosea will hit the deck, and Kenzizor through the smoke and the wall will be able to find a favorable trade. Tyloo are reset, and map control isn't favoring them.
That's a damn good spam from Kenzie. I don't even know what he lined it up with, or just went off the radar and what his teammate called, but it's a key kill to find. If they were 4-on-4, I mean, Overpass is a map where there are opportunities even when you have a 5-on-5. So it'd be hard to cover everything. Timing for Hedrick not worked in his favor. Aggression, but Jamyang's kind of ahead, and playing from the front side of bathrooms. Alex had near to no idea, but they heard the util sailing out, and I think Alex turned away, maybe anticipating a flash. Mercury is 1v3, and that SMG up close, he'll deal with that first, but he's worried about getting boxed in.
Saving has its merits as well, but if he can find the kill onto either one of these players, game is very much back on. The problem is he's not ready for Kenzizor's repositioning. Really nicely done. Showed himself off initially from back dice and then creeps out too long.
Yeah, I mean, very active move there from Kenzie. I don't even think he might have jump spotted. Yeah, or actually, no, he threw a flash from the site. Got his kill from connector, right?
Yes.
So that reposition is a very strong one.
Tyloo Buys continue. Anything short of a bomb plant, and they might be put to a stop after this.
Miss Molotov for back fountain the T-side steps, so Tyloo actually aren't deterred from going for this faster timing over towards long. In fact, they're going to barrel all the way out, and Bait will not be within earshot. They will have no idea that this is a timing that could be hit, and they'll be behind by 3 or 4 seconds as to what they should expect from Tyloo.
Especially because you also have, at the same time, contact being made in through fountain into bathroom. The attacker is very close. Headtrick is to lose his life, even if it is against expectations. But attacker moves past him. Headtrick will die to Messiah instead. They say bomb site has been monopolized. A retake over here might be very good advice with NPL going through the incendiary. He's just feeling hot regardless. 1 kill, 2 kill. They're all falling down. And with retake util available for the CTs, they are going to commit to this one. Kenzis are trying to swing out wide for the corner. It's a sloppy spray, but Jamyoung isn't one to punish. Not this time. Mercury's left alone. A Tech-9 is only friend, and Kenzizor comes through with another triple. Important kills, but you have to say NPL finding those two is everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And without his effort, jumping through that incendiary, there's quite a lot of players that just simply would not make that move. And to be honest, if NPL had died, it would have seemed like what people could categorize as like a stupid death or a bozo death. But it's a massive swing moment, because if he dies, he probably just calls his teammates to save. Like they don't have a threat from the other side of bathrooms. The afterplan positions from Tyloo could be very strong. They could have still had, you know, Molotovs. They were behind smokes. They could have called a save from that. But NPL's play is both heroic and bold. And it's exactly what Bait needed in that moment. That's why I love and have been quite enraptured with this Bait roster for quite some time, is that this redemption for NPL from effectively a Na'Vi reject. They brought him up from the academy, thought, he's got some potential, then chucked him aside.
Yeah.
Only for him to start in-game leading and fragging hard.
True.
Like, that's about the best way you can try and argue. Maybe Na'Vi made a mistake.
A lot to love about Nipple, but let's see whether he can keep giving us a reason to love him. This might be Bait's toughest test in many ways so far. But as Flash has come out to counter out the push from Tyloo, it has been an effective stopping measure. Alex speaks out, Links are found, but unfortunately the T's are finding out sometimes it's the CTs that hit harder. 3 AKs, yes please.
Yeah, it's hardly as pretty as the last time they did a full execution on that B-bomb site. Went 1 for 3 when they had, you know, Galils and a couple of AKs, but here on these techs, try and run past smokes and Bait cut them down. Kenzie with 4 kills in that defense. And he is thriving right now. Sort of that secondary rotate from the B bomb site to A. He's been doing a great job.
And that's not always the case for Kenzie Swar. Ever since he's come into the team, it was always supposed to be this level up in firepower that Bait apparently sorely needed. But it's good to see him being able to perform in a situation like this on a new map. This is the first time they're debuting it. Bait are looking quite comfortable on the CT side, outside of a couple of squeaky rounds. It's been pleasant to watch. Bait this time over are going to be getting aggressive out towards long. Jamyoung playing containment back there for 2 players. This would be prime time for Tyloo to make a commitment, but with Jamyoung going down and them not having gone through the monster tunnels, yeah, they've missed prime time on all ends.
Well, there could be another one offering its services. Mercury, a chance. Kenzie got his one behind Mercury, and Nipple there to trade. That could have been a way back in there for Tyloo. 2 players walking down con quite late in the round. But Nipple now proves to be a thorn in their side. And to be honest, this is a good argument to try and save these weapons here if you're Tai Lu. That won't be difficult though. Mosea inside of short looked like a dead man walking, but Nipple's given away a 4-on-2. I feel like they try it now.
You have to, surely.
Smoke flash Molly. I'm gonna go for a very late plan.
Well, this Molly would have been perfect. Mosea decides against it. G's just playing full contact and Hetrick turns away. He's got the 5-7 in his hand. He's worried. The Molotov comes out deep. A couple of seconds earlier, Hetrick would have been a dead man. Bomb is now going to be planted as well. Incendiary HE is good damage from the U2, but it's not going to be enough as they are too late to dial in the digits. Man, a little bit earlier on that Molotov, and that round would have been completely different.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, there's a couple of things that Hetrick and Tai Lu did in that last 10 seconds that was a little peculiar. You know, to Hetrick, he's actually, I think, starting to think they are saving. You know, from a 2-on-4, there's no noise anywhere at the 15-second mark. They might just be saving, but yeah, the Molotov could have kept Hetrick around so that he cuts G down the cross. We don't know, right? So definitely hard to say. Well, this is far from a premium buy here for Tai Lu with the last round of the half.
He also looks away in a position where he could have feasibly just had the better of Kensizor. They are in a comfortable 4 versus 3.
Yeah, started to be more aggressive on the CT side as well. You know, the instigation, some of the pushes out towards Monster. We've seen, you know, Essential in position. We've seen now Alex here. Seen Nipple as well get into a couple flanks. They're being far more proactive here on the CT side. And it's really stopping Tai Lu. Uh-oh. Alex should know what's coming. He heard a reload inside of spawn.
Crouch away as well. Frags are not good enough when you're a man down, but maybe they're going to be good enough to get the bomb planted. The smoke out for Monster means there's already one smoke wasted. A smoke on the bomb site means you can try and plant. But does any of those things mean that you're going to get around? Hetrick missing the shot certainly helps, but he's got the kill with the 5-7 nonetheless. Jamyang fights back. One last attempt, one last chance, but it is not capitalized on, and NPL is able to save the day once again. Michael, Jamyang went from being 12-1, being 13-7, and I really thought that would be the end. But he does have at least one more try of things with his dying breaths in that first half.
Yeah, if he just hit a headshot, I mean, his life would have been easier, giving himself more time as well to make these adjustments. One more bullet to NPL, and it would have done him in. I mean, a pretty monster half from Jamyang, all things considered. I mean, only 4 rounds for Tai Lu, but a lot of the impact was just because of what Jamyang was up to.
I think what's a little bit concerning is, you know, even in this round, for example, you see Mercury not really able to finish off the kill onto Hetrick. Hetrick gets that second with the 5-7 as well. G's quiet and maybe more excusably so when you consider T-side Opper with an AK and everything, but that's still too quiet being 2-8. Tai Lu need to start stepping up on their individuals outside of Jamyang. Jamyang gave them what he could. We need more now, and if it isn't going to come off the back of, you know, people like G within AWP, people like Mosea on the B-bomb side, then Veto are taking this to an ancient.
I do still think that some of the decisions from the individuals of Tai Lu have just been a little curious, even in that 2 versus 3. You know, jumping through the site smoke into water when you're a man down is, you know, it's a very interesting maneuver, but one that didn't work out. I'm right there with you, though. Tai Lu definitely need a step up in performance across the board. And they'll have to do that starting at CT side. Attacker, a nice little kill and an exit. Flash is coming in from CT help and on the rotate, but the counter util is also phenomenal. Mosea through the smoke with dualies, and he'll lap up 3. Only Nipple that remains, and he's trapped behind a smoke, divided from the bomb and his teammates.
I would like to make it clear that that is exactly what I'm talking about. But maybe Nipple can still fight back. Perhaps the headshot is good. Mercury ducks away, no reason to peek, and Mosea will have to be the one to keep him at bay. Jamyang with an elevated position is hoping that a crossfire can always be established between him and Mercury should it really come down to it, but for now, it's Mosea to finish off his quad.
Yeah, Nipple could tell you could tell he was annoyed at that 1 versus 3 attempt because he knew he did damage to that barrels player, but Mercury just would not peek him. Refused to. Guess that would have been the way for Nipple to have a chance at it. So, first piece of the puzzle, a pistol round, and looks like it was another 8-4 half. That happened on Mirage, and Tyloo squeaked through with a 13-11 scoreline. Tyloo have fought from behind and succeeded already in this series. That'll give them extra confidence, I'm sure, but it will also be something that I imagine lingers in the back of Bate's mind.
A reminder.
Just want to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Is there any position where T-side Zeus makes sense in this map?
Maybe Con. That's about it.
That's where Nipple is.
Oh, I didn't even see he had that, yeah.
Yeah. Shadow advantage and money made is plenty. Pays for his gun and more on top with the extra 50. And Nipple will have to let go of the God of Lightning very soon as well. Seems pretty fitting to Greek mythos, but that grenade doesn't actually blow up in his face. It is Attacker to finish things off with that MP9.
He's trying to justify that Zeus very, very sincerely. It's alright, they know where I am. They're gonna run at me. I'll zap them. Well, at least she's had a couple of contributions.
Yeah. He won't have...
Kind of want him on that AWP, though.
Yes, that's the problem. You won't have the AWP going into this one. And for Bait, they are coming in with full firepower, even if maybe they're a little bit dry on the belt. Missing out on flashbangs is hardly fun. But they've got plenty of Molotovs, and they can try and work the map very slowly in much the same way as we saw Tyloo put Jamyang in position to do as well. When you've got players like an NPL who are very happy to take risks and are very happy to, put their aim to good use, it can be deadly.
What made the CT side for Bait so compelling was their ability and willingness to take risks in the mid to late round. May not be the most ideal round to try and do that if you're Tyloo, especially with Bait playing this sort of slow control. But if I don't see that from the CT side, I will have questions about whether or not they should pick it as they maybe look to make it a hallmark part of the battle.
Mercury's trying to
That's
get
a 1-2.
It's all about the 2-0 in that, though. He needs to turn around. Eventually will do so, but Mercury is still the one to come out on top of all the kills. G with an AK recovered and a flashbang thrown overhead. Alex will finish him off. Mercury's still waiting, and Alex doubles up. Suddenly, things are still troublesome. Mosea with a kill at the back of the bomb site, hunts for more, but he's the one being hunted, still fights back, repositions, reloads, and buys space for the rotations to come true. Alex is on a tear, putting up his best Jamyang impression, but no Jamyang impression is complete unless you bring it back to a 1v1 and then lose the round. Alex decides to save instead.
Yeah, a little heartbreaking for him in that moment, but did what he could, and to be honest, Tyloo had a great little setup. I love the 1-2 little bait and switch. Mercury just kind of out in the open with G playing close, and Mercury ends up lapping up all those kills. But again, there's just a couple of these small tendencies, these small moments where it feels like communication is breaking down. And it's not always evidenced by massive things, but like this play from G and Mercury they were expecting that it was only one guy. G was throwing a flash, and you know Mercury refused to swing, but G did. Like realistically, Alex shouldn't have had a fighting chance. He didn't necessarily tear the heads clean off of both those players at long and the player at sight. He shouldn't have really had a fighting chance, and yet there was still that possibility that it could fall between Tylu's fingertips. Lovely play from Mosea, though. I mean, him dancing the dice and getting those two is what gave Tylu the win there.
Nice flashbang from Jamie as well to help out in the first one. Alex goes in through the incendiary. It's time for speed, and that time is now. Jam Young decides not to take the peek, and when Alex is caught wanting, he is also caught out. A secondary incendiary trying to stop the AK from being recovered, but Headtrick will do so at expense to some of his life. 49 HP is all he's left with.
It's cute, timing's good, and Nipple none the wiser. Kenzie had his... I mean, he sat right underneath where his teammate just got shot from, but he can't do anything to stop it. It's looking like a good shutdown for Tyloo.
Essential, hoping to be the difference maker as he holds the bomb and goes forward. He knows right now it's all about the package, it's all about the kills, and unfortunately, he's the one receiving death, not Frank's. AK that's too far forward. Bomb that's just out of reach. It's a tragedy. That's what it is for an otherwise hot Kenzie Zor. He is quickly put down. Tyloo will equalize.
Yeah, I think and it seems a little desperate to do it, but they're 3v5 and they've only got 2 weapons. I think the plan was to try and show bomb, get a kill on B, and those 2 players that went up connector would take space on A because Tyloo would rotate to try and cut off the bomb. You know, when you see bomb, that's usually the intended target. But I think Bait were trying to be a bit tricky with it, a little bit of a Hail Mary, and it ultimately didn't pay off. I looked at it at first and I just thought, this is very silly. Why is he there with the bomb? But that's the way I'll justify it, at least.
Red flashes and Mercury, well,
Spotted.
he still put himself in a good position whether he's spotted or not. The flashes from his team are going to be what really make a difference, and incendiaries are just not touching him. This man is flame retardant, but apparently it doesn't matter when there's still bullets in the game.
And they might just, yeah, they're just gonna run along with that. Even Nipple trying to slip through a smoke here, and just capitalize on a timing, but G's just caught him perfectly around that smoke.
He's been a player missing from the server right now. It's his time to show up. A reposition that couldn't be more perfect. And as they start to creep up through long, G might go too far. No, he's going just far enough. Another kill found, and that goes place for rotation to come in with an incendiary. It's a swarm of blue on the minimap, and they're all headed A. Jam Young might break that call. He's told Mosea to stay back. Attacker hangs in limbo.
Yeah, it's a weird spot to be because of how much ground they've ceded and how little time there is left on the clock. They don't know if Bait could route back to B, and they're gonna have to try and clear things A, and they're seeing nothing so far.
With a kill on Jam Young, they might think this is a free side. The attacker has full information about where everyone is coming over from. He knows the likely proceedings are going to be one in long, one in through toilets. Mosea hoping to get there before the bomb digits start to be dialed in. The plan is for Optimus. If they can stop these players from receding backwards, that would be big. But with Alex finding another kill, should be the end of this round. Mosea, a hero of the A side before, but that was when he was already there. Rotating back into things is a completely different ask. A double kill that feels impossible, but an attempt that has to be made. Around the corner he goes, and Kenzie Zor will not even let him get the one. Another triple for the big man K.
Yeah, another massive moment there from Kenzie. And, you know, Alex's kill from the site actually is probably what secures the round in its entirety, but just to be able to add that additional stopping power and create this sphere of safety for that plant to come in was exactly what Bait needed in that moment, and Kenzie was able to deliver. I mean, the opening shots from G were nice, but you know, you say G might have gone too far for that second swing. I do think it is a step too far, especially when you've got an advantage. You've got a chance. You have players that can throw util to take that fight independently when you don't have the timing. It's ambitious. They did get punished for it. G, nice tag though. Catches head trick, just trying to peek in from party.
Mercury could really use a flashbang to help out, but only he's got behind him is G. Jamyang is holding a flash coming in from the B bomb side. That's always going to be a possibility, but that's a possibility to be exercised after first contact, not before it. She needs to get the kill in toilets. They hear util sailing over. Mercury good for kill number one. Flashback back from Jamyang is what allows him to recede, but G needs to get the kill. He knows it. He chases past the smoke and into a quick kill. He's lost inside that very same smoke, but quickly recovers. Very decisive at just what they needed. Tai Lu should be able to get back up to 9. Bait are locked out of this A site.
Yeah, that was quick and clear. You could tell they understood their hierarchy of how things were going to play out. Mercury got a kill. They wanted to fall back, and you know, G saw that smoke and just took it as an opportunity, and they run with it. 15 seconds now here for Bates as another tag is connected upon, and so that will send them running, tail tucked between their legs. Tai Lu have deterred Bates, and G even following it up with a wall bang. Essential can't escape this guy.
Counter-terrorists win.
Spammed him through the entirety of the bathrooms on his retreat.
Actually, that
those flashes
was used for the first time.
Yep.
Bait threw their utility early on. That looks even worse than that, actually. Bait threw their utility early on, and because Hendrik is a player who's furthest forward and already has been tagged, there was always going to be that delay, actually, that allows Jamyang to go for that counter utility as well, so it looks even more effective.
Yeah, again, it's one of those moments where, and this is one of the difficulties that people have on Overpass T sides, is when you know that the CTs actually are being active and quite aggressive, you do have to kind of slow down to deal with it. And in every moment you stall, other areas become vulnerable, and it can be quite dangerous, quite damning. You're always working on a timer if you are expecting your opponent to counter-aggress. What? This opening phase for Bait? It'll be a slow approach. AWP for head trick will try and open up. Working on limited resources. They've got 2 full nade sets so they can throw at a bomb site. A little banana smoke so they can get a little bit more room towards A.
You start to see the rotations coming back over here from Tai Lu. It's going to be Messiah, but will it be too late? Bait, closing distance. NPL closes G out completely, and G missing that first shot. Mercury doing much the same. This is going to be an overwhelmed. Bait are not going to let Tai Lu get a lead. It is neck to neck, and always Bait to be the first ones to stick theirs out further.
I actually can't tell if G got caught jump spotting from the back of Dice or if he actually did take a fight and a peek, because it did seem like he was just going to be jump spotting that whole time while Mercury was kind of playing the edges of the smoke, only for him to die instantly and Mercury to follow suit. So I'm not sure if that's what broke down in the setup. I mean, as much as G has recovered into the second half, he's still having... I think it's still clear he's still having some difficulties.
Terrorists win.
It's all Mirage, I'll give you that.
Yeah, no more than Headtrick. You know, Headtrick has contributed very little so far on this T side.
I think the problem is that when you compare the players with 19 kills apiece and Kenzie and Jamyang, sure, Jamyang's got 19 and 9. Wow, look at that scoreline. But it does feel like Kenzizor has been a little bit more consistent across many more rounds. And sure, some of that comes down to the setup that Bait have put in behind him, right? It feels like he's maybe had more resources on this T side in terms of other players also putting up the work. But yeah.
Well, yeah, if we're talking about total rounds of influence, Jamyang will have fewer just because he got back-to-back 4Ks as well, right? So. And Kenzie's only had one 4K.
How could he? This noob.
Yeah, no.
Positioning from Tyloo is pretty good out towards the B bomb set in terms of just the pure map control they have, but they're never going to be able to hold it for too long. So you already see Mercury moving back over the spam, and oh my god, that could not have gone worse. NPL popped off like a pimple in through a wall.
It's another time he gets caught as well, trying to line up utility around the edge of that connector smoke or the front side of the connector door. Previous round, Tyloo boosted for it. This time it's Mercury that just lands the spam. I'm not even sure if Nipple was getting set up to line up utility, but he was inside of a smoke, so kind of doesn't make sense for him to be in that position otherwise.
I'm really taking down low on the T side. Don't have the best positions. Mosea will be a critical member, and he has been removed. All the burden falls on the G instead, and a missed shot doesn't really fare well for him. At least he picks up the pace, but another miss. Difficult to land the combat opping shot, but with Mercury having fallen behind him, Tyloo will let this lead extend to 2. Attacker's still making a show of things, but I don't think it's more than just a couple of fireworks for an otherwise dead night.
Yeah, it's very performative there from Attacker. Yeah, so it's a bit of a shame. I think the setup didn't look terrible. You know, losing Mosea is probably the biggest swing kill because the players in frontside bathrooms know that they cannot stay there forever and that they would have to leave in the next sort of 5 to 7 seconds after losing Mosea. And from there, you know, Bait actually continued to pick up the pace, and you're right to highlight that G misses some crucial shots because had he succeeded in taking that opening fighting line, then it's very likely that, you know, Tyloo could sort of trade at the front side of bathrooms more effectively. Might not have influenced the round in its totality, but gives them a fighting chance at least. Oh dear. Tyloo barely squeaking through Bait's pick in Mirage. It was a 13-11 scoreline, but for those that didn't watch it, there was a lot of force buys and a lot of turbulence for either team. No one was innocent of losing to force buys. They're both doing it. Overpass has been a little bit more normal. We've had, I think, one force buy win.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so far, just at this map, there's maybe been one.
I think one's been a little bit.
But Tyloo are gonna have to hope that they find another here because they come in with some weaponry that they retained from that round prior.
4
but they've invested alongside it. And if they lose here, they will, I think, be inadequately equipped. They will be inadequately equipped, rather, for the following round.
At the very least, they have numbers in the right area of the map. She's been left a jump spot. And it's a boost, perhaps, being planned. No, never mind. Not quite. Playing out for some potential. They do go into a flashbang. Mosea gets taken out even when Essential is fully blind. Attacker's up on the weapon for it, but the job is clear. He needs a multi-kill, and instead it's going to be just a full set of orange coming out onto the kill feed. Bait on that point. And boy, do they make it look easy.
Yeah, the util set from Tai Lu as well is, I'd say, a fairly classic one. You know, Molotov underneath the boost wood and couple it with a flash for the short swing. In some cases, in some ways, that is a little unfortunate that Essential gets the kill full blinded, but he put his crosshair in the right place, kind of expecting that that could be what happens next. I had a teammate behind him that was ready to trade regardless, so good anticipation, understood what the util set likely meant, and after that first kill, everything just kind of collapsed quite quickly. See just the urgency as soon as they get that frag. Tai Lu barely put a lick of damage back.
And unfortunately, now we're in a place for Tai Lu where, you know, with the past couple of rounds, you don't have a hero. Samyang hasn't been there since the first half, realistically, outside of maybe the Pistol round, where he still gets himself a couple of good kills. $15 at the turn of the half, 19 now. G has picked up the pace, but still hasn't quite caught up to what Bait is putting forward. Who can give you a chance? Bait is making sure it might be no one. Kenzizor, definitely man off the map for them, realistically for the entire scoreboard. But Jamyang and Attacker are fighting back. Their fight is more like a toddler swinging at a Charizard, and it's just not working out for them. This dragon on Overpass will be put to slumber. We are going to go to map number 3. Train is inevitable. It's all just a matter of time, and G's time likely to run out soon as well. 1 versus 4 with the scout. He'll make a show of a few shots, but Head Trick is still there to put him down.
Yeah, I mean, a great showing there from Bait, and this was our first look at what Bait could look like on Overpass, the first official that they play with this roster. Hell, since it's re-entered the map pool, they have yet to put an official down, and on LAN, they're able to show us not only a very active-looking side, but one that also had some greater contributions from one of its sort of more recent additions in Kenzizor, actually having a lot of influence as that sort of secondary rotating player, so a fantastic map from him in particular, but I think Bait looking quite good in terms of just how prevalent that activity and the action that they wanted to take on both CT and T side seemed to be.
And even though Nipple did get caught out maybe a little bit more than, you know, we're used to, he still had a few really important moments as well, right? Just making sure, you know, in particular, you think about the player where he pushes out through his connector Incendiary, is able to get a quick double kill, actually enables Kenzie for a later triple as well. You think about all of these places where Tai Lu, you know, maybe a lot of it does get put onto the shoulders of G if we're being realistic, right? But the fact that he's missing these op shots, but then everyone is punished around him. It's not just him who gets instantly traded. Mosea at the back of the A, bomb site on the rotate, consistently being taken down. Same for Mercury as well. It just felt like no matter what happened, Bait were able to edge out Tai Lu, and unlike the situation where Tai Lu themselves were in, you know, where they're repeatedly losing the time, Bait always had that extra 3 seconds or so that they needed.
Yeah, and I think also one of the major problems is that Overpass is just simply one of those maps where if you're going to be playing within bomb sites and not take deeper lines, you actually can't afford those types of misses. It simply will not work.
Yeah, and unfortunately, but hey, even though they had a real chance to close things out with Head Trick also being a little bit more quiet, you have to give it up for the Rifles of Bait. I mean, consistently, you're just having Essential being good for that 1 kill, even if he's not the same multi-kill monster that Kenzizor proved to be. Essential has been one of the most consistent pieces across the series for them. And when you've got Essential, NPL, and then Kenzizor stepping up the way he did, that's more than enough to make up for a lacking Opera when the other side also isn't really delivering much in the scope department.
Yeah, I said it at the start of the game though. I really did want to see Tai Lu show a bit of proactivity. You know, I think one of the unfortunate hallmarks of the old version of Tai Lu, I think, reared its head in that the Advent system and that calling style did often just play very reserved, very passive, very contained, and with that, it becomes very, very difficult to make use of the advantages that Overpass gives you as a CT side. Sure, you opens yourself up to more risk, but there's far more opportunity, and I think Bait were just doing a fantastic job throughout capitalizing on that. You see the scoreboard, We highlight Jamyang and Kenzizor. Kind of unsurprising, they are, I mean, both flying through the top of the scoreboards there. ADR is high. They both looked very sharp, but Kenzizor's, you were right to point this out, T-Time. He was far more evenly distributed across the round wins.
Yeah, I mean, Jamyang very much a one-half wonder as well over there, and that half didn't go very well for Tai Lu. Ends with 15 kills at the end of the first half, and considering this game does go the distance in a lot of ways, right? He just didn't have the same performance on the CT side. And to be frank, Michael, I don't even know if I completely agree with you on the idea that Tai Lu weren't always getting aggressive. I'm with you. There were some reservations that kicked in, but even in the rounds where they actually made an attempt, you think about, Mercury climbing up to tree and whatnot as well, it felt like they just were missing that second person to be able to get a kill. It felt like they were always missing one more piece of the puzzle, and unfortunately, eventually, that's just a jigsaw you don't have any real way of figuring out. Still, we do head into Train, and that's where we both have hope for this to be a particularly interesting map. I thought Train would be picked by Tai Lu. It's not been the best of showings for Bait so far, but Bait allow it in through to the decider. Do they know something we don't? We certainly hope so, but we're going to have to wait to find out until after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Did you know that at the start of this series, my nails are about 2 centimeters longer because this one has been an absolute nail biter? Welcome back to the Perfect World Challenges series. It's Bait versus Tyloo as we head into map number 3. Who would have thought we'd get to train, especially after how chaotic things were in both the first and second maps?
Yeah, and that's exactly how I would describe them, is chaotic. As much as I agree that it has been a nail biter, it has been also a hair puller at the same time.
It's a nail biter, a hair puller, a face palm, or anything else we're going for.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things. It's just simply that as much as I want to paint the idea that Tyloo and Bait are coming in as major favorites into this game, and we actually are diving straight in, it seems like. This is the opening pistol. Yeah, straight away, Tyloo aggressive on this CT side. I'll get to my point in the end, but
it's the end.
Bait starting poorly on this T side. Okay, my point is I want to take this picture that they're favorites coming into this event. I mean, they're some of the 4 directly invited teams that we have. They sit in a position where they have 2 lives, and let's just say Bait and Tyloo probably need those lives. I think the only team that's demonstrated that they have maybe what it takes to win this event is 3D Max so far. And even then, there were a couple of things that could be tightened up, but there didn't seem to be any major alarms. This Tyloo Bait series has had a lot of alarms.
Like those annoying people who can't wake up
flags.
unless they've got 4 alarms at different times, eh?
Why must you call me out like this?
I sometimes just need to remind you, Michael. Alex is fighting back. Yeah, he's not fighting upwards. I'll give you that much. Couple of missed shots here and there, but it's all fair. CTs are just defending the bomb. They know that's all they have to do. Mosaic will not be deterred by the smoke. In fact, it's actually going to help him out more than anything else. And Alex is going to be put down. Tyloo start off strong with the pistol round going their way.
Yeah, nicely done. Some aggression very early on. They clearly threw themselves into the brown holes, and Bait were just simply ill-equipped. Unexpected that Tyloo would take that timing.
Right.
Yeah, I want Tyloo to look good. I want 3D Max. I want them all to look good. I think that's my problem, is that I've been investing in the idea of these teams for quite some time. Even Bait and 3D Max, like we got in pretty early.
It's true.
So I want them all to do well.
I'll be honest, I kind of thought 3D Max was going to be just a flash in the pan. I've been very impressed with what they've been putting up so far. And it's been an impressive anti-eco from Tyloo over here. If you guys missed out game number 1 and game number 2, first of all, boo you. You missed out on some great ones. Secondly, game 1 was all about who was going to lose to more force spikes. Game 2 was then all about which superhero was stronger. It was a bit of a Batman versus Superman situation, and unfortunately, Batman does kind of tend to lose. Jamyang in this case being Batman, Kenzizo being more of that Superman-esque angle. He also had a better supporting cast overall, but the AWP versus AWP duo hasn't really been much of a factor despite the maps being Mirage and Overpass, and Train is where we're hoping that can change.
You might remain hopeful. I have lost all hope for that. This opening gun round is still hopeful here for Bait. Opener with the Molotov, and Attacker does find a kill back on the spam. That's into A main. So a very quick start, but not one that's going to mean all too much, especially with so much time remaining on the clock. Train is a weird map where both on CT and T side, you feel like the map is huge and you can't cover it all. Oh, his counter moves are important. Nice opener, at least a trade back.
Attacker's locked in though, and with the Molotov, his death is guaranteed. Nipple just makes it slightly easier. He can be shot to death rather than be burned to it. Man of whom many multi-kills have been required, and it feels like Mosea's maybe just delivered on the one of them. Sneaks back out over. Good for a double. Brings it back for Jamyang to be in good contest with. But the problem is Alex has the bomb, and he could go back to the B bomb site if he really wants to. He's going to take his time. Plays it patient.
Obvious choice.
Normally Jamyang is the one delivering patience. Instead, he is receiving it. Alex holding, waiting. Turns around, misses his timing, and Jamyang will be very close in behind. If Alex is even slightly slow to pull the trigger on this bomb plant, he is not going to get the chance to do so. Jamyang is coming in from behind. Knife is out, noise is made, smoke is down, bomb being planted. Jamyang on the swing will get it done. Doesn't even let the digits get dialed.
That's a shame for Alex. I actually really liked his approach. Just stopping freezing when there's smokes down like that. Because you're right, you know, the opportunity is readily available for Alex to have rerouted back to B, but I didn't think he would actually try and slink back, because Jamyang wasn't just going to sit around and wait to find out. He was going to have to hunt for information in some way. Alex just gambled effectively the wrong side. He thought he'd go through con instead. Still a contested start. So the opening 1-for-1s, and then the reroute from both teams for Long Dog.
I know what Long Dog is, but it just sounds so funny.
I know.
Good first kill for G. Very important in the anti-force buy, and Jamyang, despite being blind, is still deadly. Jamyang is actually picking up more. And it feels like Ops might be back on the menu, boys.
That could be a real worry for Bait. It's something that actually haven't had to worry about too much throughout this series.
Yeah. He was more deadly with the Deagle than an Op on Mirage, funnily enough.
Yeah. Same can be said about Headtrick on that AWP as well. Like you mentioned, you know, so far in this series, it hasn't necessarily been about these two AWPers, when, as is with CS2, it's all about riflers, but those AWPers are still important.
Yeah.
They still play a very pivotal role.
They're just not guaranteed to be on top of the scoreboard every time.
Yeah.
Still hoping to have them in your top 3. Flashes are good. Attacker gets to feel that firsthand. G is still a little bit omnipresent at the early stages of this half.
I have to say, I think Attacker did a very good job of actually dodging and being far enough forward that the flashes, you know, while well-intentioned, didn't actually seem to affect his fight too much. But that one kill does create some extra pressure that Tyler were trying to rectify. It leaves Jamyang alone on B as a result.
He had a tough time playing as the anchor out towards Mirage, but it does feel like he's found his form. Not quite as explosive as Overpass, but 4-1 start is nothing to be scoffing at. An Incendiary to prevent the scale back up to G. It gives him chances to go fight for more, and he has done so. Second kill found. G continues to try and put pressure onto the T's so they can't proceed forward, and Jamyang can take the peak. A flash that goes awkwardly deep, but Jamyang and G strike together. Essential left alone, fighting back, but he's not fighting with much. 18 HP. Position given up. A grenade that is primed and ready for him, and that grenade will be enough to finish him off.
Yeah, a total dunk, and he had the full nade set available, so there's no reason they need to take additional risk. Good damage from Jamyang, but also good decision making. As that solo anchor, he gets that Incendiary down towards lane, and you know, one of the objectives that T sides will want to run, especially if they go into that B bomb site fairly uncontested, they'll want to try and take space and close the gap to connector, and if they're allowed to do so, it makes rotating into that B bomb site very difficult. So Jamyang prioritized. He didn't try and stop them getting out into the bomb site. Instead, he just tried to stop them from taking that extra room that he knows they will want. So a different type of prevention, but it did create a lot more chances for G to come in and strike on the Zorp, and strike he did.
I didn't see that kill on a head trick. That was nice.
Wonder what the change will be. T-side train has proving to be very difficult, very complicated, as it was in earlier versions, you know, prior to the first draft that Valve gave us. T-sides are complicated, but they can be simplified at times, and, well, they do simplify and just run straight through T main, but it is a 1-for-1, and they can't exactly recover those weapons and make this compound into a greater issue.
Charming has to be very careful over here as he's got an aggressive. He might just have to go back over towards the A-bomb so that he cannot stay and wait for the A to be presented to him. It goes 1-for-1. G's been relegated to B defense. Zaya, 6-1, an impressive scoreline as he has been picking up kills one at a time more often than not. He's going to hope to double up.
This is cheeky. I mean, I love the reroute here from Bait. They've got so much time left on this clock that they can effectively go through Long Dog or Pop, and they could also walk down the B slope. They could go Heaven. There's a number of different ways, but now they've made noise, so even if they wanted to try and pull the wool over Tai Lu's eyes, they could be in some real trouble here because Tai Lu's pulled that extra man over, and G can now look to try and cover Ivy. It's the only other place it can go.
Very hard to move past him unless he misses the shot over here. That's going to be his only real objective. Just hit it. Oh no, misses it. Not ready with the speed to be just quite that slow. Their turtle might be winning this race as Kenzie now propels himself forward to a bomb plant. Even gets it at a safer angle. Musea, no, he's not going to. What?
Wait,
he doesn't see him. Even 4-3, buddy.
Oh my god.
Someone surely yelled at him.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. I wasn't even sure if he came to that realization or somebody was screaming at him.
Just a reminder
Well,
of the pressure.
they made the right call. They made the right call. They got the pieces in the right place. A little awkward, but Tyler is still going to be fine with that. Bait's pacey play didn't pan out. Well, that's...
I don't think that's where it's supposed to go.
No, it's not.
That one, though, looks a little bit more pretty. Musea still only 1-for-1. I'm not sure, but I think he might have spotted 2 players at the very least on the other side of Ivy. So you do see Mercury moving back very quickly to try and manage it. Aggression from Tai Lu in the meanwhile, a Pop Dog. They want full Brown Hole's control, and with the help of G's off, they will be able to get it. Tyler are consistently just making the perfect call to match out what Bait have to offer, but the timing! That's what's off, and now combat offing is his only way out, and he's actually delivering back to a 2 versus 2 off the back of a cape that G's found on the ground and discovered superpowers with it. Mercury and Jam Young will be able to close, but the MVP is also very right.
It's another shot though where they have no idea G is going to be there. They've caught the perfect timing on attacker. G is behind him. He's just left back to the the U-hole or that bend into Pop Dog. And he goes in, takes a quick scope, misses, and then just back-to-back no scopes. It's another spot where he's got a free kill essentially. And it's not that one that he hits, but he hits the tougher shot afterwards. He's 11-5, but man, with the way that he's positioning himself and the chances he's getting, it could be way more.
I'll take 11-5, Michael, after what I saw in Overpass.
Yeah, 100%. No, I'm with you, but it's he could be 14-3 right now or something.
The thing is, though, right now, Tyler are 7-0, and that's what matters. Bait, they can be umming and eyeing and doing whatever they want, but they need some kills in the mid-round. Entry still sometimes go their way. You don't even hate all the calls that they're making either, but they need the frags. Mercury's making a lot of noise. Surely Bait realize there's more than one player over here. Where did that smoke go?
Where did that smoke go?
They found a hole in the floor, and Jam Young, in the meanwhile, is poking holes inside them. It's gone to the farm. Kensizor getting aggressive. Very good position to be able to capitalize on Jamyang as attacker move back. G is going to be less useful for this retake, so you really look out to Musean to be able to get the job done. And deep incendiary, certainly possible to displace Hedrick if he's got an idea of where the Ukrainian opera sits. Right now wielding a rifle, but G with a great adjustment will still find Alex. Hedrick alone, 1 versus 3. His counterpart is performing. He has a chance to do the same. Consecutive 1v1s, running out of bullets. 4 now in the M4, and G's pistol is barely going to be enough. Another moment where you really could have seen Hedrick shine, but unfortunately for him, just doesn't spot G and on time.
Yeah, just dominated by G in this head-to-head. I mean, that's great patience. They don't panic. They don't freak out about the situation that they're in. They do get hyper-focused onto Heaven, but once they realize where Hedrick is positioned, you know, Hedrick's down to 2 bullets on that Galil, but he switches out to an M4 that only has 2 extra. You know, for him, he was really hoping that he'd have a full mag, and he probably wins the fight if he does. That's the advantage of having the extra numbers. To give your opponent time to think. 8-0 for Tai Lu. I mean, given how close this series has been, the continual back and forths and the force buys and how close these rounds have become, I wasn't expecting this type of distance on the final map.
Full scale out from Catwalk on the B bomb set, and Jamyang doesn't have a chance. Hedrick's the one to put him down at the end, but look at how much more time there is for this bomb to make its way over. All the more time for Alert to activate as well. But as Mercury will be going in and around these smokes, buying some time, the problem is that G's never going to be able to make his way back over to the bomb site. This is effectively a 1 versus 3, maybe even 1 versus 4, but G now has been given up a duel. It becomes an honest late round spot, less so when attacker gets taken down.
G might try and go for a late retake here. Oh, never mind. Now that he's been spotted. I'd be very surprised if he continues with this. Well, I think they know that each other knows. But G should be given enough room to save. Unless Hedrick catches him. Oh, and he does. Can't get his hands on the ult. In fact, doesn't want it. It didn't drop as far as I thought it would.
I think what's critical to keep in mind over here is also that Tai Lu have lost a lot of numbers in a few of these rounds. So Bait could fight for 4 and have an easier pathway forward than an 8-0 start would normally suggest.
Sure. I mean, compared to the 3D Max Envision game on Nuke, where they were maxed out at 16k by the time they hit 7 rounds, so...
Enough will be brought into this round, though.
Yeah. A cute call, though, from Bait to just go for a fast Heaven play when it's been something that's been occupied fairly heavily by Tai Lu in rounds gone by, but the fact they were able to get into brown holes and threaten that so quickly, you could tell Jamyang did not expect as much presence as what was being offered up to him. He thought maybe 1-2 players maximum and that he'd be given some room to kind of play his bomb site. But it was quite suffocating from Bait in the end.
Hedrick and Kensizor. Hedrick the one to try and spurt them forward. What is that shot? A little bit of plot armor coming into play as Vader being given a leg up by Counter-Strike itself. Musea, though, fighting back. That attempted a little bit of contest. Might just be baiting Tai Lu into losing more members. It's a gun barrel. It's tantalizing. It's like skin you can't touch, and G is about to find out the hard way. And Ascento just isn't going to give him this duel. It has to be taken. Incendiary will help. It's a great shot to the head. And Jamyang now pressures forward. All of that pressure has been turned on its head. Alex, his only advantage is the element of surprise, and that element is gone. Jamyang puts him to bed, puts himself on the defuse, and Tai Lu are right back to winning ways.
Yeah, and I love that killer instinct there from G. Moves through the smoke, out from connector, and, you know, had they taken deeper site control, it would have been ill-advised, but for them to have planted front side, Bait have clearly had their struggles so far on this T side, but they get some entries. They still kind of overlook one angle. You know, the fact that Mosaic comes in with a couple of these kills from Old Hell is... I mean, it's phenomenal that he even gets those frags, but it adds this extra urgency for Bait to just get in, plant, and try and move back. And G takes that timing perfectly. Knew they could have one player at least guaranteed dead to rights. This play from Kenzuzor is also desperate, but even on his 4 health coming out through the incendiary and the HE, he still rips the head clean off. Will not be followed up, but it will make things a little bit more awkward here for Tyloo, who are currently still playing a 2-2 split between the two sites.
A lot of this round is going to come down to whether G gets taken down without a kill, or if Mosea's caught off by the backstab. Timings are not really working for them. G will be standing in the back, but that's where Mosea should be able to get the response. Mosea slow. He can't fight back. And now that he's been smoked off, there's reason to save. Jamyang just needs to get a kill first, and maybe, just maybe, that's what makes a difference. Hetrick's making some noise, but Mosea revealing position, will not be able to adjust in time. Jamyang left alone, 1 versus 3, fighting back. NPL is low. A chance is there. Kid recovered now, and NPL just gets the dual win.
Yeah, a necessary one at that. Jamyang known he was there. I mean, he had an HE as well, so it was a very awkward situation for NPL to deal with. Great use of the boxes, the new boxes on that A site as well, just to scale up on top of the Ivy train. Really flushed out Mosea's position, gave Bait some extra breathing room. Yeah, very pacey play, but I liked what Hetrick did there. You saw the deep incendiary when Tyloo were trying to re-aggress and just thought, okay, well, he's seen that there's nobody there. I can take the timing. Timing will favor him as well on the peek to Ivy. Might swing into G, but he shoots first.
What Mercury would have given for a flashbang over there. Ends up giving his life instead. Bait. An honest 3 is what they should be closing in on. Even more so than Sentinel still popping off like that.
Yeah, not a chance in hell for this round. Nice work here from Bait to salvage at least 3 rounds on this T side. Considering how dire the circumstances looked in so many of these moments, 3 could still bring them over the line, but it is a very solid set of rounds from Tyloo that put them there. Great shooting from G, but you know, we still get that Jamyang impact alongside Mosea and his support of that A bomb site. It proved to be difficult for Bait to really get much ground on either of these 2 bomb sites.
Now look, we know that this can be a tale of CT hubs.
Yep.
Hetrick's also doing all right, frankly speaking. This is before he's properly debuted the op either. 12 and 10 with the way things have been going for Bait. You could see the makings of greatness coming through into the second half if he gets to the place where he can buy that op. That if is underlined, boldened, maybe even put in italics, even though I'm not sure what italicization is used for most of the time, but I will put it in italics.
It's a dramatic effect.
And the effect of this pistol round is going to be dramatic, Michael.
Well, yeah, if Bait win, they could still bring this map back. If they don't, they could still bring this map back with a force buy, perhaps.
Quick little 12 o'clock smoke along with Sandwich, and it's going to be out into A they go. Attacker leading a very light charge because the Rail Cavalry is coming in from behind. Ivy flank in with a flashbang for Attacker forward. Mosea's demise, but Attacker thrives. Jamyang does much of the same, but there's still a player on the bomb side. Nipple is taking care of business. Jamyang now with the bomb on the top of train will at the very least be able to guarantee a plant, or so he thought. There's a man coming in from behind. His Sentinel doesn't fire in time. Jamyang, a chance that he should never have had, but it's slim pickings with Mercury's death.
Ooh. Oh my god, he's actually read Kenzie so well. The fact that he's receded that far back into the B bomb site, the fact that Jamyang even gets a plant on this health is ridiculous, but now he could win it.
There's no kit. Jamyang's heading away. This is going to be isolated duels if he wants them to be.
Yeah, long-ranged fights where he's got the USP as well.
Plenty of ammo, plenty of bullets, nothing but his health to be able to hold him back. But now they're closing the distance, and Kensizor will be able to get back onto the bomb in time.
Yeah, he has it. Yeah, he has it. Yeah.
Counter-terrorists win.
I do get worried when the beeps change on me, but maybe been 11 seconds, and I always jump the gun. I mean, that's good for Bait that they didn't let that one get away from them, because Jamyang shouldn't have even really had a fighting chance. As soon as his teammate dies, that, you know, it should have been Jamyang planting and his teammate in the 1v2 on his 100 health, and it just didn't pan out that way, and it made it very, very difficult for Jamyang to realistically win it, but Bait almost give him too much room where it becomes possible. So, yeah, they do get the defuse, but it does come down mighty close.
Ooh. Critical. Could be more where that comes from as well.
Yeah, it should be an expected counteraction from Bait, though. To lose a player that surveys all the way deep into B, unless they're going to make rapid rotations through connector, which, you know, they'll be playing from long distance angles, and they don't necessarily have the utility. Should anticipate that Pop Dog is occupied.
See, splits out Alex. Information about two T-side players has been given up for Ivy, but while Jamyang waits, Mosea has already fallen. Alex goes for a stray peek at the end of that smoke and is rewarded. That is a recoverable AK. G does have head armor. This round is still very much on. The problem is the time. A late creep through. Alex not quite in the best of positions right now. I don't think he's
the shadow,
them,
I think.
but yeah, it's just a shadow. It gives it all up. An attacker, unfortunately, cannot hold on to that angle. So Alex and the head trick are able to find a fantastic double swing timing and the bomb with it. You couldn't ask for a better outcome for the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, you know I love a double swing, and that's exactly what you want when you get a small sliver of information. You want to be able to jump on that where you can, especially when Bait are running fairly dry on utility. They had, what, a couple of smokes around that minute marker, and they were using them largely to stall out the brown hole's aggression, given that Jamyang found the entry in that part of the map. Didn't even see that it was double swings.
The podcast is still something, huh?
I wasn't going to call it out directly, but, you know, I was just named the Counter-Strike thing for a reason. Nice kill from Jamyang. That's another punishment onto a Sentinel. Just showing his head a little too much over in those brown holes.
Just a reminder of who the superior B-side anchor is, I suppose. All of these kills are meaningless if you can't pick up rounds, and this round was never meant to be recovered. Shailu, another kill would be nice, and nice isn't quite going to be achieved. 4 kills for NPL, and 6 rounds are on the board for Bait. This is also a place where Headtrick can purchase into the op if he drops his M4 to his Sentinel, so Bait have got money to buy consistently for at least 2 more rounds after this. This is exactly where you want to be to make a comeback on train happen.
100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100% Hetrix, he didn't go that route. He didn't pick up that AWP.
Molotov's a little bit late. Realize that. It was already burnt up. Intermission gave an over.
Oh wow. The secondary volley just gets spammed through high hell. Both Hetrick and Nibble gunning them down before they even get out of main. This is a full gun round from Tyloo that is broken apart before they even get what they really wanted out of this.
It's a very ugly showing for a team that started off being 8-0 up. Bait are likely going to find 7, so off 16 rounds, the second half of that would have largely been all
7-1. This will be a 7th round added to the tally, but out of the last 8 rounds, it would be a 7-1 record for Bait.
Maybe not.
If they close it. They should close it still. I think Mercury is full saving, so.
Are they still hunting?
I know, I was going to say, I know the money is not in a bad place for Bait, but there's no way this is that worth it.
Especially because Tyloo are going to have to go for a force buy in the next round because of this, right? So you are just getting another round where you are a full buy versus an inferior buy. Killing after time, it's a sexy prospect, but dying is never fun on the CT side of things. But you know what?
God.
They get them both rewards to those who take risks.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's the way it really does screw with Tyloo. Is if they get both after time, and they do. So if they went in pursuit of those weapons earlier and they lost even one player, I would have said it wasn't worth it. But they lose none, and there's no bonus for Tyloo, so I can't argue with the results.
Not one bit. What was going to
It's also a killer move that ultimately could lead to Bait taking the lead.
Probably should be an equalization at the very least, right? Like, unless Tyloo run away with this round, which, look, we've seen stranger things happen in this series.
Sure.
But Tyloo are going to be likely, what, full saving the next? They'll have an awkward buy, I'll say that, with 3,400 loss bonus. But yeah, either way, it's not going to be an ideal situation.
I don't know whether they're buying quite heavily on a couple of. Oh well, obviously G and Mercury didn't make it, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised you're not committing harder.
Well, G will need to save for that ult. He's been given a lot of the utility for a round that they're hoping gets at least a bit of distance. Bomb plant would be nice. Some damage to that CT economy that Bait are building up.
Oh, that grenade is
With
juicy.
HE.
Oh, even the player
Nice
without
catch, G.
even the player without armor. Sentinel's waiting for the swings out, gets himself 2 quick headshots, and why is stop at 2? Well, it's because Hetrick wants his own kills. 4 alive for Bait once again. Their money is feeling, looking, and really is just very good.
Yeah, not really much to say when the util's in the right place, the rotate's in the right place, and Tyloo had very little coming into that round anyway. But they do just get met at the door. It's a full buy from Tyloo. They go in with the Galils on Mercury and G, and AKs across the rest of the board.
Entry for the AWP as well. First time we've seen that come through on the CT side of things.
This T-side is difficult. You experience that very much so from Bait's first half. It is certainly a strong CT map. But given the lead that Tyloo had, if that all falls flat, that would be a crazy prospect. And they're encountering some of the same difficulties that, you know, they want to spread out and run their default, but actually gathering themselves in place for an execute can be quite trying at times. They will look to move for an A play, though. Util being lined up from outside of main, and they've still got presence in pop. Opener from Nipple is fantastic, and he's playing around E-Box, just dancing between these two fights. Finds himself a double, but it's Mosea that answers back, and the head trick gets humbled all the same. Mosea's on for a triple immediately. There were 4 in defense of that A side, and it's only Essential, that B anchor, that can try and challenge back.
I mean, it feels like Mosea might have even been one of the players who slightly let the ball drop towards the end of that first half. Nothing that we really consider too much, considering how good Dayu had it regardless. The fact that he comes back into it with this set of kills after Nipple's already picked up his double. Essential's still making a run of it. That run feels more like damage than actual destiny. And he does back off. Alu will not let Bait equalize.
Terrorists win.
I mean, marvelous work there from Mosea. First 2 teammates get floored, clothesline by Nipple, who plays this lovely off angle above pop, but every player that peeked in backside has got their head ripped, and the angle for Alex is far from ideal. Alex has no control on how he takes that fight. He just simply has this sightline, and Mosea can either run past it or go back and fight him, and, well, Mosea was in a fighting mood. This will be the last tack used by Bait. They need to salvage the CT side. They've been successful so far. And they'll still have another buy in the tank even if they lose this round. But if they lose 2 rounds in a row, I mean, Tyler will be teed up for success to close out the map.
Hetrick still has you on, Michael, right? And yes, last round he doesn't manage to debut it the way he wants to, but Bait still have advantage of all that money. Is this a flash in the pan for Tyloo? But Mosea is already out. He's feeling himself after the last round. Manages to escape, and Alex even reviews position by burning inside the incendiary. Mosea's missing shots! Alex comes in from behind to save a day that felt like it was long over, but the sun still shines over Bait. Kenzie's sword brought down low, but not brought down completely. Mercury hopes to finish off that job. It's between him and G. And 2 players work with the Z connector. One of them is already down. Hetrix up fumbles again, but Essential is there to pick up the pace, and Mercury has spaced himself up over and beyond. He's got the bomb, never forget, Michael. He's hidden away, and Kenzie turns away. He's missed the timing, he's missed the shot, he's missed his chances. And now the map is Mercury's oyster, and he has managed to go for the one jump he needed. Essential closing the distance, and Mercury patient. It is 11 for Tyloo off another triple from another M. Mercury, the one to stand up and quiet them down this time.
I'm still in awe that Mosea did not pull off that play. He made a crazy play. Pacey through Ivy, through 2 smokes. He had backs turned. That should have been the round there, then and there, but the work from Alex almost salvaged the situation. That's like a once-in-a-lifetime type opportunity, it felt like, there for Mosea. How frequently are you going to see that move? The bait may come close. Tyloo once again, though, grabbing a bit of distance. And I said it before, they lose that previous round, they lose this one here, they will not be fighting fair in that potential last round of the game. It will have to be a scrambled together force buy. Or what weapons they save from this one.
Yeah,
that's only if they seed.
a tendency to save becomes all the more prevalent as well. So even if you might be able to see them clutch out a 2v3, it's unlikely to actually have that attempt made. Bait, it's about finding advantages, not regaining them here for them. Flash is nice, but ultimately a little bit useless. Only stalls the inevitable. NPL completely blinded out. Essential's been doing a fantastic job on this B-bomb side, and he does the same over here. Multi-kills every time there are trespassers in his territory. But they are already scaling all the way up his fields. Kensisor misses a chance to be able to block the bomb out in open. Head trick smoked off, and that AWP is yet to get a single kill on it. Ukrainian hands. Jamyoung and Mosea finding critical kills, and Alex is alone. 1 versus 1, no choice but to go for it. Caught out in the open. Mosea now up to 17.
You just see the amount of star power that's on this Tyloo squad. You know, whether or not Mercury is calling, he can sometimes just pull up with some miraculous moments. But this is the trifecta that you're really angling for here on Tyloo. You have Jamyoung putting up solid numbers, still finding impact. You have Mosea doing the same, and G revealing himself in the third map. Both him and Hedrick have actually been duking it out quite considerably on train, considering their absence. And the map's gone by. But these have been nail-biter finishes. These have been close moments. There haven't been massive blunders. There've just been big plays.
Right now, Hedrick might be able to put himself in a position to flank out for another one, but the problem is that B-bombs that will already be breached by then Essential. Appraised his stopping power in that last round, but now it's only an HE that helps him do much of the same. Jamyoung's already sailed past Kensi's same offensive utility, and although Tyloo are 2 men down, this round is far from over. Mercury with simultaneous frags. The nade and the Galil strike through together, and Mercury now been put down. G fights back, still a 2v2. G position spotted and given over, but the flash miss, bang, doesn't just miss. It might even have team flash G. So now he's being closed in upon, but G's had a hot hand throughout this game, propelling the CT side forward. It is now his turn to put his team on his back, and indeed he does. 13 found for Tyloo. Bait knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic show up from Tyloo. I wasn't sure if we'd see Overpass and Train. These are maps that a lot of players and a lot of teams are kind of avoiding at the moment just because they're maybe not sure about how it translates into officials. Tyloo willing to take that risk by going with that Overpass. Didn't quite pan out, but then floating and leaving that Train in the pool ends up being a massive payoff for them. The fact that they're able to not only show up on that CT side, but also get this extra punch. All these clutches that they came through with on that T side was the final nail in the coffin. They just couldn't keep up with that extra fragging output.
I mean, Mosea and Mercury just step up massively towards the very end of things, right? It felt like it was over. But I also have to point out, Michael, did Hedrick get 1 kill with his AWP? I mean, he was doing so well until he picked that one up.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely true. I think he may have gotten maybe 2, 3 kills.
It didn't feel like they were necessarily there when he needed them, right? Though, because you saw how many times Tyloo, when they start to swarm and they start to become a little bit more manic, going through these smokes, allowing a few of the shackles to come off in many ways. Hedrick, unfortunately, wasn't there. Essential, got to give him a lot of praise for what he's able to do on the B-bomb side. There's a lot of people to praise out on Bait, but at the end of the day, praise is meaningless if you're not winning the map. Their comeback is completely cosmetic. Tyloo were dominating in the entirety of Train, basically.
Yeah, I actually think you're right, by the way. I just scrolled through some of the logs. I don't think he had a single overkill, which is, yeah, that's quite a statement, because I mean, Train re-entering the map pool, it's an AWPers map. We understand that, and maybe in the early days of Train being added, it was still very rifler dependent, but that's what basically every map when it re-enters a pool is that AWPers kind of lose sense of what they're supposed to be doing. You have teams and you have players like Aurora and Woxic, where Woxic might genuinely be the best Train AWPer in the world. And, I mean, it's strange to think that Headtrick is supposed to serve that role on this team, and he's a good rifler. I don't think anybody says he's not a good rifler, but he's supposed to be AWPing, so it should see some production, should see some use. I don't think he was the ultimate letdown in this game, but it definitely did affect some of their... It did affect some of the sight lines that they could take, I suppose.
I mean, unfortunately, we just really didn't have NPL showing up at all. And look, it's you get to have an off game in a series. I really do think that he had a pretty good Mirage overall. He had a really good Overpass at a couple of rounds, even if it was maybe drier on the numbers. You saw some good impact rounds. But at the end of the day, this was a downhill series for him as we came towards the end of it all. He's on the bottom of the scoreboard, and it does actually show. For Tai Lu, this is much more of a performance by committee, and that's what you want to see over here. Attacker is left behind, and yes, definitely a poorer series from him overall. Not quite the same showing, but on Mirage, he does more than his fair share. He does more than his job with the kind of multi-kills he's delivering that even puts Tai Lu to be in a position to be fighting for map number 3. This is the man, though, on the screen. What a performance coming out from G. Really stepped up from what he was lacking on Overpass.
Yeah, and you know, he was present on Mirage, but didn't quite take over or have many of these multi-kill rounds, not in the same way that he was showing up on that defense, especially whether it was in support of Jam Young or whether it was some of these clutches that he actually was pulling off with Jam Young. It felt like he effectively could make no wrong decision because he was finding impact from it regardless. He positioned himself well. He didn't always hit the shots he was supposed to, but he made up for it somehow by getting harder shots afterwards. It was just one of those games where even if there was a mistake, it was very infrequently punished.
It's good to see him heating up, though, and it's good to see the rest of Tai Lu also coming alive, because coming up next is going to be their most difficult opponent, potentially of the entire tournament, and this could just be the first time. Remember, it's double elimination, but for now, the last series of the day is going to be 3D Max, the French Titans going up against the Red Dragons of China, Tai Lu. We'll be back after a break. Well, we won't be back. It'll be Neokai and Script to take you through all of that action. We'll be right here with you over on Twitch chat as we catch all the rest of this fantastic Counter-Strike being delivered by the Perfect World Challenger Series.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into the Perfect World CS Challenge here. We are continuing on, of course, with the day, and it will be a pretty big game here, to be honest, straight into the winner's side of things. So securing a grand finalist quite quick here in the tournament. I think that will be a really nice sign for the team that gets the win here. They get a day off, you know, and can just take a bit of a moment to watch everyone else and see what they're going to be playing off against.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a bit of time as well, not only in terms of, you know, preparation for maybe what you're looking towards, who's going to join you through that lower bracket, but also we're kind of talking about now where it's like you're already in the prize money, right? First and foremost, you get second place. That's a guarantee of, I'm just looking at now, $8,351. So a little bit of, you know, prize pool, VRS points, all these things go such a long way looking forward. So as a whole, very, very important time. So I'm really looking forward to this game. This is two sides that are actually in really decent form at the moment. They've got a lot to offer up coming in towards this. But let's take a look at how things have gone so far, right? We've already had 2 games played today. 3D Max started their day with actually a really comfortable 2-0 over Inferno. It actually should have been 13-6 on Nuke as well. They kind of just choked out a 1 versus 1 when it was at that 13-6 scoreline. So as a whole, 3D Max didn't really break too much of a sweat at all against Inferno. They could never get going. Cormisu had a struggling performance. Amelia couldn't really step up as well. But on the flip side, Exorcise and Body both looked fantastic. Lucky had some really nice moments as well. And to follow that, Tyloo, they were made to work for their win. A 2-1 over Bait as well, where it went down to what I must say is a very, very cool map pool as a whole. Pretty jealous we didn't get to do that game, right? Mirage, Overpass, Train. Fans of all 3 of those maps. Really interesting to cast, but that one, bit back and forth, but Bait just fell flat at the end there on Train. Jam Young looked incredible all the way throughout, so hence why these two now meet in this upper bracket final. And of course, it's not the end of the road by any means for our losers. Bait now dropping towards that lower bracket. They'll be taking on Kaleido, and for those who are maybe a little bit more in tune with how not even just the Asian scene, but the Chinese scene as a whole works, this is a side of a lot of experience. Previously under Ninjas, they've been under actually a variety of different banners in Affair, but this is a side with a decent amount of experience. They played on LAN not too long ago at ACL, and they were looking actually pretty decent there as well, punching up much above their weight. Vision, they'll take on Rare Atom, so a spicy game there as well. A lot of history between those two sides. But halfmate, let's get in towards the Veto, where things matter in this game. There's a few maps that feel like they're necessity picks, and I would say probably Nuke feels like a very good one here for 3D Max, especially with how well they looked earlier.
Yeah, 100%. They, for me, come into this tournament as like a clear favorite. They are going to go towards that Nuke as well, so it does make a lot of sense here. And then we'll see. Well, actually going to be the Overpass back out, so I think that for me is a pretty interesting one from Tyloo. Seems to be a map that they're slowly working into the pool. Obviously, it's not been around for very long. It's also not been massively successful for them either. They actually lost it earlier against Bait, right? So, yeah, you know, they're maybe just trying to force it in and keep it going. There is a lower bracket available here as well, so you have a bit more room to play with. And then we've got Inferno as that decider, which I think, again, would be one that you can predict. It's slap bang in the middle of both pools for these teams. So, sure, yeah, in terms of the Veto, makes a lot of sense. I think both teams are quite happy. There's no major clashes. Maybe the Mirage ban, it might have been nice for Tyloo to lean on that if they'd had the option, but of course not going to happen against 3D Max. So yeah, excited to get into it. I think that Tyloo's Overpass leaves a little bit to be desired. There was maybe a lack of like CT control being taken, right? Sure. Which feels like a lot of what the map is about, especially in CS2 and especially at the moment before a meta, quote unquote, has been figured out. But I don't know that it's really changed all that much even since the Go days, you might argue. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like 3D Max will kind of abuse them on this map. But again, they come in, they're on a really hot streak of form, and it looks like they are able to tap into that. We may be worried a little bit about them with quick travel from EWC and stuff, but it seems like they are in very good form at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as you can see here, they are on LAN as well for this one. So very kind of exciting times as well. This is being played out in Shanghai currently as well in the Perfect World Esports Center, which is pretty damn sick. So I've been enjoying what we've seen so far. And yeah, like you said, it doesn't really feel like they've been too affected by what you would assume to be jet lag. So these two sides, they played each other 3 times this year. Start of the year, right all the way back in towards Pro League. Tyloo picked up actually a pretty comfortable 2-0 over the likes of 3D Max. Following in towards Fissure, same thing, another pretty comfortable 2-0. However, recently at Cologne in that stage 1, it was where 3D Max got the edge. A 2-0 on the flip side, but 13-10 on one of the maps, and overtime 22-20 in that Inferno. So if we do go towards a third map, it could be a bit of a marathon. The one thing I do want to bring up about 3D Max, which is quite an exciting time, I want to say, for them, is they've made a pretty big change, and they've actually now making Gravity the IGL. So the youngsters come through, and I've got to say, his first tournament as the IGL was EWC literally just last week. He looked really good. Some of the calls he was making, some of the adaptions they were doing on the fly as well, really, really solid stuff. So I'd keep an eye out for this. This is a 3D Max side that, sure, throughout the year, they've been doing really well, punching above their weight, whatever you want to call it, and it kind of being now a synonymous name within sort of the tier 1 aspect of things. But I actually think with Gravity now calling, it feels like they're starting to break this ceiling a little bit. That it has felt quite evident. It feels like this is a side that teams that are in and around their level, let's call it, there was a bit of competition. There was a bit of back and forth. Anybody like vastly above them, basically anybody top 5, we would kind of say, it felt like there wasn't really a lot on offer. If I'm being completely frank, they couldn't really dismantle them. So they had this quite distinct ceiling above them. Right now, it feels like maybe that's out the window. They've also got a new coach in the way. And of course, who was just on your screens there too. So new system, new IGL, new coach, and a new look 3D Max that are looking very scary. Of course, they dispatched Na'Vi to open up EWC, and that was very, very good. And they did push the Mongols a distance, which, of course, them walking away with the trophy, that's a pretty commendable loss in the grand scheme of things. So I'm liking what I see. Very easy 2-0 over Limvision earlier today. As a whole, keep an eye out for this side. I think they could even potentially be coming in as favorites for this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And as we said, and as you've mentioned, some pretty big scalps taken, or at least tested. They end up placing well at EWC as well. So, and it feels like a good time for a team like this, where a lot of the big teams pretty unstable, some of your bigger names, right? You could throw a FaZe out there, you could throw a Liquid out there, you could even throw like right up at the top end, there's a couple shakier squads that are going to be focusing on, right, how do I make sure I stay in this spot? And someone like 3D Max might not gain your attention, so we could see them in upcoming tournaments, pick up wins against a Spirit, against a Vitality that are focusing on other things, as it were. But they've always been a team for me that I think are quite slow moving in terms of changing players and things like that, but it is very, very French to just sort of have a little bit of a look at the structure. They believe in themselves, they believe in the idea, the sort of pack mentality, keep it simple, but maybe there is a move that can happen. We've got Body here who knows how to IGL, we've got Maka here who knows how to IGL, and now Gravity coming in as a youngster in that IGL position. Maybe that is something that, eases up some of those other players, and Maka in particular, who for me is the only really starstruck player on this team. That's maybe something that for 3D Max that does worry you when you start to talk about the bigger picture, is that they need one, maybe even two more superstar players, quote unquote, but are they in the French scene? Difficult to say at the moment, As we know, national teams are very, very difficult to make work. So yeah, curious to see what the future holds for them. But when we bring it back in the scope of this tournament, I'm fully in agreement with you as well. I think that they should be coming in as somewhat of a clear favorite, especially here if they can sort of slay this demon of Tyloo that has been a challenge for them on LAN this year for sure. So if they can do that here, I think that they would pretty confidently cement themselves as the clear favorite, and maybe start to think about the win at the tournament as a whole.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right as well. One thing that's quite interesting to mention with Gravity now coming in as this IGL is that all the way back on LDLC, if you remember that team, Amanek said that Gravity was going to be the next great IGL coming out of the French scene. And I think, from what we've seen so far, if they can build upon what happened at EWC, I think they put themselves in a really, really decent spot. So it's a kind of an interesting time, I feel like, for 3D Max. It feels like they are starting to realize, where their pitfalls were, as you sort of mentioning, a slow-moving team in terms of changes, but also a slow-moving team in general. I mean, now seeing that Counter-Strike, especially especially CS2, is making that transition where these very brutally slow styles of play, you know, I think Virtus Pro, of course, is one of the biggest examples of it. It doesn't work anymore. You need to have these guys who can, you know, change the tempo, play with that aggression, play with a bit of pace, and put pressure on towards sides from the offset. And that's something that 3D Max is trying to integrate now. And we saw it happen for them, you know, even just recently. So I'm pretty excited. But, you know, flip side, we're talking about, you know, the kind of the most tenured organization basically on Chinese soil, at least that's kind of still around in a sense, right? You know, we're talking about the big dogs from this region, the hometown favorites, and in a sense as well now a Tyloo side who also have been looking very good in their own regard. A Tyloo side who we're seeing, you know, of course, these performances from G, which a lot of people have been loving. We're seeing them actually pick up trophies as well. Fisher Playground, not even that long ago. First place position for them was absolutely huge. In ACL, when I was out in China as well, same thing. First place for them. Massive land to be winning over a kind of quite of a long stretch. This is a side that are proving there's a hell of a lot of depth to them. And, you know, even though they were made to work in that previous best of three, Beta, no joke, and Tyloo looked very good. Jamyung in particular looked absolutely excellent. So if we can get Jamyung, G, that combination of the rifling and the AWP playing together synonymously, where they really prove a lot what they can bring to the table, the experience, the veterancy of Attacker, there is a lot to like about Tyloo as a whole. So this game, for me, especially just from in terms of the veto on the outset, it should go all three, but it should go all three in terms of the players as well. This is two sides that I think are very evenly matched. They've had a lot of back and forth as well. When they last played, it was a very long series despite being a 2-0 as a whole. So I'm expecting big things here as well. Looks like we're just getting ready for the players to get in the server. From what I can see, they are all in the server and just getting ready for the already up, and we can get the show on the road. Of course, we'll be kickstarting things on Nuke, and all signs should point to 3D Max taking this. This has been a pretty good map for them in the pool. It's one in which they've been slowly but surely integrating more and more so in terms of first picking it into teams. But there's been some okay moments, I will say, from Tyloo. Of course, you know, speaking about their trophy they picked up in Fisher Playgrounds, a nice win over Astralis there. And that one was pretty commendable. So it's not exactly like Tyloo are weak on this map by any means.
No, absolutely. And I think a team on their day that can be really, really solid. And as you talk about, you know, the individuals, they do have a few that out of nowhere can just seemingly have a life game. Yeah. For me, it is always those moments, particularly in Asian Counter-Strike as a whole, where maybe they do start to struggle or they lose a tough clutch or something like that. And the mental side of things is culturally very, very different. And I think that they can struggle to deal with those moments and get back into a game or just stop that big clutch from spiraling or whatever it may be. So as they continue to do better, as they continue to show that they can win, and they got a bit of competition next door from the Mongols, of course, I think that this is a region that will just continue improving year on year. And again, another contender to take the top spot here. But yeah, indeed, just sort of waiting for things to get kicked off. I got excited for a moment. I thought maybe that was going to take us into game, but unfortunately not. So maybe a little bit of an issue on the ground. We do enjoy talking, and it's nice to get in. We've been waiting a while to get going behind the scenes, but I think just like you at home, we also do enjoy watching the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess probably not a bad time as well to talk about some of kind of how this tournament's sort of going to pan out as well. This is an upper final. You win this, you go in towards the grand finals. You do get that day off, which is a pretty big thing to have as a whole. Then to follow that as well, we've got lower bracket games coming in towards tomorrow, which is quite exciting. Bait, Kaleido. Bait should be the heavy favorites there, and maybe even Bait should be considered the heavy favorites kind of coming through the lower bracket, bar when they meet whoever loses this game. That's where the real test is. I think, you know, it's pretty safe to say that the top three, for me at least, feel like it's 3D Max, Tyloo, and Bait currently, right? Aside, these two sides have a lot of experience, and actually a lot more international experience, and Bait are starting to gain more of it at the moment. But 3D Max and Tyloo, they are the two top dogs, hence why they, of course, are here in the upper final, but they're expected to be. And if we're being frank as well, this might be actually be a kind of a best of two sort of series. They might actually meet each other again in the grand finals, and it wouldn't be that much of a surprise. But that Bait Kaleido game, Bait should be considered the favorites. Linvision, Rare Atom, again, it's a little bit spicy, right? I think as a whole, I would still probably favor the likes of a Linvision there, but Rare Atom have proved at times that they got the individuals who can step up. You know, Kaze can have these moments. I think in particular, Child King, he is the one who is the numbers department for this rare atom side. And he's the one, if he can pop off, he can bring a lot to the table. And they actually look pretty solid in the Chinese closed qualifier as well. Them and Kaleido both looking really good. But rare atom as a whole, in particular, I was quite impressed with. Some nice Counter-Strike they played there. So definitely worth keeping an eye on them. But I feel like it's just the teams invited through. There's a reason why they are invited, right? Through that VRS, but, you know, for a specific reason, they are actually looking really damn good at the moment. And 3D Max, even just a win here as well. I'm not too sure how much of a difference it makes in terms of the overall standings VRS, but if they can get any little additions here or there, I'm just checking now as well, they'd actually go up from 12th to 9th in the VRS if they actually win this game. So pretty mental. They put themselves in top 10. They win this, book themselves in towards the grand final. If they can strengthen this tournament as well, they might even creep up a spot or two in the top 10. And it comes back to what you were talking about a little bit earlier. When we actually look at the top 10, kind of every team at the moment is a little bit weak in some way, shape, or form. You know, even talking about the top dogs of Vitality, who have proven that they're now beatable as well, as Mongols done twice within the span of 8 days, right? Then we're looking at a Spirit side who, yes, are looking really good at times, but then also beatable, and then also going through changes too. And you go more and more down that list, and actually it gets sort of weaker and a little bit more uncertain, or a little bit more unstable. So if this is a 3D Max or a Tyloo side who can find themselves in a real decent run of form, I mean, who knows where we can be at here? We could talk about a win here in this tournament for VRS going such a long way.
Yeah, it is a case of, I think, what a lot of people were talking about when VRS came in. This is, you know, a local tournament put on to kind of pick up the tier 2 scene and get a few more Asian teams involved, right? There's more of a directive here from Perfect World. But it acts as a little bit of a, you know, a sneaky kind of opportunity for a couple of teams to, really boost their VRS points. So a pretty big tournament isolated for these teams that are playing here, and I think it really pays to take a victory here and to win out series against the likes of Tyloo or Limvision, some of the teams that are a little higher ranked for sure.
Absolutely. Well, unfortunately, ladies and gents, we do have a bit of an extended tech issue here, and we don't have the ETA just yet. So instead, rather than us waffling and yapping away for now, we're going to throw us onto a little bit of a break. Hopefully, we're back with the action as soon as possible. But for now, sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome into the game here. Thank you very much for your patience. Of course, just some issues on the ground there over in China, but by all accounts, it has been sorted. We are ready to get going, and I think, you know, unleash Neo and I, because we really want to get into this game and get the cast going, to be honest. We've been sat around waiting to get going here on Nuke between Tyloo and 3D Max. Not wasting any time once we're into the game, of course, as Lucky will find that opening kill. Yeah,
exactly what we want. We've been sort of egging to get in towards this as well. We've been up watching the morning games as well, getting up nice and early, getting up when it's dark here in England as well, ready for some Counter-Strike. So I've been ready to get this one on the road, and I'm looking forward to this game in particular because I think this probably will be the first outing of two between these two sides. I have a feeling that no matter who loses here today, they'll meet each other in that grand final regardless. So could be quite interesting. Either way, Jam Young, fantastic series earlier today. I'm looking for more of the same. He's flashed off the angle and forced away further in towards Hell.
Yeah, we'll just have to give it up right now. So the advantage looking quite strong for 3D Max. They've got the kill, they've got the control.
Ooh.
Macro on the lurk here as well. At the very least, he's gathering info, so feeling confident about his position. They just have to play a patient game, but what the hell is Jam Young doing up there, he says to himself. Body trying to get the numbers back, it's just not working. The pistol's overwhelming here from Tyloo. 2 remaining, not loads of time on the bomb, so anything possible here.
Potentially, needs to isolate, needs to try and deny. Low HP as well, but they're just sticking that defuse, and I don't think these flashes are going to make too big of a difference. They know that they are protected. You can tap away, but Jam Young is on the defuse, and that is ultimately all that matters. Tyloo take that first round, and Jam Young will nail the kill at the end as well, just as the cherry on top. Take the first round on 3D Max's map pick, no less. It was a chaotic one, and I think maybe with Exorcist, if just one other player could stay alive for even just like 2 or 3 seconds, that round probably goes in 3D Max's favor just on the back of time alone. But not to be. Tyloo start well, and Jam Young having a great start, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, hard to tell. I think either A, thinking he can just bring them off it, or B, I feel he felt it was planted better for him, you know, that he'd be able to see the player on a slightly wider swing, but he was fully hidden around that corner. So small oversight, small panic situation, as you say, with a lot of members going down quite quickly in what looked to be a strong situation for 3D Max on the post. But we do see them, of course, with the buy coming in with an investment here. Interesting, very, very heavy utility over the Tech 9s here, rather than trying to steal away a couple of Galils and just force the kills. Yep. So they clearly have some sort of a game plan.
Oh, well. What brings to the table? It is that util that makes you question what is the idea here for 3D Max. And come back to the conversation that we had in the pre-show. Gravity, new IGL for this side, taking over the reins. They've got Yuno, the new coach, only been with the side for about a month as well since the player break. So there's a whole new system, a whole new discovery of what 3D Max and how they like to play is on the table here in this tournament. I'm interested to see what they've got, what they're seeing. 25 seconds, not got a lot of time, guys. Molly in towards back side. Will make attacker a little bit uncomfortable as the toes get burnt to a bit of a crisp. Still alive, all that matters. For now is the upward as Gravity, Body, Exorcist combine. What a swing, what an execute. And all Tyloo can do here is save. Jam Young and Mercury, they've got no options.
Immediately, this series giving us the competition that we wanted, that we were expecting as well.
Yeah.
The game looking very, very close, as it will be hard to split these guys as it goes on. Particularly, it feels like, on this first map. So, yeah, a difficult one, but 3D Max showing their style. Bursting in. Quick moves. So, again, an interesting call, and it's something that, you know, we might look to Gravity, if that's his kind of move and an idea, because I feel 6 months ago, 3D Max are not going for the heavy utility there. They're just going to get as many Galils as possible, maybe run outside and take all the fights, but not the case here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, you look at kind of the I think just in general, the past of 3D Max, they, in a round like that, would generally speaking lean more towards brute force. And the fact that there is now these variations, these options, these ideas that we can try and flex it. I like what I saw, man. That was quite nice, right? You know, it's a bit of a change up. It's a play on the tempo as well. And Tyloo felt very uncomfortable. The attacker was sort of indecisive about where he wants to play and how he wanted to play. And that made life actually for the French side. So, Max, nice response. It's all well and good winning the pistol, but the force buy is, generally speaking, more important. Let's see what they can do in response. Already, this lower control taken immediately.
Yeah, I mean, from one end of the scale to the other, we had a very calculated round in the previous. Now we've just got a mental vent dive with full rifles, which, again, feels like maybe a return to how they like to play. And that might just be it, with, like, no control downstairs, a weaker buy, and now 2 men down. I think this is a situation where I'd say you have to save. Previously, it was a maybe save. So, yeah, 3D Max just exponentially growing their lead, and both in terms of the overall game and score, but the rounds themselves, they have dominated there. That is crazy. That is so fast, and I think being able to see both styles, both ways of approaching a round be so effective, it's very good signs for 3D Max.
It is, and now they're giving themselves a really nice platform to build upon. And kind of coming back to what we were saying with this Veto, it feels like it's destined for 3, but a lot of it comes down to just how good 3D Max have looked on this map, and on the flip side then for Tyloo, how confident they are picking into it. Now we know they are beatable on their earlier series today, so maybe 3D Max aren't too upset about that overpass being picked in. Let's see, we'll come back to that, of course, a little bit later, but a 2-1 start for now and a low buy for Tyloo. 3D Max know all too well about this. They know there's very little in terms of guns on offer, but let's not overplay our cards here. Nice work. Next to Cease. With that FAMAS for a double. Nade'll come over to soften up G as well. He's really got not a lot on offer, and Jamyoung did have one on a silver platter there, but unable to convert. That's this round done. Maybe nearly a little bit more expensive than you wanted it to be, but it doesn't matter. A round 1, that's all we care about.
Oh, Maka with the threatening change to the burst, but it's not going to be him to find the kill. Looking good here. These T rounds, of course, worth their weight in gold.
For sure.
Especially on Nuke, especially in the current sort of meta. It feels like a quiet shift back to the CT side. For the whole game, at the very least.
It's taken its time, though, hasn't it? I do really feel like for a while we had such a mental thing of, like, maps actually swinging so heavily T-sided. Nuke being always traditionally the most CT-sided map in the pool. How T-sided it looked for a while. Actually, until the econ change was kind of crazy. And thankfully, this econ change has sort of brought things back to normality. Every map is now CT-sided statistically since it's come into play. And actually, it's swung quite nicely where it's gone back to right where it was. And Nuke has reclaimed its sort of throne as the most CT-sided map in the pool, which is sort of where it deserves to be, which is actually probably making it even more impressive how well 3D Max are looking right now.
Oh, what a position here for Jamyoung. He's immediately dealt with, though. You figure Exorcise goes down, but he gets the spin. He gets the 180 frag. Could be a very, very big deal here. However, quite ready for the B hit. Mosea's already posted, and they will call it off. So, going to pull the bomb out of there, keep a bit of presence downstairs, see if he can find anything. They're just waiting to see, is there a flank, is there a free kill on offer? And they will look to reapproach that B-bomb site. Good read here as well. Mosea mollied out into the open. Maybe they've spotted a leg as he's taken a little peek here or there. Body on the backside looking to solidify the round, but the B control taken quite simply where it looked scary. And 3D Max, again, really well done in the mid-round there. Just grab A pause and not fly into B. Body looking good. A player that is perhaps unleashed individually now that Gravity is taking up a big mantle with the IGL. You know, they're making a big deal out of it. He will be traded, but the round is won.
I gotta say, I like the prospect of Body being a lurk on these T sides as well, right? It kind of goes back to where Body can start to express himself a lot more. You look at his previous teams as well, and he's actually not been given that luxury, even back on Fnatic. Of course, Blame F would always take those lurking positions on T side, so I like this. It gives him freedom to sort of express himself the way that we've known Body to make a bit of a name for himself. Exorcise trying to hunt on towards Mercury. Unsuccessful, but the round is. And But for the most part, that's really all that matters. 4-1 start for 3D Max. The French side looking actually very comfortable out the gate so far. Their map pick, not breaking too much of a sweat as well. There's at least enough to be happy about right now. And I wouldn't even mind Tyloo maybe in towards their next gun round. Just attack time out. Bit of a brief moment. Pump the brakes here, joking on the map on the mic as well. And just have a little bit of a conversation, right? What have we spotted so far from this 3D Max sort of T side? What are they trying to bring to the table? How can we counter it? Just slow them down. The progression they're making so far to start the series is actually looking really dangerous.
Yeah, for a brief moment there, right? Tyloo wrestled back into the pistol, then it was a force by one. I thought maybe we were going to have that classic back and forth, but the past 3 rounds from 3D Max have been pretty decisive.
Yeah.
So, not a good look, and it should be another one here by all accounts. Jam Young, slight off angle with the Deagle. Obviously looking to take a name and gain a rifle, but 3D Max, pace change again. It's very difficult and a bit confusing to deal with, but it seems like round upon round, they're just sort of turning the dial to 0, and then to 10, and then to 0, just making them very, very hard to predict, which is exactly how they'd want to play it. Jam Young, though, he's feeling confident on that Deagle. G's going to join him here and back off. So they'll take the man advantage. They might lose the B control, but there's not really enough space here for 3D Max to work with. Look at this.
Yeah, they might lose the control, but having a player down here makes a big difference. Single door open, leg spotted as well. Body spotting the cross to and fro. He knows that it's a risk. Bit of damage taken, but I think he's an insurance policy. He's trying to draw attention towards his lower sight, and he's doing a good job of it. However, G posted and waiting, attacker now delivering as well. And this round all but sorted. 15 seconds, unlucky, got no shot in hell. Bomb on his back. You've not got a chance, mate. Constellation kill is all you will get, and the priority is now just saving this AK-47. Really, really nice response from Tyloo. As much as they maybe look a little weak so far in towards this map, you can never discredit them when it comes towards these sort of low half-by rounds. Tyloo on Deagles are no easy feat. Nice round, and maybe even the catalyst to further success for this Tyloo side.
Yeah, really big steal round there as well is kind of the key thing. One that they're not expected to win, so as you say, could give them a good chance to close the gap. 3D Max, however, now a question for them, a test for them. Can they bounce back? They've certainly got the cash to do so. It's just a case of if they have anything stored up, which we've not really seen too many like executes or things like that, and immediately they are going to go for the outside move here. It's very quick. We do have a burst towards A, meanwhile, where there's a 2-for-1. And only one man going down secret. So, again, confusion thrown out. And Tyloo now left scrambling.
Yeah, a bit of a question now of what do we actually do? Well, Gravity will lose his life. That'll change things for now. Maka. Reposition from him. Needs to be careful. Lobby crunches have been good. Body, what a shot. Jiggle peeking a fine Mosaic head ripped clean off the shoulders, and shoulder spotted, but a pistol running and gutting by G. Good work, but he's now locked out by this molly.
Gonna go through it. Gets a little weird now. Plenty of time remaining to try and find this player, but G has to sort of remain on the move and get the drop if he can. I will say XC's had a great round. His sense of timing, he's very, very good, but he will lose the fight. Not enough HP to battle back. Body, where the hell is he? G's got no idea. So unfortunate. It was nearly a perfectly played round in all of his exchanges, but he just didn't have the info.
Absolutely. Already 5 rounds on the T side. I'm pretty happy with what I've seen from 3D Max. We've had this conversation time and time again over the years. We've worked together. For those who are new to joining myself and Scriv on the cast, generally speaking, we like to say 5 rounds T-side Nuke. You're doing pretty well. That's a pretty good half. Yes, that maybe did change a little bit as the map started to swing a bit more towards the T-side, but now it's reset. Now it's back to normality. 5 rounds is pretty good. And this kind of feels like not even just the end here for 3D Max. I mean, they could really start pushing towards not even just 5, but even maybe a lead in this first half, which would go a hell of a long way. It feels like they've really got Tyloo's number right now. Jamyung, he will get the first. His body to fall, and overextension will cost him his life.
Oh, another one as well as they reface in here. A few mistakes from both sides in this round, where it has been pretty clean openings at the very least. Hey, bomb site falls just like that, so Tyloo going to be left with a retaking situation. Not much that they can do to get up heaven, even.
They might save.
The bomb, however, taking its sweet time. So I don't know. Save feels like it's definitely on the cards now, but there was a moment there. Still looking for it.
Yeah.
It would seem. All three in towards heaven. I don't know how I feel about this, to be honest with you. Some utility coming in. It's a little messy, and that Molotov surely decides it.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's got 2 points of HP. Surely we're not giving this a look in. And they were tempted by it just to see if anything opens up, but it's so unlikely. 3D Max are so disciplined in situations like that. They were never going to give an opportunity over. So, nice work. Again, a 6th on the board. And coming back to what I was saying coming in towards this round, I don't think 5's where they stop. They are looking like they can quite comfortably push towards a lead here. And yeah, I'm loving what's on offer right now. 3D Max aren't really making too many clinical errors, or if they are, as we saw with the sort of half by eco round, the response in kind is absolutely emphatic. There's no questions asked about it when they bring it back. So no surprises here seeing Tyloo go for their first tack pause. They desperately need it. This has not been a good enough showing from them right now. They are getting overrun on Nuke, a map in which, again, not their best map, not their most repped map, but a map in which at least is part of their map pool, and 3D Max aren't breaking too much of a sweat at all.
Pause certainly needed, and a comeback certainly needed now as well. It's getting into that worrying territory. We've had a couple of rounds, a couple of moments where we say, okay, Tyloo could get back into this, or maybe this is the chance for them to turn things around, but it seems unless they have a really solid lead, they're struggling to compete in the big 50-50s. And again, I think a lot of that might just be tactical. The 3D Max mid-rounding feels pretty solid.
I think you're right. Gravity brings to the table. There's a lot to like. This freedom to express their style of play. Well, the French side is working. Drop down, a fine body, nice work. He tries to 180 on towards Mercury. Isn't given that luxury. That'd be pretty wild if he was to get away with that. But Mercury's going to find a second.
Decent finds from him. Really, really big deal. But once again, 3D Max have managed to get a guy into a funky spot. Exorcist down below. Of course, the door will make noise, so got to be sure of the play. However, it was a bit made up top. I don't know. Maybe they have hidden it. At the same time, Tyloo can't do too much to react. They're just going to try and put the resources into the info that they do have. Exorcist continues moving forwards. And, well, it would seem the player boosted up. Somewhat clueless, but still a good enough angle to work with. Attacker traded. They know the B site is clear for the time being, so a small window, as always, to get that bomb down. There's a quick drop down the vents. They're still not giving too much of a fight across. The Molotov here from Mercury. Risky, very risky indeed, and he will allow the numbers to even up. So all of a sudden you start to believe in the 3D Max clutch up. Jamyung on the other side of the smoke. Right idea. Oh, quick switching. Oh my goodness, he's very lucky indeed. And speaking of, it is all left down to the man himself on 25 HP. An often overlooked player within this 3D Max team. Maybe this is a moment for him to shine. He's been playing pretty well so far this half. The nade is surely perfect, but he's able to survive a moment longer. It's a kit on the bomb. He's got to try and find one, but he just can't. And Tyloo in with 3.
I really don't think that Gravity needs to push there as well through that smoke. That is so risky, especially when you've cleared other avenues. And you've cleared essentially what is the double doors player by killing him in towards window. So you've got to expect that there's a second somewhere nearby. And if they're rotating down from A, single door is generally speaking one of the main options of where you opt for, especially if you've then lost your window player. Tyloo on the flip side will expect, okay, maybe someone's pushed this, and we don't want to be taking that sort of fight. Let's go elsewhere with it. We know there's no presence. So I don't know why Gravity's pushing that smoke. I don't love that sort of play there. I felt like he just shelled up, especially with how low Lucky was. You put him in a near impossible spot. So one of the fewer mistakes that we spoke about for 3D Max. They've not made many, but that one is relatively egregious. Gravity will make up for it, though. Off the back of that push with a nice opener on towards Mosaic.
They do like a quick drop. It seems to be one that they've got in the back pocket here. 3D Max, nice find from G, though. Absolute monster on the other side of ramp there if they're not careful. Body taken on the lurk. Another aspect that they're maybe a bit more used to now that the half has gone on. So advantage does swing for Tyloo. G scared of yet another flank, which in one way he is kind of correct. Oh, goodness, Mercury. Yeah, going to walk straight into him. And now they will join each other. So it looks pretty good for 3D Max actually to hold on to the bomb site. Tyloo somewhat split, but just relying on the individuals winning out their fight. So far, so good. Attacker goes down. They've lost a prong of the attack now, though. And that doesn't look too good to me. They're going to try and get a player on the bomb here. G swapped across to the AK. Where is Maka? Where is Maka? Oh my goodness. A wild find through the smoke. He had absolutely no chance. It was so close to being defused, but the stray bullet, the lock on, just possesses Maka.
He had 3 bullets, and one of those 3 connected. That is mental. Well played by Maka. A superstar moment from him, but again, going back to maybe a bit of a question of, should he have required that? Probably not, but ultimately, who cares? A round 1 is a round 1, and 3D Max are now guaranteed a lead on the side. That is the main thing for them, but with brilliant work from Max. He's tapping away, yeah. It's 4 bullets he has there as he goes to that final spray on the smoke. We're right back into the action as well. As Gravity opens things up in a big trade, and beat down up close as well can be deadly, and is. And look at Attacker delivering with a USP as well, as Lucky left with it all to do. A 1 versus 4, an impossible spot, and an immediate shutdown by Tyloo. 3D Max, they change the tempo, they try to go quick, and they get shut down with ease.
All right, so 3D Max not quite been able to build their lead to that, you know, super dangerous half game over kind of scoreline, but it still looks pretty good. Tyloo, we've seen them pick up some pace. Maybe if they could have converted the pistol, this could be a very different half, actually. So they do still have the capabilities. It's just sometimes the rounds are coming at them, not necessarily from them, if that makes sense. And yeah, I think a pretty scary look for 3D Max with a solid T side at the moment. Big round here, I think, to just ease some of the pressure. You get the pistol, you can even it up. Jam Young with a new spot. Not seen many players go for this so far in this half, and you can see how it pays off. Maka has absolutely no idea. He is traded, but I think they'll take that and the information. But his body with the catch, doing a great job through these smokes. Oh. Mosaic, speaking of, follows the footsteps, finds himself a 3-piece as they did not expect him at all. Down goes Gravity and a fantastic finish. 2 strung together for Tyloo to close out the half.
2 big rounds as well to be taken in that sort of vein. So fair play to Tyloo. You know, they require individual brilliance, and my god, do they get it. And if they didn't, we could have been talking about something like an 8-4 or a 9-3 in favor of 3D Max, and then at those points there's no real narrative to build here. This is one-way traffic to 3D Max taking the map. This is now very much still in that reaching distance for Tyloo. It's far from being dead and buried in this map, and sure, 3D Max, they have the lead and they put themselves in a good spot, but as a whole, Tyloo will still get that door wide open for them. They've got a pistol round here as well. Game is right back on. Pistol, 4 fight to follow. We're tied square at 7 apiece, and who knows where this one ends. But Mosaic, incredible work from him. Individual fights that are taken, so solid. You know, he's a guy that, of course, got brought in towards the team initially because of, you know, the individual mechanics, the way in which he was found and scouted for Tyloo. And, well, there's a bit of a piece of what he can bring to the table. Let's see, Tyloo now on towards their T side. They need an emphatic start. You get a pistol, force, as I mentioned, you put yourself in a pretty damn good spot. However, if 3D Max find it, they can start just pulling away and taking this map in their stride.
All right, here we go. Tyloo especially, let's see what they are made of. They're going to move outside here. Tiny bit of utility. Only one spotted. Is P250 looking to take some heads at range if possible. Maka, the lone defender over here. Very quick bloom smoke. What is the plan around it? They're just going to try and use it as a distraction, really. Running interference and, yeah, locate a couple of players as best they can. Close the gap with the Glocks. That's what it's all about. Attacker has made his way up. I don't know if he was spotted there, but they, at the very least, were watching for it. Body comes in late to get one of his own, leaving a 2-on-2 as the dust settles here in and around the hell area. Oh, Exorcist has bailed Gravity out there. I thought it was him on the spin, but not the case. Now down to the 1-on-1 at range. Jamyoung, P250, trying to tap away and not give too much of a fight here. Oh, he's maybe lost track of the player now as well. Doesn't quite know where he has gone. Obviously got to retrieve that bomb back as well. A wide swing coming in from Gravity on low HP. Going to be ill-advised, but he's just chipping away at Jamyoung, who cannot, for the life of him, hit these shots, man, and eventually will take him. P250 on the second to last bullet, I think that was, of the entire gun. Will get it done.
Man, that is so close for comfort. Jamyoung, like you said, running out of ammo, and he's sort of making sure at the end there as well as he's just tapping away. Nothing in the chamber. Tyloo, they breathe a huge sigh of relief, getting that over the line. And now we get to see, you know, this is pretty standard in a sense. Tyloo took the pistol round as well, but they lost the force buy. So I'm interested to see what the response looks like for 3D Max. That force buy and response on the T side was excellent. Heaps of praise coming through. So let's see what they've got on offer for us. Mosaic, he's missed the vent. He tried to get down. He actually tucks himself just in front of it. So that's a little precarious. As Gravity goes on high as well, it gets a bit weird. Mosaic actually makes a smart call of just falling all the way back. Give up on this plan. We've not taken the control early. Let's reset.
Slow roll here as they manage to get down secret. At least the entrance to it quite unawares. Boost going to come in. Nice little setup here as Lucky plays close. The Deagle plays behind him. I do like it. Noise made as well. So they're going to be ready. They're very prepared for some action to come their way. Shoulder peek baits out Lucky, but they're scared. They're very scared to go around that corner, considering it was just a 5-7 that they heard. So they'll give sort of some fake info and look to drop back.
Pretty valid, though. 5-7. Very, very scary. I don't blame them, but it has drawn attention away. This is actually going to work quite nicely for Tyloo. They're going for a double pump and a push in towards the A site. The initial plan, as they split now through door and main. Exorcist will get the first, but there is no one here bar the man who leads this side. He's hearing all of the information, but he's on vent on that ladder. Maka will respond with the Deagles. The numbers still favor. This is a little funky still.
Yeah, not the safest at the moment. Rosé are going to get tagged down relatively low. It's just a question of time, and it's a question of whether 3D Max want to sacrifice what they've earned in this round in terms of the weaponry. Looks like they will indeed go for it. There's really not a lot of time. They line up for the Mac 10 as well, and the fight over towards Heaven was won. That was kind of the key one. You need to get that kill, get a player on the bomb, make everyone panic, but it just doesn't happen. All the kills come in, but the round is not going to be won. Tyloo will count their lucky stars, and I think Body should even go down to the bomb here with this. Galil, he does indeed, goes absolutely flying, but the scoreline going to even up now is the big deal.
Yeah. So, and not only just evening up as well, actually should be taking this lead for Tyloo. Money broken for 3D Max due to the full investment towards that previous round, so not a lot that can be brought to the table. Tyloo should have no bother getting an 8th on the board. It's actually this next gun round, towards round number 16, super important. If 3D Max lose this, they're probably heaps of trouble, if they're being completely frank. What to play for? This one should be simple. As long as Tyloo make it inexpensive, that's all that matters for them. Well, there's the first. Nice and simple. There's no jump round, but Body's sticking around. Only briefly before he's caught. The Galils are getting kills, and Jamyoung is clinical. Tapping away, dropping them one by one. Is 4th in the round. He's looking for the ace as well, and Gravity is around that corner. It's G who will steal it away, but A nice round to be taken by Tyler, making sure there's never any doubts.
Yeah, looking scary now, isn't it? 3D Max have really not given us an awful lot in this second half. They brought some of the rounds close, though. I will give them that. As I was kind of saying that statement out loud, I feel like not robbed necessarily, but they have kept things a bit close. That was the first dominant round and could be a really big deal if Tyloo can shut down this econ and make sure that the CTs cannot get off the ground. So very curious to see what the game plan is here. We've got an AWP out. We've got an Orgal, which is kind of a Nuke classic that you see once in a while. So they're obviously looking, for my money, to try and find those early fights.
Maka holding it off the smoke. He's got the right idea of where he's posted. Smoke's, of course, obscuring the vision for now. As they fade, this position of him in towards deep garage actually becomes very, very strong. They're going to make sure they, once again, eradicate his line of sight.
Ooh. Running down. Interesting. Interesting. They want him to move fast. I thought they were going to sneak Mercury in here, but he would have been heard going down. So they're going to have some knowledge of that downstairs. There's players all over the shop for Tyloo. Makes it very hard to deal with the fights, but they also don't really know how to get themselves in. The trades, not really there, actually. It's Maka in particular who's running rampant outside. Just to left, one very low, and it is all down to G. Pretty discombobulated round, it feels like, from Tyloo.
Feels like it's a bit all over the place. Very individual fights. Gee, that's a lovely shot. I'll give him the credit there. But basically every duel that Tyloo took put them in a bit of a weird spot where it was no ability to trade. It looks like G might be able to sneak this bomb plant out. I speak too soon. Maka making sure that is not the case. And the AWP recovered as well. 8-all tied square. 3D Max, nice round. A little expensive, sure, but a round on the board to make sure that Tyloo don't pull away is the main thing that you take away from round number 16. And to add on towards that as well, a bit of financial issues. You're looking at Jam Young, Mercury, who have probably a bit of a weird spot where I don't think they'd be wanting to force maybe an upgrade of a pistol. And the other three who actually do have the finances, but it's not a team-wide decision. So do you go hero buys here? Do you full buy? But then you have two players who are on lesser weapons, which obviously is inherently a risk. These are all decisions they've got to make and all decisions that they're going to use this second timeout for. So it's a very smart time to call it.
Well, here we go. We'll see. The last time out they called, actually, for me, did turn things around a little. They managed to salvage their CT half. So, joking on the mic, see what he can bring to this T side now. 3D Max. Do they have anything that they maybe want to work on? I feel like last round went quite well for them. Just play a patient game. Let that AWP do its work. As, generally speaking, they are pretty AWP heavy as a team, but he's not done too much here. Oh, look at this. Through the smoke. Yeah, they both got nades out. He'll take those all day. Easy kills with the MP9. Able to get another as he backs off quick. Really well played. Potentially the perfect round here from Gravity.
Yeah, talk about calling around yourself. That is excellently done. Body, a freebie here, surely. Shoulder for G spotted, and actually, G wants to fight. He swings back in. I'm giving them the information. G will punish. But still, 2 versus 4. Should have no chance in hell for this. Gravity feels like he settled the round from the first few seconds. And Maka just got to make sure he closes it with the first, looking for the second as well. One crosses. He doesn't need to peek, but he might stick around to see what's on offer. And that'll be at the cost of his life. Don't give G these fights. We've seen this guy win clutch upon clutch, especially as his name has started to be sung amongst some of the best. Don't give him opportunities. You've got 40 seconds. That's plenty of time.
The next target. Yeah, he kind of had an inkling, maybe heard him, maybe saw a pixel, but he will lose the fight out. They managed to get the AWP back as well. That was kind of the big thing that I spotted. Maka goes down. There wasn't really enough money to comfortably buy him back in. So, an oversight from him personally. And definitely not his own cash, as you can see here. So, yeah, a little overzealous, I think is what we like to say. It's kind of
Yeah.
a nice way of putting silly, maybe. But all the same, they get it back, so it's no harm. And he should be able to keep finding those kills. He's done really well in the past few rounds with the AWP.
Yeah, and we kind of spoke a little bit about it as we had that attack pause in that previous round of where it was a bold choice in a sense to go for the force buy there. You got 3 players who have more than enough of the finances to kind of work with, but 2 who didn't, Jam Young and Mercury. So do you hero, do you half buy, do you full buy? And they went for option 3, and obviously by losing it, especially in the fashion they've lost it, it's been really costly to them. They've got nothing on offer in this round, which means in a way, this 10th is just a gift for 3D Max. They shouldn't really have too many issues. Now, if there was Deagles in play here, I'd maybe say, keep an eye out. You never know. But this time with just Glocks, consolation kills is probably as best as it gets for them. As a whole.
Yeah, you would expect so. This is a deadly setup, bro.
Oh, look at that. And a team kill, just to sweeten it even more.
Stole
so.
his ace.
Yeah, I did actually as well. G just making sure, like, no one's acing us on home soil, mate. Team kill is what matters. That's 10-8 though. 3D Max inching closer and closer now to the finish line. This is dangerous waters that Tyler was swimming in.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen throughout, it just feels like 3D Max have maybe got more knowledge on this map.
Yep.
And it seems to really be serving in the tougher spots, in the moments where it's like, right, Tyloo have just won out a clutch, or as they did in this half, they won the pistol. They give themselves some momentum. 3D Max are able to stop them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And I think that is a very valuable skill to have that, you know, you're not going to have on every single map. All these little ideas, getting Maka in there, getting Gravity in there, how to bounce around. The AWP, again, continues to just be consistent. It's not super flashy, but it's always there. And this may well be a dominant round before we've even got the words out. 2 more kills come the way of the CT side. G, listen, he might get 1, but he was dead on the trade for sure. And it's all down to Mercury now.
Oh. Matter if he misses as well. Somebody else will find it. I don't know about you, Script, but this might be the beginning of the end. It does look like this Tyloo side have fallen flat. Unfortunately, sort of where it matters most, right? You know, tail end of this game where it felt like they were really building into it slowly. Decent starting towards the half. Nice end to the first half as well. So it was like, okay, we're in an okay spot here. But unfortunately, they're falling quite quiet. Since the money's come back into play for 3D Max, it's only really been one side in this. And they're on track to taking this nuke and putting themselves in the spot now where it really does open up the series so favorably for them. You know, we'll come to this conversation a little bit, but as you can see, the veto there, of course, if Overpass being that map number 2, Tyler have already looked a little shaky on it. So, I don't know. This could be a bit of an, you know, an awkward spot as a whole. Tyloo need to really make sure, even if they can't win this map, if they can at least really push 3D Max a distance and make them feel uncomfortable, it's just going to give them confidence heading in towards their own pick.
Well, a pace change from Tyloo. We saw how effective these were for the 3D Max T sides. Exorcist and Body, though, going to chime in early. They do manage to get some players down, including that bomb. Plant in here. Hosea got to be very careful, though. I don't think he makes it out of the back silo angle, so post plant maybe not the best. They've also still got a player upstairs looking to cut off some rotations. We're going a little early here. They're confident in themselves now. They are very confident indeed. And maybe you can see why. Body's just single-handedly retaken B. The support was coming, but he goes early for sure, gets on his high horse and wins out number 12.
The silver lining has to be the bomb plant going down and, you know, the couple of kills. It does give cash to work with for Tyloo, but this is the now or never scenario. It's 3D Max map point on their map pick as well, and Tyloo now need to make an emphatic run of things. They need to really scale in towards this if they want any chance. It does feel like, unfortunately, this is a bit of a done affair already. I mean, 3D Max has been so unbelievably clean, but really, really effectively done. It's their 5th round in a row as well, right? So for 3D Max, hence why the name was slightly on fire there as well. 5th round in a row, looking really good. Tyloo falling really flat. They've only had these pockets of rounds here and there, but coming back to that word that we like to throw around, of consistency, it's not been there. 12-8. Now or never for Tyloo on map number 1.
break of the smoke.
Oh.
Could be deadly. Body as well, flashed up. He does well to get one.
Hang on.
You feel like he was in a very, very good spot to respond solidly there. Exorcise. Speaking of good spots. Oh, gee, just gives it a look. Just has an inkling that there's something coming in from behind. Is he ready for this next one, though? The answer is no. Lucky plays it patiently. That's so well executed to find two. Jam Young commits to B now. Panicked, very panicked from Tai Lu. You know, they got the kills, they found the guy in behind, and they just charge away. Gravity, not so sure there, Chief. Not so sure. Lucky gives his position away as well, spamming through the door. So it was looking doable, but Lucky comes in a perfect round from him with the 3K, 3D Max to take the map. Certainly getting excitable in the last couple of rounds, a few peaks here or there. But yeah, most of them kind of working out, it feels.
Yeah, a little bit wacky at the end there, but I guess all that matters is the round one and the map one as well. It was 6 in a row by 3D Max to close out that map as well. So fantastic work from them. There's a reason why they picked into it. It's looked like a really strong addition in towards their pool. But again, coming back to what we've been talking about with this side, new system with a new coach, new IGL as well, and things seem to be clicking for the better now as well. Body putting towards these lurking spots on T side gives him so much freedom to work with. And you know, we'll run through some of these highlights. And you can just see the luxury and the wealth at which 3D Max can play with here, right? That they can really maneuver around their map. It feels like a much easier. They're throwing a few more tempo changes in, and sure, they don't always work, but it's nice to see that there is ideas here. There's a few kind of gimmicks up the sleeve coming through as well. So I'm really impressed with what I've seen. I will hold my hands up. I've been a bit of a 3D Max hater in the past, right? Their style of play being very slow and super lethargic at times, but this new look 3D Max, I've been really impressed with. They've turned me from a doubter into a believer, which is no easy feat. So I'll give them a lot of praise, man. They continue to really impress me. Every map I see so far at 3D Max, I can see that they've got really great ideas here. So I'm impressed, man. And for the sake of the series, it's really been opened up in their favor.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good as well. It seems like they have managed to find a way to add a bit more structure, a bit more discipline, but still keep the wacky energy that they might have. You know, that French Counter-Strike of like, oh, this guy's going through a smoke and flanking, or we've got a slightly different setup than you might expect. So, and they all had a bit of that as well, it feels like. Lucky towards the end, Body in the first half, but you see in this round as well on the highlight where he just sort of goes for it. So I don't know. I'd be very curious to know how the sort of committee looks of strategical ideas, whether it is like, right, Gravity's IGLing, but what does that mean? You know, is he the only voice? Is it all his ideas? Is he just calling out of spawn? Are there, you know, these guys of Body and Maka who have a bit more of an idea of how to call as well? Are they getting involved when Gravity dies or is not involved in the main play? So I'd be very curious to know like how it looks for the side of 3D Max. And, you know, we speak about Body. You can see the kill distribution towards the end, especially. He's had some really impactful rounds.
Yeah, he's freed up, I feel, as a whole. And, you know, I think he just looked excellent. Having the ability, I think, then, in a way, you know, for Body, where we look at him past, especially when he's being the guy taking the reins on sides, it feels like when he has to sort of micromanage everybody else, it's a little bit more uncomfortable. There's too many things to think about. But when he's only micromanaging himself, he really is super effective. There's a reason why Body got called up to the big leagues, right? This is a guy who can play at that top level, and it's maps like that prove it, right? And then on the flip side as well, Gravity, who is now taking the reins, well, again, look at what he's done. Second highest on the scoreboard, just shy of 90 ADR, so calling around himself, obviously working wonders. There's a lot to like here, right? I think for Tai Lu, that's a real wake-up call to just the depth of strategy for this 3D Max side. And probably now where there's maybe a few alarm bells ringing off, thinking about, God, map number 2 could actually be a little rough. Tai Lu didn't look fantastic on it earlier.
Yeah, even as a pick, it felt quite confident, you know, the fact that they lost it earlier, you don't want to change it up on the day. They're believing in the process and the game plan for this one for sure. So yeah, worrying times ahead. Worrying times definitely ahead here now, but I do believe we are going to take a break before we get into that next map, of course. Make sure you stick with us. We got Overpass very soon.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Nu, nu ne ținem de timer, așteptăm să înceapă meciul.
Welcome back in here, guys. We're getting into Overpass, of course. Tyloo just pipped to the post. They were close for a while. Good start to the second half on Nuke, but couldn't really get it going with those all-important rifles. Now we move on to their pick. But I say it with a question mark because they played it earlier against Bait, of course. It didn't go well. They lost it there, and it wasn't even super close. So I think that this comes through as a curious one, but they are believing in the process and hoping that they can take it to 3D Max, who potentially, arguably, have less experience on this map compared to Bait.
Yeah, they did pick up a win on this map against Charlotte at EWC, but then you look before that, Cologne is, back-to-back losses to Complexity and Virtus Pro. Now, I'm not trying to be rude here, but they're not exactly great teams, either of Complexity or Virtus Pro, so it's pretty damning. I guess just the flip side is just for 3D Max, they've only played it once at Cologne, and they got massacred on it by Gamer Legion. It was a 13-6. There was no real competition. So maybe, potentially, Tyloo, despite not being that confident on themselves, they saw how, lack of confidence, I guess, for 3D Max. Let's see. Either way, gravity under pressure as well. Bomb being planted right in front of his face. There's nothing he can do to deny. First fight with the V2K. Oh, and the second, he'll find his Ecstasy, some body, all pound to one of their own. Jam Young, a 1v3 and surely impossible.
Set the trap on the B bomb site. Let them get the plant, but the retake looks hella good here. They'll go flying in to make sure that final kill is easy. And yes, 3D Max picking up where they left off. Pistol looks good. Long defuse here, but it will be always a good feeling to get the first round and the pistol under your belt. Tyloo, though,
Yeah.
with a plan. They might have some ideas here. They might go for that force buy, which is pretty damn common. But this is hard. And this is what I talked about with some of these, Chinese teams in particular. The mental can spiral really quickly. A tough finish to map 1, now a tough start to their own pick, and a map that they're probably shaky in terms of the confidence anyway. So yeah, this is a dangerous look now for Tyloo.
Yeah, I think you're right. It has been a pretty common thing that we've seen. We've seen it happen with teams like your Lim Visions and your Air Atoms and Tyloo at times where it's like you start picking up a loss and you just start to snowball into a rot and struggle to break it. But I say an opening kill like that will definitely help. Gravity tries to swing and find. He gets a ding, but it's run off for the kill. And quite smartly as well, Mosaic just gets out. He relinquishes that position. That map control falls away. He does not need to fight. He's actually in a way hoping that they continue to look to where he's gone while they start building control in other places of this map, i.e. like now, front bathrooms. Oh, and there he is. He's punished the overextension again. He was waiting. He set the trap. He wanted to go hunting for them, and they do. Mosaic's done so well.
Yeah, really good round from him so far. Should be able to capitalize. There's not been much movement from the CTs towards B. Now Lucky will make his way over. Big find from Maka. Actually, one of the scarier guns taken away. Flash is coming in. Lucky kind of just has to stay alive or get multiple kills. That is not what I wanted him to do at all. In fact, the complete opposite, and it will force a save out from 3D Max.
I don't think they got too much of a choice there. I think they just have to go for this. This is unfortunate. This is, I think, a really well-played map by Tyloo, but a really well-played round, may I say, by Tyloo, but a really poorly played one by 3D Max. Just individual overextensions coming through, fights without kind of the supporting util, the sort of the lack thereof of it. Yeah, really dicey. Not the sort of round that you want to be seeing, and maybe reinstating this point that we built up that for 3D Max, they've done have reps on this map already, and then on top of that as well, it's no reps, and then the one time they did play on it as well, they got completely destroyed, so maybe it's just not the most confident map in the pool for them. As a whole, maybe ever so slightly concerning times. But first on the ball for Tyloo, nicely done. Mosaic, excellent. Those first two in particular are so important to give them space, give them room, and also, most importantly, information. What are this side looking to do, and how proactive are they? And they now know that they are pretty akin to fighting. Of course, no real choice for 3D Max. The French side have to force buy back in. That's just how the CT economy works here. They don't get a choice.
Oh my goodness. They look so nasty as well.
Yeah, that first one in particular.
All right. Let's see. 3D Max. Do they have any... Ooh, force buy plays in their back pocket. This is kind of a nice move. Deep smoke stops them bursting in. Nice little flash, but just so many options for cover. The touchdown nade might save the sort of best of a bad situation, at least evening the numbers up. And they are so far back, starved of information. They have to retake a lot of areas now. 3D Max, it's not a bad start.
No. Like a right idea as well. It's a little bit of an off angle, this as well. Could get overlooked. G's going to be checking, and G does a very good job of just making sure. Due diligence done by him, and the util being set up as well. That pop flash to send them in towards bathroom. No one's here, but it's control that they can take. Numbers advantage for Tyloo. Good spot that they're in. Looks like they're building and scaling towards his A side.
Lucky on the spots. Does have some decent nadage here. Yeah, I'm going to keep them covered as best he possibly can and just slow them down while the rotations come in. But the rotations are going to take a while. He's probably forced into a fight with nothing but a pair of Julies. He does well for one. And there goes the gun, unfortunately. So, not really expecting too much else here unless Exorcise can pop off. He goes down before even getting the sentence out. Tyloo, despite a shaky start, will survive the round.
Yeah, I guess it is one of those sort of sigh of relief type rounds, but it has put them in a nice spot now as well for Tyloo, where it's not only a lead taken, but actually one that they can really build upon now. There's no response to be brought to the table by 3D Max, and this is a map in which, especially in the past, before this map was taken out of the pool, it was brutally CT-sided, like unbelievably one-sided. So the position that we're in now is that Italia can build up good foundations here on their map pick to start off this T side of Overpass. I start to feel confident again that the prediction of this being a 3-map series, somewhat guaranteed, could be on the cards. I love the boost. Head spotted. Nice work. I don't actually even know if that was reacted to by Jam Young, but I mean, not required. Nice opener.
Pretty nasty. I know they have a few options available to them if they want. Again, T-side not getting super giddy. Orp locked in. Good for one. Jam Young overlooked. The setup works nicely there to just wait for that aggression. No funny business. Down goes another, and that should be the round. So it's just Body, who is the lone player here. I think they might know about him as well. He's maybe peeked his head round a corner. Either way, Mosea's, cleared out B and whatnot. So no real sense in taking the risks here and try and deny the gun away, even if they really want to play the min-max.
Yeah, you're true. Maybe that's what they go for. Have a little poke and a prod and look around, especially now that that bomb has gone down. Body. No one's really near him for now, though. Next play looks like it'll be Mosea, and he is waiting. Something tells me this might be a bit of an easy one. Now that he is attacker, making sure. So third on the board for Tyloo, but as expected, that was a nothing round from 3D Max. Didn't bring anything to the table. Now we got to look at this round. Full buy in, AWP in play as well for Mako, who did have a very slow map number 1. He needs to shine a little bit now in towards this. We need to build ourselves back in towards this CT side if we are 3D Max. You cannot afford to allow, basically, Tyloo to pull away here, especially because being that T side, if they do so, there's no doubt in my mind that they're going towards that Inferno.
AWP up on the boost. Again. Oh, and demolished, even though they really take the time to get it perfect. Gravity also going to go down, trying to renege the aggression at short. So, 3D Max coming through with a game plan and some CT aggression, but it falls completely flat. Still a pretty well-bolstered B-bomb site here, though. Tyloo got to be careful.
It was quiet. Where to? For Tyloo. They're actually committing towards a decision as well, which I can get behind. Key posted. Shadow as well will betray Mosea here on this initial push. He does flash around that corner. Missed shot as well. Can't be affording those. And a second one as well makes it look all the more worse. A third just to rub salt in the wound. Not exactly the showing there. With the AWP on towards Pillar and Body, you may as well just save. The question is, where do you save? Where is safe?
It's true. It is very true. And I mean, it feels like, is he going to be able to create anything in the next round with this M4? It's a tough toss-up. Could just be good for a bit of confidence to try and find a kill. He hears some footsteps here on the way out. He should be fine. He's played it patiently, and that is indeed the move. But the round's just not looking good. 3D Max had an idea. They had a couple ideas, in fact, and it's completely flattened. Tyloo's T-side maybe coming to life a bit more against 3D Max here. And it is indeed good to see that they're finally getting a reward for having worked on the Overpass.
I think you're right. It feels like finally, it's understandable around the decision to kind of pick in towards the map. It maybe didn't feel so much so in that previous series, but now it does. This is making a lot more sense. 3D Max going back for them of where this has just not been a strong map in the pool for them. And even where that conversation starts to arise of in future is there a world in which they change their veto process up a little bit. You look actually at the veto for 3D Max. It's really weirdly quite uncomfortable because they've also got Mirage, the map in which they don't like playing, and then Train, they play, but, you know, limited amounts in the same vein to Overpass. So it's a bit of a pick your poison. It's like, do you risk it on Train, in which, you know, Tyler being fantastic on? Probably not, right? So it makes sense why we're in this Overpass now, but it's not a pretty sight when you're looking at a 3D Max side who actually have quite a weak map pool as a whole. Mirage, the Perma, Overpass and Train, both maps in which they've got one rep on as well. And sure, there was a win as well coming through on that Train, but even still, it's just not a well-repped map for them, and they don't want to risk it. So the depth of map pool is not good, is what I'm trying to say for 3D Max. And you've got to start somewhere, of course. Don't get me wrong. Got to get the reps somewhere, and tournaments like this is a perfect way to get an understanding of how top teams like to play it. At the moment, there's only one team in this.
Body. Looking to be scary, but forced away. And obviously has to play his cards right with this gun. Maka here to support him. So very interested. I think it's going to be Maka showing himself and then dropping a smoke, and hopefully they overlook body type move. He's going to go early. The flash ineffective. Lucky to remain alive there, as Jamyoung was very ready for that play, but still the M4 in the conversation, at least for now. Bits of armor dotted about. Might drop that M4 to someone who is healthier. But we'll see. For now, it's going to be a boost above the sign. Absolute classic here, but the bomb is nowhere really near them. And Tyloo looking to gather information towards B and just keep the CTs guessing here.
Yeah, you're right. 40 seconds. And again, you know, it's one of those situations where it should be a simple process, all in all, but sometimes these 5-7s up close can be difficult to deal with. We creep inside of that 30-second mark. Attacker, his initial cross animation was perfect, but lucky by name by nature, he turns on a swivel as Body finds one, but he'll get caught. Now they start pouncing him towards A. Body is here, and he's still dealing damage on the site as well. Oh my, gravity! He's found both. Swinging through, he spams them down, and 3D Max walk away with a round that they had no right to be taking.
Crazy, absolutely crazy, and of course 3D Max always going to be capable of moments like that. Really could be a saving grace as the half 5 rounds to the good for Tyloo potentially would have been a really scary prospect and potentially a done deal. So this is kind of exciting now that 3D Max have given themselves a lifeline, a small chance back into it. They still, for me, have to convert this rifle here if we are to get excited about a potential even up and maybe even stealing the lead. Time will tell. The triple nade strike there at the boost. Going to do tiny bits of damage, but not too much of it. Gravity feeling himself in an unlikely angle finds the first kill.
A lot of damage dealt towards attacker, so this time becomes a bit weird. Tyloo have to just sort of take a breather and think, right, what is actually the best port of call here? What's the decision? How do we actually get ourselves in towards this round a bit? What's the opening fight? Attack is super low, and we don't really have information on 3D Max to work with here. A little funky. Resmoking towards Monster. He's going to play behind it. That double stack on towards B looks pretty mean, but that looks to be where Tyloo are heading. There's 3 players here to meet them as well.
Ecstasies. Smoke going to dissipate. Will he take the peak? Got to be very wary here. There's an AWP on the other side there. Maybe playing... Yeah, just leaving him on an island, and, well, he will thrive. Building a raft and paddling away, potentially. Leg going to come in. G not able to finish him off. Could be a difference maker, but I don't know if he's already just done enough for the round, to be honest. And now on the second time of asking, he will jump away. 10 seconds left. There's nothing they can do.
No, not at all. I smoked down as well just to keep themselves alive. And that is as good as it gets. Brutal times. And what a response as well, 3D Max. It's a flawless round, just to make it all that much more sweeter. starting to show there is maybe a little bit of prowess up the sleeve, right? You know, we weren't super convinced with how this map started, but those 2 rounds in particular looking a lot better. It proves that they can do it in the kind of the tough, the disadvantage, the statistical anomalies of where they shouldn't be winning rounds, and also like that where it's a dominant display, making sure there is no doubts. The Tyloo realizing this and realizing they've lost a bit of control here as well. Tac pause cord, a good opportunity once again, soaking on the mic and to reiterate sort of what has made this side good on this map in the past and why they're confident into picking it. But 3D Max are looking very difficult to dispatch at the moment, which is all credit to them.
All right, let's see. Tyloo then going to have to show us if they are capable of just keeping them at arm's length. As we look down the list, they are gathering reps on Overpass, but potentially not looking too impressive. 1 win, 1 close loss. And it does feel like the CT side's a bit better for them, so a few more rounds here would make us comfortable and make them comfortable, namely. But I do feel it's one of these things of like the Chinese Counter-Strike trying to play internationally. They love a new map. They love to just spam new map in the pool, try and become specialists on it, and see if it works. Maybe not so much here. Body taking another opening kill for 3D Max.
It's actually very akin to how the Tier 2 in EU works as well, where teams that are maybe at the upper echelons of the Tier 2 of EU, they've really tried to get as many reps on the newer maps, just to use that as their gimmick to win series. And of course, long term, the depth, obviously, that's where the struggle comes through, but it's the foundations they're trying to build. It makes sense, it works, right? You know, a lot of these top teams as well don't have as much time to prac it in the way that maybe a Tyloo does. Nice patience there from Isaiah. Due diligence, just checking behind him, and he does find somebody on a body lurking around. So back into a 4 versus 4.
Control up long as well here for Tyloo being gained. Oh, late smoke. Could be very, very rough now. Tyloo stuck for ideas. Still going to try and execute in. They've got an AWP to get through and 2 more players. So not feeling super confident for this. They're just going to try and force the issue. Gravity, again, looks really quite solid. The AWP's still alive. And just play the time. 10 seconds here. Shadow spotted. Should be easy enough for G, you say. But no, Maka no-scopes him. All right, then. 3D Max, out of nowhere, just seemed to have woken up.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that is just quite literally rubbing salt in the wounds. The no-scope as well. It looked like he was actually posted on him, but who cares? 4-all, tied square, and sure, we've got levels of finances where we can reinvest back in for Tyloo, but you are right. 3D Max are alive, and they are kicking right now. They're inching closer and closer to opening the door to a grand final for them here, which would be huge. So, Tyloo, what's the response looking like? Like we said, full buy back in for them, or as much of one as they can get. Of course, a couple of Galils or a few Galils have to round it out. It's still scary, still dangerous. The issue is, losing this, that's all of your residual cash used in towards round number 9. And it does not only, of course, with the loss, give 3D Max the lead, but it allows them to build upon it too.
A lot of these rounds starting off quite slow for Tyloo. Maybe 3D Max have figured it out. If they just play the clock and drop back, not as much first 30 seconds aggression for them. Quick little info grab there on the boost. But no real fights coming in. Tiny bits of damage traded out. 50 seconds left on the clock. Tyloo have to make a move, but a lot of them have been seen. And again, 3D Max doing a really good job of putting the players in the right place and changing up the bomb sites here. I feel, again, very, very confident in their setup. Bit of utility remaining to try and make these fights happen. Great flash round for Exorcise. And it's 3 kills in a matter of seconds. G and Jam Young remain alone. Tyloo so stuck for ideas. It feels like they're making a call out of spawn and then they are committing maybe too heavily to that idea.
They just can't seem to adapt on the fly right now. You know, kind of coming back to what you were talking about, this call out of spawn, right? It's something that on the flip side I praised for what I've seen of this 3D Max side with Gravity kind of at the helm, where it has been actually the real adaptability, right? Really being able to prove that there is a bit more nuance towards this side, and they can mid-round super effectively, and we're seeing it right now. A lead taken by 3D Max, and sure, a save that comes through, but there's not really a lot we can do around this save. Attacker's got some residual cash to some degree, which is nice, but as a whole, 3D Max, these rounds that we're starting to see them pick up now, they're not having to work too hard for them. That concerns me more than anything. So we'll see Attacker going towards the AK-47. It's a Tech 9 across the board for Mercury and Mosaic to round it out. I don't love what I see in that sense. We already lost one of these sort of rounds where it was bring as much as we can to the table and hope it works. Oh my.
In very deep here. Actually, 2 of them in very deep. 3. As I look at the minimap, they've all started joining each other. So, yeah, really big move here from the CT side to just try and take some early control, and it's working brilliantly. I mean, how can they get away with this, you know? There has to be some serious kind of holes in your default and communication for 3 players to push in, and it takes a while to even trade one of them. And yes, as you say, good control here of the bomb and the map.
Should be next to impossible if played properly. I hear information. Oh, barrel spotted. That's enough. It's all picked up on Mosaic. It actually works against him. Attacker takes more damage. 1 versus 2 with that level of HP. No chance. Not at all. AWP will be scooped up as well, just to sweeten the deal here on a 6th round. But that's 5 on the trot for 3D Max, who again are looking fantastic. It did take a bit of work for them to get going on the CT side, but now that they have, there is only one team in this, and Tyler are looking so flustered by the pace changes and the proactivity that 3D Max are throwing to them. They're not used to this maybe a slightly more unorthodox style here in China, but it's fantastic. 6-4. So half the low buy is all we've got to work with. An attacker, he's got to be dead here. Whether it's... Oh, he just survives, in fact. I mean, not for long, but he survives for a brief moment. Gets a minute to catch his breath before running to his demise.
Body also going to go down. Maybe wanted to make it out of there quick, but just not able to do so. So I'm not sure the 1-for-1 in the end going to be worth it. They're able to pick up the pace. The gun's actually been missed ever so slightly, but there's just not enough utility. And again, the defense looks so damn good. The setups here from 3D Max, the adjustment that they've made, generally has been effective. However, mechanics are what it can come down to sometimes. 2 very big kills, and now a 1-on-1, but where the hell is he? Jam Young does not know, and he will get caught. Doesn't even get the plan, thinking that he's maybe in from behind. It was not the case, and bailed out by Exorcise.
Yeah, they actually get quite fortunate there, 3D Max. That was very nearly thrown up in the air. But a lead guaranteed. It was 7-5 half on Nuke as well on the T side for 3D Max. And they're looking to put up another 7-5 here, or maybe even a little bit better as well. The 8-4 is still most definitely on the table. Is getting towards round number 12, the final of this first half. And Tyloo, oh, how quiet they have fallen. Not a lot has been offered up by them. There was a bit more on display there in round number 11, but it's close but no cigar.
Lucky. Again, trying to get aggressive. They've actually left body down there to press the attack, but again, it's just such good information. And the fact that they have been able to get away with that, it just limits Tyloo's options massively. Exorcise catches them in Monster. The nades look good here to try and split them up, slow them down, buy time for the rotations, and they are starting to fully confirm that it is B. Very safe on the rotations here. Body's even in behind now, making his presence known. And the kills just keep rolling in. The past 4 or 5 rounds from 3D Max have just been absolute domination. You can see it before it even happens that there's no way for Tyloo to be taking these rounds or even making them competitive. A complete complete fall off and capitulation from the Chinese team.
Yeah, absolutely. My, oh my. Ridiculous stuff for how well 3D Max have played, but just super concerning for how poorly Tai Lu looked towards the end there. Out the gates, there was a lot on offer that was pretty nice to see. It was effective, it was disciplined, it was looking clean on this T side. And don't get me wrong, we're far from over in this map and in this series, but it's not a good look with how flat Tai Lu looked towards the end there, and especially on the flip side with how effective 3D Max looked. They're 8-4 up now. They've got a nice little buffer zone that they've built up that they can use in towards this C side. If we're being frank, if they get a pistol here, this could be the beginning of the end. So this pistol into Force by second round is of the utmost importance for Tai Lu. They lose that, I think this is probably done in this series, and a 2-0 with 3D Max booking their spot in the final. As simple as that.
Yes, it is starting to look more and more the case. Very impressed by what we've continued to see here. And just the resilience, that extra level, that extra 10%, however you want to frame it, it's one of those things that you need to really work on to start getting yourself in that top 10 conversation, competing with the best in the world. You have to be able to put away teams like Tai Lu with relative ease. As we've talked about across the course of the weekend, might be a couple opportunities to do this. It all depends on how things play out. But at the moment, 3D Max, they're on the precipice of the clean 2-0.
Yeah, you're right. All comes down to this pistol, it feels like for me. No one connector. Nobody from bathrooms either. So bit by bit, a lot of map control being taken, and maybe a bit of an indictment in terms of how uncomfortable Tai Lu are feeling. They're just playing sites. Like, we're not even going for information plays. We're not even looking around, really. That in itself does concern me. Pop shot taken towards Dice. Relay some information at the very least. G trying to fight around here. The flash is superb by Jam Young. Oh, I guess 3 assists of it. In fact, as G gets his second. Body and Maka will respond in camera to 1 versus 3 for Maka. He is the raid boss with the P250 and armor, but surely no chance in hell.
Yeah, he really has to defy the odds here. He doesn't have the bomb under his control. Just trying to find a kill. They are pretty happy to let him get that bomb plant even. No eyes on it at all. Smoke going to go down. Again, is there an early peek? But no, it's not the case. Fake. They're looking to move together. He's happy to take the fights here. Only got 1 bullet at the moment in the magazine, and that will be his downfall. I did think that you know, he's not had a chance to pull off a reload, so it limits the fights he can take. And Tai Lu's patience pays off there to make sure there's absolutely no chance of a 1v3. All the same, clean pistol from them.
Yeah, well played. Just make sure there's no doubts. Make sure there's no question marks or reservations around that round itself. So, 8-5, we said that pistol was of the utmost importance, and well, Tai Lu makes sure that it's clean cut. A nice, simple one, only a couple of casualties as well. No complaint at all. 3D Max, no bomb plant. That also means no buy either. No investment for them to work with. Should be pretty effortless for Tai Lu to get on towards a 6th. Chip the deficit away to 2. That's a manageable one to work with. Information spotted towards long by G. He's going to drop back. Smart play. We don't need to stick around here.
Contact move. 3D Max with just the 1 deagle. And will now be known. Mercury's spot feels good, but can be dangerous. Now got to work on getting out of here. And there you go. So, nice find from him. Not going to go down. The more M4s you can save in this round, the better. It's looking good. Thinning the herd. Nice and easily. So, nothing to really worry about, and you wouldn't expect so in this round anyway. But Tai Lu still feels like a pretty monumental task, and as the series has gone on, 3D Max with those rifles have just had so many ideas, so many ways of winning rounds. I'm quietly waiting for this T side though, because I just think that, you know, a lack of experience here. I don't know how much direct work they have done in the Gravity era especially.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, this will be the big litmus test of maybe what this Tyloo's CT side looks like. And on the flip side, of course, the 3D Max T side. Full Gun's coming into play now for that French roster. And not quite in that make or break territory, but if 3D Max find it, they can once again start building upon it. There's not loads of long-term economy for Tyloo, so they can put themselves under pressure. But on the flip side, Tyloo find it, they should tie the game up. But it's Gravity to open things up. He'll find Attacker. They got quick as well. Flash is easily avoided, but same can't be said for the UMP. Gravity, does he respect the Molotov? It looks like the answer is going to be yes, as Jam Young drops a smoke and Gravity is out of there. That was unfortunate. X-Team's in a really good spot. Just couldn't capitalize. And Mosaic, he'll punish Lucky.
Good start from Tyloo, though. They're able to drop back and hold on to the advantage. So 3D Max somewhat getting a taste of their own medicine, where they are left to recover things and figure out a way forwards. The only kind of control they have is Maka, and check the angle briefly, but ultimately looked away from it. Just hoping for one of those over faces. Not going to happen. Mercury picking up Maka. That, for me, maybe solidifies this round, bar a hero moment. Gravity's had quite a few of those on the CT side, so we'll see if he can do the same here. The answer is no. Probably a soft save for Body to finish this one off.
Yeah, nothing really else he can offer up. I love the proactivity, though, from Tyloo, right? I spoke a little bit earlier where it was probably a bit of an indictment of just how they were feeling. A bit uncomfortable, not looking too confident in their own individual ability. Now, so, on the flip side, proactivity, taking map control, nice little pincer maneuver as well. I love that kind of push where they're taking front bathrooms control to make sure the connectors basically nullify. They also adapt well to the opening kill. Really, really well done. You gotta say that for 3D Max, you get an opening kill, it feels like you've got good map control, but you're so spaced out that you actually can't utilize it properly. XSC's left on a bit of an island. It's not exactly what you want to be seeing either. Gravity was nowhere close enough to trade or support. So a little difficult. It felt like the fundamental idea was really good, but the execution of said idea was a couple of steps behind. They were just a little bit too far away. We set it on track for what was a B split, and then they had to mid-round, and the mid-round got shut down by that top con aggression, and so you see Tyloo at their best. Not a lot we have to work with here. 8 to 7, round number 16. I'll save AK, of course, and a little bit of a force around it. Tech 9s. To try and see if they can get any sort of opener. They get a kill, get a gun. It might spice things up.
Could get interesting. I do like the idea here from 3D Max. I think they've also figured that, you know, Tyloo have gone for the more passive setup, so they've been able to get away with a fair amount of walk-ins, as it were. But it's the AWP that you meet first. On the open angle, dropping Body, and of course, dropping that AK. Still a very usable weapon here, and G has to be careful not to lose his head.
The issue is now, though, this Tyloo side, they're put in a spot where, you know, one away from tying this game up and putting big financial pressure on 3D Max, but it's just the pressure that they don't have themselves. They're building up real stability in terms of the econ and the CT side, and that, for me, is one of the big concerns now, is they can't even try and fall back on, well, at least, you know, their econ's going to be broken, because right now it's not. I want to say Gravity might have spotted one there, but I don't know if it's going to make too big of a difference. 19 seconds, in we go. XSC's probably needed a second there. Can't get it. Oh, Gravity. Another little drive-by. He'll get his. The spam should find him. It will. And Maka also 2-4. We're all tied square. It's 8-all.
All right, here we go then. I mean, 3D Max have really not left a mark on this half so far. Tyloo starting to prove why this was a pick for them. It's still a lot of room for the French side, but Tyloo looking a bit more decisive and some very justifiable rounds. Only 2 kits into this one, which leaves me scratching my head ever so slightly, fellas. You've got so much money. It would be a massive oversight if that ends up costing you in a clutch later on. But we'll visit that if it does indeed become a problem. Body looking to entry, but down he will go. And he doesn't have the backup. He's maybe taking liberties with the freedom. Mercury gets another as well as the late attempt at a trade is flattened. And again, that's got to be the round. I just don't quite know what to make of it. Body's gone by himself. There's a guy that goes in behind him, but not really in good enough time to trade. Like, what is the plan here?
Yeah. Both sides showing how flat they can be on the T side. And G, well, he's looking great. Nice little sample, does he? No, it doesn't matter. XSCs will find him, but there's just no way. He's clutch required here, and he's moving straight in towards this pretty solid spot, in all fairness, by Mercury. He was waiting for any sound cue. Gee, there's a lot of the heavy lifting, though. And Tyloo up to a 9th and a lead. And yeah, this is damning. Really, really is damning. Not what you want to see, unfortunately. Just 3D Max. So flat. Maybe even worse so than Tyloo were in that first half.
It's true. It is true, but we can just kind of see the oversteps, the miscoordination. I will say some of the 3D Max rounds were absolutely mental how far they were able to push in and just get away with things, but they are certainly, you know, close to receiving the same kind of spanking if this continues. Nade stack doesn't find anything, but it creates enough of a distraction. Gravity seems to be a pistol merchant in this game. This will be the 3rd round out from him that we've seen him take over with the pistols. Mosea trying to keep it alive, but he can't. Maybe he's created enough space, though, enough chaos for the rotators to get here. Mercury down easily. G looking crisp in the previous, but they are not going to give him the time of day here. He knows there's another one towards the site. Gets the nades out. They are not peeking. Oh my goodness. The dink. Gonna scare him off. Yeah, just as I said, Body goes for a crazy move. And he's chasing. He's chasing. He smells blood in the water with that dink. He absolutely wants this kill. And he will get it. So there you go.
You've already got a Tech 9, right? Nothing to lose. You may as well have a little run and gun and see what you can find. 9 all. Finally, something we can work with for this 3D Max side who were looking so off their game comparatively to basically the entirety of map number 1. And that first half, it looked like it was going to be a seamless showing from them in this series. But now they have to really lock in. Find this consistency that's eluded them all of this T-side of train. Run booster Mako send them forward. So he does get the advantage on the peak towards mid if there is one to be taken. It looks like it might be. He would actually commit to it first and foremost. He re-peeks in off the back of sound cues. And he gets close. Lucky. Lost out from this fight earlier. Front bathrooms control has obviously been such a priority in terms of some of these rounds that Tyloo were throwing in. They're going to fall all the way back.
Got to be careful with the sense of timing here as well. As Mosea with a re-smoke towards B. Late flash. Ooh, I thought that was going to land behind Lucky and he might have doomed himself, but it just blinded him up. Just good enough. Information gained, calling for support from long, so should be able to put up a defense at the very least, but I think things have maybe gotten away from them ever so slightly. Still, the numbers just overwhelm. The angles too hard to beat. And a 5-on-3.
Yeah, the issue is it's that slowdown that kills them, right? It just gives time to rotate over for Tyloo. They would have had to have played off the back of that first flash where it was, you know, a little dicey. Attacker, nice lurking presence, just anchoring down towards B. Making sure XSCs gets away with nothing. And this one should be fine. Gravity, he has made his way along, which in all fairness is pretty commendable that he's snuck in the backlines here, but I don't really know. I mean, sure, these two are on offer, but what more is on offer after the back of this? You got 15 seconds, a 2 versus 3, and Gravity is 1 foot in the grave. But a plant for bank.
Could get a little freaky out here, and this is, of course, a maze down here. Where is he going to be? Maka, though, tried to be the first to take the kill. It doesn't work for him. Attacker Oh, yeah, they needed headshotting. Jamyoung, though, is still near enough that he can get that trade, not allow any sort of reset of the situation for Gravity. So certainly squeaky there, but still Tyloo to take double digits first.
Yeah. And deservedly as well, this Tyloo side, like we've been reiterating, who just continues to look better and better on this CT. So much to like. Second tack pause taken by 3D Max as the coach, you know, gets on towards the mic. But I'm concerned. I really feel like doesn't matter what they're trying to throw at them, whether it's a much slower paced T-side round or they're going for these, you know, quick, fast executes, double pumps, doesn't matter. Tyloo seemed ready. They seemed prepped. A very, very good read. And unfortunately for 3D Max, it feels like at the moment what's happening is it's a call out of spawn. They then go for a mid-round off the back of their default falling flat, and the mid-round is ineffective. And that's where Tyloo are just waltzing away to continuously building upon what was a good start to the second half. 10-9 now, first side, double digits, a lead taken for them as well. And, you know, borderline make or break territory, if I'm being completely frank, over towards 3D Max. They're full bought in towards this round, obviously, you know, you expect nothing less. And open play for Maka, of course, fine. You lose this, that's it, right? You know, money's broken, and at best, maybe you're playing for overtime.
Yeah, really important here. 3D Max have severely struggled. I'd argue, you know, that previous round with a bomb plant that looked unlikely is like the closest rifle we've seen them get. So, yeah, very, very worrying. But handed a small gift. Tyloo nervous to get aggressive on A as they've done so many times before. They actually played 4 on B there. A boost up. But 3D Max, they just can't believe their luck. There's no one around. What are we doing? Play it slow. We don't want to lose that first battle. So the A-bomb site very quickly now becomes the more defended one.
Okay. Go peeking. Just got the right idea. There is some level of long presence, but it's actually now being left as a long lurk rather than being the pincer maneuver to pounce on towards A. They go back towards B, but they've not given themselves loads of time to work with here. We're just about to hit that 30-second mark, so this could be a little dicey.
It's very possible. Jamyoung loves this angle. He has played here before. Is there a transference of information? The flashes at the very least are good enough to force him away, and now the two CTs on top of each other. Not really where you want them. No real opportunities for crossfires, but Attacker goes overlooked and does well to get multiple kills. He just keeps going. I thought surely he was a dead man walking, but no. He's found 3 from the unlikely angle. It's all going to be down to Maka. Panic ensuing here. A little shaky for it. No scope. Oh, he clicked. He was spamming left click, but the gun just was not responding. And Tyloo again take another retake.
My God, that is way too close for comfort. But all that matters, Tyloo take the round, build the lead up now to 2. And looking to push this towards a third. That Inferno, it feels like it is going to be required now. Oh, it's brutal. It really is. It's so close yet so far. And that might be the round. That might be the catalyst that pushes us towards a third here. Which, you know, if you're in the camp of 3D Max, it's kind of gutting, right? Because you started so well, you just fell flat and you couldn't recover. But for Tyloo, this is such a confidence boost to say, right, we can win hard-fought maps against these guys. We can prove the level we're at. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Tyloo on the brink of pushing this towards an Inferno, and it starts so well. Mercury will open things up. Body dropped as his body hits the floor. And this 3D Max side are looking like they're on death's door.
Yeah, they just, you know, it's sort of both sides actually really struggling in the early stages of a TE side. You know, I think the defaults are lacking. They have holes in. Very little in terms of protocols where it's like, right, if this goes well, what do we do? If this goes wrong, how do we respond? Just playing a very reactionary style. And it isn't working. And Tai Lu have got the benefit of playing the CT side second, you might argue, as we look back at this game. Flash comes in. Mercury caught out in the open. Could be a big deal here. G's been pretty consistent on this AWP, so they have to do something to deal with him. And the fact that he's just there buys time for the rotations is a key distraction. And although a couple missed shots results in the death of a teammate, it doesn't matter. He stays alive. He keeps the threat. And they cannot get through him.
Yeah, this is a done deal now. 3D Max will go for their third and final tactical timeout, but there is nothing left in the tank for this side. You know, even if we go to the bare fundamentals of just financially, they can't even go for a true full buy-in towards this round. But on top of that, it just feels like mentally so checked out. Remember, we were 8-4 at the half. I mean, this was really where 3D Max side were looking, you know, in complete control and nothing really in terms of a response on offer from Tai Lu. And talk about a response. It's been one round is all that 3D Max have got so far on their T side. And I don't know if things get any better. This looks like this is a done and dusted affair. Next to a certainty, if we had to be completely honest. 12-9. Map point on their map pick of Overpass. And the issues for 3D Max still plaguing them as to why this map hasn't been played all so much, and maybe in hindsight would have been better to risk it on train, who knows.
Tai Lu, again, unafraid to give them the space, and again, looking at a four-man B setup. So they're expecting some sort of a pace change. It's just never really come from 3D Max. I think the objective has become survive the first 45 seconds, cut off the aggression if we can, and then go from there. So they've done very little to establish themselves in this second half.
Messiah. Right idea. Do you clear this corner? Or I guess on the flip side, do they clear him? Especially with this double stack. If G takes any fight and manages to fall away, surely it's such an oversight to check on towards Mosaic. And there it is. G. He'll find his kill. There's a flank that's brewing, but G 180s. He swings. He finds Mercury, one of his own as well. He knows there's another player lurking somewhere over here towards long. He avoids the flash excellently. May not avoid the bullets of the Glil, but it doesn't matter. Maka is dead to rights. 13-9. Tai Lu respond. Take their map pick with a near flawless second half as well. That is absolutely excellent. There is, you know, no note. Sure, we can talk about maybe cleaning up that first half a little bit, but T-sides generally are very brutal on towards Overpass, as 3D Max have just found out, but that is not a good showing. That's a pretty damning performance by 3D Max in that second half, being 8-4 up and falling that flat. Their confidence is going to be completely shot heading in towards this third map.
Yeah, I will say it was sort of a turn of like the final few rounds in their CT half were relentless and really decisive, just how close they were able to get to T-spawn, let's say. But I feel like on the Tai Lu CT side, just a lot more consistency and very few ideas from 3D Max and their T side. As you say, it is difficult, but both teams struggling there. 3D Max, however, I think just really playing to the tune of Tai Lu. No mix-ups, no sort of lurking plays or faking things out or whatever. They just had a very one-track sort of style, and it seems like both teams, in a way, kind of borrowing things from each other's playbook or playing to each other's styles rather than trying to rock the boat, as it were. And yeah, it just doesn't really work. And as I mentioned, Tai Lu have that added benefit of playing CT side second. Who knows, if it had been the other way around, maybe 3D Max would have closed it out on their CT side, but then with only one T round, potentially not. I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it, at the end of the day. But yeah, a very strong showing, I think, from Tai Lu in that resilience, and no answers from 3D Max towards the tail end there. So Overpass remains a thorn in the side of a lot of teams. Great from Tai Lu as well that they're able to just keep it together, not think about what happened the first time they played it today, let alone in this tournament, and just show us why it is potentially a map that they're really trying to work on.
Yeah, and proving sort of how easily as well, if they want to and if they sort of figure out, they can really shrug sides away. And we saw that with that 3D Max. There was nothing they were throwing at them that was even remotely affecting Tai Lu, and that's a real kind of testament to them. I thought Attacker was so unbelievably solid on that CT side, despite not always being called upon. Just having him as a kind of a dedicated anchor, somebody who you can guarantee upon, it actually allowed him a lot of freedom towards the top site, right? You know, he doesn't run away in terms of kills, but I think his impact is super solid. But G, fantastic on the ult, especially towards the tail end as well there. He was really lighting up the server. I think we'll see it in the kills here. Yeah, exactly that, right? You know, really lighting things up. But I'll keep throwing out there, you know, G, we expect him to put up good numbers and we expect him to be really solid, but Attacker, the way in which he anchors and gives basically the rest of the rifling core a lot of freedom to do what they want, and he's like saying, you know, do what you want, I'll back you up as a worst case scenario. Having a player like that is super sick, but G, on an individual mechanical prowess, there was no better player.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that second half, you know, when your AWPer is in there with multi-frag moments so consistently, it's a very, very big deal to have that threat. And it was something that Maka just wasn't winning the angles, would miss a shot or land a leg, you know, and G just had that extra ability to confirm the kill. And as we saw a lot of the time on A, it really came to a head towards the end. He just also played positionally really well. You know, he's behind ice. He is there. He is a threat. They have to focus on him, but he trusts his teammates to come in from the side, use that to their advantage, buy time for the rotations, etc. Just really, really well played in terms of the complete game of an Overpass CT side AWPer.
Yeah, exactly. And now we sort of set our sights on Inferno. Inferno's been a bit of a hot topic when you talk about this series as a whole, because there's history here between these two, right? They've already played it before. I mean, the most recent outing as well, 22-20 in favor of 3D Max. But this has come up in every single series they've played. The first two of the year went the way of Tai Lu, but 3D Max figured something out, it seems, at Cologne. So we'll see if they can figure out what's going wrong with them at the moment. For now, though, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we're heading in towards our decider. It's basically a best of one to see who is going to the grand finals. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Here we go then, ready and raring for the third and final. There we go, I was going to say. We're in game, of course, as it will be the Inferno here between 3D Max and Tyloo. A pretty hard-fought battle for both teams. I think twice in a row now, both of them just struggling to keep the energy up in the very final moments. Pretty one-sided, streaky CT sides to find Overpass. But we'll see here. Inferno, as they say, can be a great map for the end of a best of three, but we'll see if that's the case here.
Yeah, all good best of threes are decided on Inferno, apart from the fact that this map sucks. So we'll see. But we're underway in towards the action. G, Gravity, Maka, and Body all getting in towards the fray, but it's favorable towards 3D Max. And, well, quite quickly, 3D Max, they hold W. They fly in towards that A site, and, well, script round's done. There's nothing really that Jam Young and Mosaic can do. So just like that, 3D Max, we were worried about their confidence, about their feeling, but I think that's the sort of round that you call when you look at the side and you know that confidence is a little bit like flailing, let's say, and you know that people aren't really 100% feeling it, so you call a rush round, and especially when you win it dominantly, it can really help.
Yeah, no, it is true. I think a very, very nice beginning for 3D Max, and a map that at one point in time I think they would have lent pretty hard on, so there's certainly a lot of history here for the French players, and indeed it could be a map that, you know, has snuck through ever so slightly. It feels at the moment for both of these teams, though, right in the middle, slap bang in the middle, I said at the top of the show, and yeah, that certainly for me should be the case when it comes to a decider. Tyloo, we'll see if the sort of reps that they have on this, especially recently, that's maybe not been played super well, but they have been spamming it at the recent tournaments, it feels like, one of which, of course, against 3D Max in the overtime loss. So very, very difficult to call how this map is going to look, especially given the way the series has unfolded thus far.
Oh, well. Do you get that force bite for Tyloo? Some teams have been starting to pull away from the CT force buys. How do you feel it? This is something that is so prominent winning sort of Asian Counter-Strike. Smoke down, good timing on it as well. We don't need to fight here. Just play the clock if you're Tyloo.
Yeah. Just keep it simple. I think learning a lesson from the previous round. They might want to play fast. They might want to look for the entries. Let's just not give it to them. And that's sort of the gimmick of this round, as it were. That and there being 3 on B, 2 towards pit. So 3D Max start their execute. Ooh, that's a failed smoke. They're going to go straight through it, though. And no real care from those two short players. I understand a little, because, you know, you usually see those smokes come out, then there'll be like a flash, and it's a slow, gradual build-up long. They have gone quite fast, but you maybe want one guy just watching, just to make sure that there's not indeed a Mach 10 charging forwards. But, yeah, they were sort of playing statues or something, and they will indeed go down.
Fair play. 3D Max, back-to-back rounds, especially if they can make it flawlessly on this one too. Just goes in such a nice direction for them. Smoke being set up just to make isolating these fights a little easier. I mean, of course, this big save call that's trying to be made here, but it's going to be so unlikely. They just don't have the firepower. And you can see what it means. Demi going to get 2. He's looking for a 30. Drops down. He's actually got the chance to reload as well. And they're continuing to put pressure on. He actually will end up working quite nicely, in all fairness, for Tyloo. 4 kills they walk away with. So 3D Max maybe a little bit of an overextension there. That is kind of costly. Where, funny enough, despite 3D Max being 2-0 up, the finances are pretty similar across both sides. We might even get a force and response. And we are from Tyloo. Double M4 and then P9. Triple M4 indeed. A FAMAS will enter towards the buy too. So yeah, actually a pretty similar buy. Maybe a bit of an overzealous play there by 3D Max. This could be really costly. If they lose this round, they're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they just, again, have to contain, I think, the aggression, the level of discipline. It's always a balance for this team, really. They are going to move fast here up Banana. Oh, it's a massive nade. And they're just thrown for a loop. Still sending it, though. The flashes are pretty good. The flashes are maybe too good in a way. That was a CT flash on the response. Not even designed for that angle, but Gravity finds himself insanely blind. Watching for this boost up now on one of the newer spots to Inferno. They're going to counter boost, in fact. Okay, wait a minute. This could be big. I just missed the timing, but they've been scared off. They're not going B anymore. They have to go back to the drawing board with no utility now. Absolutely no utility at all.
Not what we want to see. Not what we want to see. They had just enough to commit to one play, that a play out of spawn, and it's a play that falls flat. So now you have to brute force your way here, and this is not where you want to be. You're relying so heavily on the mechanics, and you have to win raw aim duels against a Tyloo side that are unbelievably crisp on their day, as we've already seen in towards that previous half. In map number 2, it's being made out towards long. They're going for fights. They want to just put the pressure on immediately. 20 seconds. They haven't got exactly a lot of time to spare here as G will pounce. One of his own up on high. Jam Young goes flying into the air like a rocket ship as he takes off. And same for Tyloo as they're taking off in this one. A tap on towards the bomb. He's trying to bait out a fight as well. And he will get the fights, but no kills to be had. Tyloo get there first. And 3D Max, it all fell so flat so early.
Yeah, I mean, they rush in and they get stopped. I think they should have potentially bailed on the B play a bit earlier. To be honest with you, it was just somewhat of a mess and smokes everywhere. Difficult one to contend with, I suppose, is maybe what you can hand them. There's sometimes you make calls and you just get a bit unlucky. They've just made the call that perfectly counters yours, and you can't find that one kill that would just crack the nut. So you do have to feel for them in a sense. We've got a dropped AK here, lucky on the hero. Tried this once or twice on Overpass. It didn't really work for them, but they're looking and rescinding a little bit, you know. Nuke looked really good, lots of discipline, really great mid-rounding. And maybe here onto Overpass and Inferno, we've seen them play the more classic 3D Max style.
Yeah. Okay. That is outrageous. What a shot. Jam Young. See you next round, mate. Head taken swiftly off the shoulders. And they kind of pause behind this. I do like this play from 3D Max. Let's group up. Let's play as a pack and see if we can overwhelm.
Looks good to me. Perfect smoke going to come in. I don't even necessarily need the Molotovs, but yeah, the rotations are just so damn late. And what do you really do here? Mosaic does find one. G helping him out through the smoke. I was going to say, if they get something through the smoke, we might be back on. If not, I would have gone for the save. So
yeah, 2
very, very key kills that, you know, just a gift from God. And we'll see now on the retake if they can get it going.
It's a little weird, that's for sure. And this retake, because they've not got many options. They have to just split, all coming through CT and Church. It's relatively simple to break this down with Util alone. Anti-Flash being played here by Body. He knows he's one up close as well. There's a bit of an overwhelm as she's going to get a double. And there's Attacker to pounce. They actually make it work. Well played by Tyloo, but a couple of oversides. Body has got to get at least one from that angle, but it's also massively exposed. A double by G is so damn important, and a triple overall in the round. Tyloo, that's such a nice retake. That's the kind of retake that changes the feeling of this map. And it's early doors as well. That's super, super important. Take a look at this again as well. Just nuts. Such a quick reaction.
Where is he, man? I can't even see it.
Yeah,
I can't even see it.
I'd be reacting to the util there as well. Like, you know,
yeah.
I'd be trying to get out of the way, and that'll be my first thought. And for him, just doesn't care. He's so clean.
That's what they pay him the big bucks for, man. That kind of wherewithal and patience. Brilliant kill. And a big deal. We do have a small pause. Thank goodness. Didn't extend too long there. Just a little technical issue getting sorted. So no chit-chat in a pause like that, of course.
Of course.
They will just go rolling through the motions here.
Oh, well. Back underway. You look over towards that T side as well for 3D Max. Finances aren't there. No guns to work with. Isaiah, I kind of like the proactivity here. Let's just take banana control. Tuck ourselves in towards Cubby, up close with the UMP. It's starting to get a lot more, you know, showings, I think, in the pro level than what we've been used to for a long, long time. Since the MP9 got, you know, quote-unquote nerfed. I think the nerfs are all loose term as a whole, but since it's been nerfed, the UMP starts to get picked up a lot more. I'm still not a fan, but let's make it work.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a preference, if it's a return to form, if they are just kind of testing it out in officials, but I feel like you should get a good enough feel for the gun, you know, just scrimming and pugging and stuff. But yeah, it does feel a little forced at times. That fire rate on the MP9 still just makes it feel like the best SMG. I understand that maybe it's not as competitive as like a FAMAS now, but if you're going to get an SMG, I feel like you just get the MP9, to be honest.
I think you're right. Attacker. Here as well, on the edge of the smoke storm. Mercury is flashed. They don't clear him effectively, but he only gets one. And actually, they level this A site. What a pop coming through as well, but still need to get this C4 down. And Lucky's there to do exactly that. Here's my cause as the bomb gets planted and Maka finds a kill. The UMP got to do that lifting, and it cannot. What a round for 3D Max to take. It sort of felt like they had no right to be taking that.
It is true. It is very, very true, but just able to play each step of the round very, very well. I think they will be pretty chuffed with that. All the same, Tyloo still available for response. Certainly not a super solid one. UMP rearing itself once again. But either way, 3D Max looking to extend the lead now as best they possibly can with somewhat of a gift. They've had a couple moments like that have, you know, come down to some luck. Tyloo perhaps trying to look to remove that factor. The fight in the apartments, I caught it on the minimap. They kind of met each other and didn't really do very much, so not quite sure what's gone down there, but both players going to survive unscathed over there.
Jam Young behind the smoke. On the other side, Ecstasies, look at the position he's now got as well. He doesn't need to do anything. Just the knowledge that he can is going to really worry them. He's going ahead of everything. Swinging in dry, and it's working. He spotted out another in towards New Box. Tyloo are in trouble here. They know where this last guy on the site is. He has no chance in hell. Ecstasies is continuing to hold W. What a round this guy is having. Still on for the ace, technically.
Not going to get the chance at it, though. They look to save instead. But yes, I believe they, again, on the 3D Max side, are able to just change up that pace really effectively. It's something that was lacking in a big way on their Overpass T side, but we were impressed by on their Nuke T side, so they've perhaps refound that a little.
They will save. I mean, of course, it makes complete sense with the AWP, but also when you look at the finances, the only issue with saving is that buying around is still a little funky. Of course, they have a bit of loss bonus now built up, especially with this 3D Max streak that's starting to progress and build up, but they don't have enough to be forced buying back in around this or even get drops out from G or Attacker. I think at the very most, maybe an upgraded pistol for Jam Young. The rest of the team just try and stick in and around 2K. There's not really worth doing anything else. It might be a bit of a kind of protect the president type vibes with that AWP. Just try and keep it alive in towards your next gun round. But Exorcist, relentless. His aggression there. Flies up long, swinging towards bracket, kill found, wraps in towards CT. Doesn't even try to go quiet or shift walk his way. He holds W the entire way. Finds a player on site. Another in towards New Box as well. Brilliant. One-man army at times and doing it in one of the most unorthodox fashions on Inferno. Talu completely sleeping. A dink on towards G, but it's body to fall.
Yeah, that is a shame. They really could have come away with the 1-for-1 there. However, they've got a lot of info over there. And they are feeling good for the A hit now. They would indeed be correct. Getting these smokes out that they've relied on a few rounds now for an A take. G cheeky on the edge of that smoke. They're going to go flying in here, but it has fallen apart. It has not worked. All going to come down to this player on site who's hidden away. Unfortunately, he's only got a USP. So they really left him out to dry there. He was in a great spot to maybe get something done. Needed an automatic weapon. Does not have it, and 3D Max capitalized.
Oh, well. At least it seems like G will be okay to keep this AWP alive, which I think was the priority really in this round anyway. Attacker of the M4, that was a silver lining of if we can keep that alive, but it is more expendable. So ultimately, it's not the end of the world for Tyloo. This is what they would have wanted from a round like this. They weren't expecting to win it. They just want to make sure the AWP stays in play, and it does. And now they can buy it back in around it. But 3D Max lead extending further and further. And the big worry now as well is, on top of that, with this save and the commitment to it as well, if we then come into this gun round and 3D Max win it anyway, then we're in a lot of trouble. Then we're talking about 3D Max pulling further and further away, but also building up great foundations, completely nullifying all these narratives that we were building in towards Overpass, saying, you know, what's happened to them and why they're looking so weak. What is this T-side? They got one round on T-side, remember? And look at them now. So I am a little concerned for Tyloo, especially, you know, if they lose round number 8, alarm bells start to really ring off.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement. I think this is a pivotal moment. Tyloo again on a third map, getting off to a really slow start. So I do worry for this squad. Oh, gee. A lot of damage taken. Jamyoung as well. The B holders look worse for wear. 3D Max don't know it, but they've actually had a really good start.
The force the CT aggression out. There's a lot of damage that's been done. That's the main thing. Well, in some cases unconfirmed. That's the main thing about where we're at now. That's a beautiful flash. Jamyoung, how in God's name does he get out of there alive? 6 points of HP, but he's still somehow for now alive until he jumps in towards the flames. I wouldn't do that, mate. It's pretty damn hot. Mosaic for one. Attacker one of his own, but the B site is now open.
Absolute monster move. It looks good from here. G with the AWP and the low HP. Recipe for disaster going into the B-bomb site of Inferno, but he becomes the utility mule to try and set his teammates up here. Ready and raring over a coffin. Unfortunately, the double nade, it's a nice idea, but it's just ill-placed. And with no kill coming in, they are soft conceding this one. Or are they? The flash comes in as a reapproach is attempted. Not going to work out. Body finding both. And they will fall apart. I think they needed that save. I think the nades don't find anything, and you've got a free way out. Take it. Absolutely take it.
I also don't think it was worthwhile even, like, considering the idea. You know, we look at the damage dealt towards the HP and all the rest. Just why are we actually going for that there, Tyler? I mean, look at the positions put themselves in. With 3 guns saved, you can buy back in towards this round, right? You know, because of the loss bonus that's being built up. Sure, it's not nice to be in a spot where your loss bonus is maxed out, but you can buy back into it. Now you can't. First attack pause taken. 3D Max are 4 rounds ahead at 6-2. They've guaranteed worst case scenario. It's a tied game at the half, but let's be frank, that's not happening. They're going to be getting a lead. This should be this round as well, because there's not money for this Tyloo side to really work with. They can bring in a hero gun, maybe, but they can't fully force buy. That's going to hurt a lot. Well played, though. 3D Max. Some of these rounds on the T side are electric. I'm a little concerned. What are we doing? I would say, generally speaking, half buy seems to be the play, or hero. And I guess it is a hero buy technically, but it's a hero AWP, which is a little bit irregular.
True. It is very true.
Normally we're talking hero rifle, players a pack,
Yeah.
swinging in, but this could be both.
But you can
Let's
also
see.
like easily replace the rifle in the next round with like a Mac or a Galil or something.
Yep.
I think that's why the T side particularly does it, because they have a few more viable options. But the AWP when saved, fair enough. The AWP when bought, not so sure how we feel about that.
Yeah.
To be honest, it looks like as well they're just trying for like a huge defensive move on A. That's where all the strong guns are. But G's unlikely move does get him a kill.
Move off. We're coming over as well towards first orange. That forced Mosea out. Nothing you can do, but he sticks around. And hey, credit to him getting a kill, keeping the numbers in favor of Ty Lue. They've won wacky rounds like this before, so I'm not going to count them out just yet.
It's true. Plant coming in. Jam Young thinking about it, but doesn't want to give his position away. Smoke not going to be lasting too much longer now, so pretty important. Maka just makes it across a dangerous traversal on the other side of that smoke. Body goes boosting up here. Maybe could have nicked one away there. Yeah, he will be kicking himself. He's not able to capitalize. He's just trying to draw as much attention, buy as much time. It's 2 in at dark. Oh, and Jam Young, he checks them both. Body will get the first off the bomb. The second. Oh, not so much. That's the wrong guy. That's the wrong guy. He's trying here. It's a 10-second hold. And unfortunately, he's able to just take everybody else. It's comical to finish. But Body will get it done.
What has actually just happened in that round? There's absolute carnage. No one survives. Chaos all round. I have no idea what's just gone to plan there. I mean, well, nothing ultimately went to plan. But it would be somehow, someway, 3D Max walking away with that round in their favor. Now, of course, a lead to work with too for this half, which is massive, right? You know, that was the catalyst to what gave them such a good nuke to kickstart this series. Could be more of the same here as well. Ty Lue, chances are dwindling. I feel like they need bare minimum 4, if not 5.
Looking to battle in this round. Quick 1-for-1 Mosaic. Oh, he's lucky that nade. Just too deep even. Usually they're too shallow, but he will survive it on 5 HP. Not a lot to write home about here, but either way, 4-on-4 and damage that Frenchmen don't necessarily know about. Attacker's good timing. Like is there for the trade, but still thinning the herd, thinning the numbers is always going to be good. Mercury replaces his teammates all on Exorcise. He's got a bomb to recover here. Trying to play it fast. He takes a dink in the trouble. Down to the AWP, running away from a nade. This is another awkward finish to the round. And I think it's this player in apartments that's going to catch him, to be honest. No, it will be G that takes the angle. So a third from Ty Lue. Still a bit of work to be done, but all the same, looking good.
True, and just a better round, I think, as a whole, right? It's a round, you know, we look at some of the ways in which when things were struggling for this Ty Lue side, it was gimmicky, weird rounds, but that is a replicable round. Nicely played, good setup, fundamental Counter-Strike that works well for them, and one that they can fall back on and say, all right, let's stick with this. This seems to be where we can break them down a little bit. So, nice work, I'll take that all day. Like I said, though, bare minimum 4. If not, we're being frank, getting up towards something like a 5th on this CT. Really does help things out. Molly. Burn on towards Body. An aid that is thrown in response is relatively ineffective. Jam Young swing isn't, though.
Yeah, turning a leaf here, Ty Lue, with their early entries. Looking a lot better in that sense. Gravity, though, and Maka chiming in to just clear out B, as they will keep doing what they do, which is just pushing smokes on a timing, catching you off guard. I think with that, we saw Mercury rotating, but he's calling it for sure.
I think it's the best call. The question is about this. Oh, I was going to say save. Gee. I think he catches him just through the corner there. That's so unfortunate. Ecstasy is just him sticking around is going to make Tyloo really on edge. Now, 3D Max, you know, putting themselves up to 8 rounds. Generally speaking, I'd always say, great spot that they're in. This is looking fantastic. However, we were in this spot in the previous map, and we know that finished. So, I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. 8-3 as we head in towards that final round. If 3D Max get up towards a 9, then I can start to really cement that this might be a done affair. But 8-4, 4 rounds is still anybody's game, especially with a good pistol to follow. They're still trying to fight towards the end there, see if they make anything more expensive. Not to be the case. Tyloo, one last chance in this half to make something out of this. Unfortunately, quite lackluster CT side.
Alrighty, let's see. Salvage is the name of the game, of course. 3D Max probably feeling confident in themselves. It's been a run of pretty good CT sides. Not seen too much asked of them in the past few rounds. G looking to move forwards. Jam Young making some noise on the fire. They'll know about him. Down he goes. Yeah, it's again an overstep, an overstay. I think that sometimes when they have an idea, they commit a bit too hard, Tyloo.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not a huge fan of that. Mercury. Oh, man. This is all about timing. Timing could favor him, or it could work against them, and it works against him. That is brutal. It's sometimes how it works out to leave the attacker in a brutal spot. I've sung the praise of this guy anchoring, but there's just no chance. Too many fights he has to take simultaneously and too much util being thrown in his direction. 3D Max, this 9th looks like it should be on the lock and key, but it's still 2 versus 3.
Mosaic in quick, gets a flash. No one on the other end of it. Oh no. Not what they wanted. A smoke to block them off it. I'm going to try and use it to his advantage as best he possibly can. Nade is good. So numbers evened up, but yeah, the little wall of smokes he was trying to create, not effective enough. It's actually Maka to take both the kills, but ultimately they were crossfired off and maybe thought they had it better than they did. 9-3, 3D Max looking to put Inferno to bed.
Yeah, absolutely. And just deservedly, what a stellar T-side coming through from this French roster. I mean, absolutely everything sort of going to plan as well. Maka's looking excellent. Body doing what he does best as well. Talking about how this guy's now been freed up. Now he's not in control. And speaking of the guy who's in control, Gravity's calling has been excellent, right? There's nothing really we can complain about at all for this side. So I love what I see. This is a Tyloo side that are looking completely out of their depth right now, right? A fish out of water. They don't know how to respond. And it's already getting to the point where we talk about this first round or two in the second half, their T side. They don't find that. There is no chance. 3D Max will have this one secured and, of course, booking their spot in towards the grand finals, which is awesome to see for them. We spoke about as well that winning this game for 3D Max would actually bump them up, at least for now, a couple of ranks in the VRS. It obviously is ever-changing with a multitude of tournaments going on simultaneously, but just to win here, I think moves them from, I think it was 12th to 9th in the VRS, and generally speaking, that's updated sort of, what, like the first of every month, if I'm right in saying? So, we're nearly there.
Into the second half now. As the action gets kicked off here. 3D Max with a boost. Body with a frag. And not what you want to see. Tyloo on the receiving end of something that you don't see that often. So 3D Max saving for a rainy day. Body keeps the kills coming in. And they are dropping like flies. Going out of fashion, this living stuff. Mercury is left by himself in second mid. Attacker left up the top of Banana. Didn't even necessarily recover the bomb. So there's bits of work to be done here if they are to mount this 2-on-5.
Yeah, at this point, you may as well just commit towards the B site. You got nothing to lose. Minute to work with. Both got the util, both got the armor, but no util. It's a passive play here by 3D Max. A standoffish approach, which I can get behind. They've already done more than enough. Any sort of trade here goes a long way, and that double setup is sumptuous. Shoulder spotted. And it's about who can get the kill out of these two. Body tapping away. He knows he got support up close, but it's a flawless pistol, and that might just sum up this map as well. 3D Max, they are on track to waltzing towards a third map victory here in the series and moving on towards the grand finals. But Tyloo, how quiet they've fallen.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of is wild to see. Really do start to worry about this team in the ways of the up and down and the bits of inconsistency. We see flashes of greatness and then something like this, you know.
Yeah.
And it is also, it's inconsistent in the level of, this is a team that you've brought mega close on this map. What happened? You know, you might lose it out. A bit more prep there for 3D Max. They're playing pretty serious games at the moment. They have a bit more of that experience in recent memory compared to Tyloo. But they've just disappeared. They've just really disappeared on this map, which is not what we were expecting at all. Lucky. Oh, he's thinking about it. And he does have the right idea. Just keep an eye on that smoke. But they will be pulled away here. Gonna need a miracle. And it's just not going to happen. Mosaic cut off. Body is holding the line solidly. G's got 1 HP. So I think that paints enough of a picture. Even 1 kill here would be quite something.
Yeah, not to be. He doesn't even get the time to allow his flash to pop. 11-3. Money gone for Tyloo, and you've got a pick your poison type decision to be made here. Do we force buy now to try and play for the win, but it's a lot that has to go right for this, or do we eco here, full buy-in towards the next, but we're playing for overtime for the entirety of this half, and we've got to go on a flawless streak. Neither side is good. Neither, decision is very likely, if we're being completely honest. Go for option 2. They're playing for OT by keeping some cash left over. Yeah, best of luck, guys. I mean, there shouldn't really be too much of a debate in the rest of this map. It feels like it's inevitable now that 3D Max closed this out, and all credit to them. What a recovery as well off the back of such a poor map number 2.
It is true. We've got another cheeky move here. Get a player up on the boost. So looking to just, because they're so far ahead, pull out those 1 per map type plays and just get the rounds on the board, which I think is really quite smart of them. However, it's the banana push that is effective enough. And this is done. Tyloo just really not giving anything at all on Inferno.
Yeah, it's super deserved. I think when you look at a 3D Max side who have been trying to prove themselves as sort of head and shoulders above those who are seen as kind of quote-unquote below them in the ranking side of things, and also wanting to prove that they are better. And we were at this spot where there was such a hard ceiling above 3D Max, and they just couldn't seem to break through it. Coming back to what I was saying at the start of the show, now it feels like we're getting there. So while it's not impossible for Tyloo to win this map, it is highly, highly improbable, and as every kill comes the way of the French side, it gets more and more stacked in their favor. Body, he's so good at opening up B, but a little bit of an overface there. Thankfully, Gravity's there to trade.
Could be something. Molotov does reach, but the kill from Gravity, so well played. Again, though, like, G's by himself going for that. Mercury not around to help him out. Gravity comes in for another. And a moment that looked good, that looked like they could gain some control of Banana. Yeah. Just on different pages, aren't they, really? Nice shot from Mosaic, but that's all he's going to get. That's all the team is going to get for that round. 13-3 from 3D Max to close it out. They will take the 2-1, and they will secure their spot in the grand final on Sunday. I think they'll be very, very happy with a day that they can kind of just sit back and watch, see what happens. And as we talked about, yes, they've not put them to bed super cleanly. Yes, there's some issues on Overpass. Both teams suffered from that, though. I think that we wanted 3D Max to win here in order to prove their position as one of the favorites. And as you sort of touched on towards the end, also within World Counter-Strike, that, you know, they can come to a tournament like this, they're expected to win, and they should be able to win comfortably. Still another series to take, but now the signs are looking pretty good.
Yeah, I really do love what I see from this 3D Max side. Like I said, they've kind of changed me from a doubter to a believer recently, and now it's all about that buzzword that I always throw out there, just that consistency. Not in terms of like the maps themselves or the games themselves, but in terms of series, right? This side can continue to chain real wins, you know, essentially beating sides who are ranked lower than them in a real consistent factor, and then obviously be able to put pressure on towards these top 10 sides. That's when 3D Max are going to break that ceiling that's felt very evident above them for a long time. So as a whole, I really like what I saw there. You know, we run through these highlights and you know, thick and fast, right? Super quick, where we just don't get too much of an inroad into what Tyloo can bring to the table. But what a stark change, right? We're talking about, what, a month ago, more or less, nearly even bang on a month ago now, back in I Am Clone on stage 1, where it was 22-20 in favor of 3D Max, and now 13-3. So they've obviously leveled up that Inferno tenfold, whereas Tyloo, it's gone downhill. Tough look when we look at the scoreboard here as well. Nobody even cracking into double digits for Tyloo is a real indictment of how bad things were.
Yeah, just to reiterate your point, I think it's like clearly one team has done a lot of work on the map and the other team not so much. So it does pay off. And Tyloo, I don't rightly know where they've gone and what's happened. It's not like they should be a team in that position. It's not like they've had a really hard, drawn-out series and, you know, one team's just crumbled from the fatigue or anything like that. They just came off the back of a win. Yeah. You know, a really, really solid one at that. So, yeah, it's super confusing to see them capitulate in that way. Do have Body here again, as he has two standout games there in that series. So, really looking good, and it's something that we touched on, and I think we'll continue talking about, that he's maybe been released a bit more. That they do have this more solid IGLing presence. It's hard to tell without being in the weeds. It is hard to tell, but he definitely looks like he has a bit more freedom and a bit more ability at the moment as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just feels like he's given the ability to kind of call his own shots, right, rather than having to think about other people, and I think that really helps him in a big way. It's not the end of the world now, of course, for this Tyloo side. You know, yes, they pick up a loss, but of course this is a double elim situation. Of course, they were through that upper bracket, so it's fine. 3D Max, they booked their spot in towards that grand final. Tyloo, they now wait for the consolidation final on Sunday, and I said this, you know, even earlier in the series, where I actually think those two will meet again in the grand final. I think that's sort of how this feels like to me in terms of who are the real strengths in this competition. I think 3D Max and Tyloo are the big two here. Bait have the ability to punch up. Rare Atom, Limvision both have their moments as well, but this is for me where it feels like we should get that rematch. So it's still a best of two series in my mind overall, and we'll see whether the revenge will first and foremost even happen, and if it does, how that one ends up going about things. But we've still got plenty of Counter-Strike over the span of the next couple of days as well. Tomorrow we'll be jumping in towards those lower bracket side of things, where we've got the lower semis with Bait taking on Kaleido, and then Limvision, Rare Atom. That game in particular, super spicy. A lot of history between those two sides. They've played each other so often. There's been a lot of chopping and changing between those rosters too, so exciting times over there. Moving forward as well, then they play in terms of a lower final to follow. Again, gets kind of exciting because, you know, we're talking about Limvision side who want to get back into competing with Tyloo and being back into the top end of the Chinese scene. Bait want to prove that they've not flown all this way for nothing as well. So, like we said, exciting day. 3 more best of 3s to bring you tomorrow. But for myself and Scriv, we are done for the day. So thank you very much for joining us here on day 1 of the Perfect World CS Challenge Series 1. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. If you're here in Europe, it's pretty damn early, so set your alarms. We know we will be. And until tomorrow, take care. We'll see you soon.
Bye.